Welcome. Thanks for tuning in. An absolute honor, a pleasure to have your company live from Victoria for day 2 of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic on this southern coast of this fantastic part of Australia, just southwest of Melbourne, just close to Torquay, as we will be kicking off our women's round 2 with Sophia Colhane from Hawaii surfing against the local style maestro Molly Powell from Anglesea. We've got good conditions at Rincon. We've got the tide rising up. It's going to be high tide, 9:30 local time. Of course, this is an iconic coastline, the Surf Coast Shire, the Great Ocean Road, one of the wonderful parts of the world. I thoroughly recommend you coming and checking it out. If you're in the neighborhood, come and watch the action. My name is Sam Bleakley. I have the pleasure of being joined in the booth today by Bioglan Alvarez. Good to see you.
Nice to see you. Good morning.
How's it going?
It is beautiful. The sunrise this morning was amazing. Offshore conditions. It's just a beautiful day to start this event.
And of course, you know, to see the women surfing yesterday, big thing for you because of course you've had a prolific career as an inspiration source for so many of these young longboarders.
It was amazing to watch this next generation, as well the girls that have been doing the tour for quite a bit. The style of the technical surfing now, and it was just amazing to be able to see this whole new talent rising and really showcasing the art and the style of women's longboarding.
And someone who is really on the rise from France, Zoe Gropignon, she's down on the sand there with Josh Constable.
Zoe, what a beautiful morning we have. It's cold, it's brisk, but we've got a beautiful offshore. The contest is on. You had a great heat yesterday and got your win, so you had the day off today. You're down here this morning. What are you up to?
Yeah, I'm watching all the girls and the boys. The waves are perfect, and we got a beautiful sunrise this morning, so it's just gonna be like a fun day to watch. It's some interesting hits, so make sure you tune in to watch.
And yesterday we had tough conditions. It was onshore, kind of wobbly, kind of bumpy. Today we have beautiful groomed offshore conditions. What sort of surfing do you think we're going to see at Rincon this morning from the girls?
I just heard like it's the best Bells Beach longboard wave you can have today, so I'm really excited to see like long hang 5, hang 10, big turns. I'm really excited.
Awesome. Back to you guys. There you've got it.
Great stuff. Zoe, of course, one of the rising stars of European surfing. Based in Biarritz, she actually grew up in the Alps, so she brings like a skiing touch to her surfing, but now a threat for world titles. And of course, her teammate from France, Alice Lemoine, is a real standout. And how exciting is it for you to see women represented from all nations here in Bells?
It really is a dream. When I was younger, traveling the world, we would try to go to all these unique areas and try to engage with all the girls, get them down on the beach, get them surfing. And at that point, there really wasn't a lot of women surfing around the world. And now it's everywhere. Women's surfing, women's longboarding has just blown up.
And this is an iconic spot for these women to put on a show, of course exposed to raw low pressure systems from the Southern Ocean, and that deep underwater ridge really that extends southwards offshore from Bells refracts these swells into the Rincon sections, the Bells Bowl, and as that tide comes in, 9:30 high tide local time, we're expecting the surfers to be getting those clean waves at Rincon. And as a Californian yourself originally, you know, there's a lot of parallels between the texture of a good Californian point break and the way Rincon will work on the high tide.
Yeah, definitely. Growing up, I did have opportunities to go up and surf the points up there, and that nice offshore, clean, glassy, really good walls, nice long rides. As you can see, the waves are going to be breaking from Rincon, hopefully down, so it should give everyone a really good opportunity to really showcase all their talents today.
And for all of you longboard fans tuning in, of course, Bioglan Alvarez Kimball, founder of the Salty Girls Surf School in 2007, but of course star of the Sprout film in 2004. And if you haven't watched that iconic Thomas Campbell film, I thoroughly recommend it. And there's obviously competitive surfing, but the impact of the free surfing that you and your generation did had a positive opportunity for these women to really appreciate the nuances, the beauty of longboarding, and how much of a platform it can be to express yourself.
It was amazing. That was my whole part of surfing, is I really wanted to engage. I wanted to share that aloha, share the vibe part of surfing, and really encourage women who never would have tried, and really break down those barriers. And that was kind of what I wanted to do, and that's, I think, again, it's an opportunity to have done.
And big opportunities for these women right now. This is our first elimination round. So yesterday we had everybody surfing in those heats of 3 surfers. The winners moved on to round 3. Surfers finishing in 2nd and 3rd, reseeded into this elimination round 2. You take a loss, you get a 17th place. You take a win, you move on to round 3. 30-minute heats. It will be those best 2 waves combined to create that total score. And as we see on our screen, our surfer on the right side, that's Sophia Colhane. Her mum, Sarah, grew up here, went to school in Geelong, from Victoria. She shares dual citizenship between USA and Australia. She lives in Oahu. She's coached by Megan Godinez, of course, a fantastic surfer.
Oh, yes.
But Molly Powell, the local surfer, riding the Pale Horses surfboard shaped by local legend Matty Shea. I know that he'll be on the sand watching. Of course, Matty, a fantastic goofy footer, knows all these breaks very intimately. So how interesting is it for a local surfer to come up against a big international name?
You know what? Everyone has an opportunity to win. If you're at this level, clearly you've got the skills to do it, and everyone is beatable. And you just can't go off of their name, but you do need to make sure that you step up your game when you get into this field. You really need to make sure you're on point with your technique, you're surfing well, and you're mentally prepared for it.
So Berlin, one thing that always interests me in these early heats is surfers who opt not to get wet hair before the first wave. I find that for me, every time I go in the water, especially if I'm competing, I have to dip under, get completely soaked before I catch my first wave. What's your preferred approach? Will you like to keep your hair dry for your first wave, or will you go under completely submerged so that you've really got that feel of the salt on your skin before your first ride?
I think for me personally, I used to just try to not get my hair wet. Obviously in a contest it's different. You're straight in the water getting into it. You know you're going to get cold, might as well just do it now, get your hair out of your face. So I guess it depends if you're free surfing or contest surfing. Contest surfing, I'd be straight under the water just to get it done, get some water in there, try to get some warmth. You know, but look, poor thing, your hands are stuck underneath their elbows.
It's a good place to keep the hands warm, under the armpits.
Oh, yeah.
It's a warm area. So 26 minutes, obviously no sets so far. Sophia Colhane finished 3rd on the World Longboard Tour last year. The top 8 surfers again will qualify for that one-day winner-takes-all opportunity to win the 2024 World Longboard title. This year it will be at El Sunzal in El Salvador. Last year it was in Malibu, and Sophia Colhane had a great run. She finished 3rd. She went on to see Soleil Erico take her 2nd back-to-back World Longboard title and her 3rd overall. And what was interesting about the winners at Bells last year, Kai Salas in the men's, Soleil Erico in the women's, is both of those surfers went on to win the World Tour. So how important do you think it's going to be psychologically for the surfer that takes the win here at Bells this week, with the rest of the tour coming up in the next few months?
I think it's super important. Obviously, everyone comes here. They're not coming here to take second. They're coming here to win, because that is going to set you up, like I said, again, back to mentally, emotionally. It's going to help prepare. It's going to get you in the right mindset to, all right, this is checked off, you know, and there's 4 events. So, you know, you really want to make sure you're in those top events so you end up in Suzanne.
Absolutely. As we can see, the Melbourne flight cam there, just getting that beautiful panoramic view as that tide starts to move in there. Over the next couple of hours, that tide will continue to rise. Of course, this is the gateway to the Great Ocean Road, an incredible stretch of coast. And timing, positioning, how important will it be for people to have somebody on the cliff line just to help caddy them, help line them up to be in the right position for sets today?
Well, especially for people that it's their first time surfing here.
Yep.
You know, there's a lot going on, and it is quite easy for you to get out of position. You know, making sure that, and as well with the offshore, you know, you need to really make sure that you're in the right spot so you can get into a wave.
Here it is, live action going for our first wave of day 2. It's Molly Powell from Anglesey, a 2023 Vic State champion, won that at Point Impossibles, up to the nose, back to the tail on her Pale Horses surfboards, designed and built by Matty Shale as she just comes out of that section, walks back and just comes unstuck on the rail edge. But starts things, a first ride, a first score, and that's going to feel special to have just got that feeling of those toes on the wax.
Oh, that would have felt amazing. As you can see here, her taking off, really, you know, paddling hard. You can tell you get that offshore blowing up the nose of your board, really holds you off the top of that. So she's just trying to get into the wave there. Nice little 5. Almost gets kind of pulled off the back with that wind up underneath the board. Nice little trim, just chasing this little section, getting a little, just up to the mid part of that board there, just again, trying to chase that little fast section. Unfortunately, you know, just getting caught that inside rail.
And you can see how the wind, the offshore, is going to really affect things today. And, you know, what kind of techniques do you take when you've got that strong wind? Does it favor early nose rides, or does it favor getting to the bottom of the wave?
I think firstly depends kind of on the board you ride. If you've got a little bit of weight in it, that can help, you know, get that forward momentum and stay in the wave, because, you know, you got 9 feet sticking out. If you're paddling, you know, kind of straight into the face of it, that's going to try to keep pushing that board back. So I would try to, you know, get to the bottom of that wave, get back into the whitewater, set my line up, because you really want, you know, that whitewater holding your tail down when it is, because you need as much weight as you can to hold that nose down and that tip down so you can nose ride. But like I said, it's so easy to get out of position when it is offshore and just sucked off the back.
So she set the scale, Molly Powell, that 2.0, so low score, good opening nose ride, backed it up with a second nose ride, but it is a technical wave, Rincon. Choosing the right line is key, you know. Often that experience I've had when I've surfed at Rincon is if you sometimes go too high or too low, you miss it. You either don't accelerate or you don't stall enough. And you know, local knowledge, familiarity with the place is really important.
Oh, it's so important to know the wave you're surfing. I know a bunch of the girls have been down here for the past couple of days practicing, trying to get their time in. And, you know, it was a lot bigger earlier, and we did have some offshores. And then yesterday we had nice conditions, a little bit bumpy conditions, and then it glassed off again. And that wind kind of kicked up a little bit offshore, so girls had a little taste of it, but not as offshore as it is this morning. And so today people are really going to need to kind of watch what everyone is doing and how they're surfing their boards and how they're getting into the waves, you know, making sure they're not too far out so that they actually can get into the wave. Because like I was saying, you know, you got 9 foot of board. That's a big, pretty much airplane wing.
Yep,
that's
absolutely.
just fighting you.
Yep. But the feeling of getting on the nose at a spot like Rincon, the levitation, the lift, the hold, and hopefully we're going to get the opportunity to see a lot of that in the next few heats. We've got some big ones coming up. We've got Maria Fernanda Reyes from Peru surfing against Natalia Wonderlich from Hawaii, and she really impressed me yesterday. Natalia, she has been a standout at regional events, but she was incredible. The goofy footer, very stylish. We're going to get the opportunity to enjoy her surfing in heat number 2. We got Alice Lemoine from France surfing against Sakura Inui from Japan in heat number 3. And then we've got Kiani Canulo surfing against Emma Perrier. Emma, of course, an Australian, did a GoFundMe campaign to raise money to travel on the tour this year. You probably know a little bit about Emma's background.
Oh, I do, yeah. Emma is, funny enough, she's actually, her family's from Brisbane, and she used to go down to Evans quite a lot to go surfing. I'll let you talk this wave through, and then we'll get back to Emma in a second.
Well, it's a good opportunity for Sophia Colhane to get her first wave on the board. She's not going to catch that. Priority will stay now with Molly Powell. And we were just referencing our Evans Head surfer, of course, Molly.
Yeah, Emma. That's okay. So Emma, you know, she's the president of Evans Longboard Club.
Oh, wow, she's the president.
Yeah, she's the president of Evans Longboard Club, and she's really done a lot for that community. She runs an event called the Breast Comp Ever, and it's a fundraiser that was for breast cancer. And it was amazing. And the women that showed up there, all dressed in pink, and all the money went towards purchasing a machine that we needed in the area for breast cancer and for detection. And with the leftover funds that was there, she was able to help pay any bills that anyone that was going through breast cancer that needed, you know, even electricity bills, water bills, and so forth. So she's done so much for not only the surf community, but the women in our community as well. And when she qualified, you know, she qualified through winning through the trials at Kira. Kira at Burley, which was pumping.
Yep, I saw.
Oh my gosh.
It looked gnarly.
And so she did this GoFundMe so she could help her tour, to cover the expenses for her tour, because she didn't have any sponsors.
Brilliant. So we got the opportunity to support Emma surfing against Keani Kanula, great longboarder from Hawaii. And then moving into that Heat 5, we're going to have Rachel Tilley and B. Conroy. And then we've got Kira Molnar, Emily Curry. And then we've got a really exciting one, Avalon Gould and Roisin Carolan from Byron Bay. And then we've got Sive Girard from American Samoa and Chloe Coleman. But up and riding right now, it's Molly Powell on her second wave, straight to the tip. Nice, lock, smooth 5. Walks out of that nose ride, readjusts her feet, keeps a high line, goes into a second nose ride, walks out. Beautiful down carve, high line again, setting herself up and just puts that toe over the tip for a third nose ride as things get a little bit foamy on the inside, and you feel like that's going to be significantly stronger than her opening 2.0, Berlin.
I definitely think that is going to be significantly stronger than that. Wave was absolutely beautiful. It just had so nice and clean on it. Beautiful texture as well. Nice style, just really flowing with this. Going up for beautiful locked in 5, really in a good tight position there. Getting a little bit of speed back to a 5. You know, really working the rails of that surfboard.
Nice, and she works as a park ranger, so she knows this great ocean road. She knows the Wadawurrung country that we have the pleasure of being in today. And look at this nose riding, Berlin. She was really right on the money through that opening section and finished things off cleanly on the inside.
She did, and that's what they want to see. You know, they want to see your exit with control. You know, you really don't want to be falling off on that because, you know, it's just not what you want to be doing. So that was beautifully exited, and look forward to seeing her scores drop here.
And her Pale Horses surfboard, shaped by Matty Shea, looking good under her feet, under the feet of Sophia Colhane and Michael Takayama boards. Of course, Michael from Oceanside. We got the opportunity to listen to Kayamana on the webcast yesterday, Michael's son, when Avalon Gould was in the water. Sophia paddling hard for that wave, but the wind really affecting the opportunity to line up. So this is interesting for the other competitors watching, you know, recognizing takeoff positioning, where, you know, line where you need to be. But Sophia Colhane is going to give this another look, and she still hasn't got that. So 17 minutes remaining. Molly Powell drops a 3.5, adds to her 2.0. So the door's still nicely open for just one strong ride for Sophia Colhane, but a lot of pressure now on Sophia with 17 minutes remaining, Berlin.
Yeah, there definitely is a lot of pressure on her. But if you look at, if we pan back into the water, you can see the white water line, and it's a lot further in than where Sophia is sitting. And you can see that that's kind of where more it's breaking. So, you know, obviously she wants to get a set because she's looking at, you know, she's needing a 5.5 now already just to step it up, you know. But you don't want to be sitting too far out because you can see she's not a weak paddler. Like, she's going hard on that thing.
She just gave that little reference to the beach announcer just to get the time. The beach announcer would have let her know it's 16 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. A little bit of movement there. And of course, a good opportunity for our acknowledgement to country, and just to say on behalf of all the surfers in the World Surf League, we would like to acknowledge that we are staging this epic event in Jurak on Wadawurrung country, and we acknowledge the Wadawurrung people as the traditional owners of the land and waterways we're on here today. So we pay our deepest respects to the Wadawurrung people, their elders, past, present and emerging, and extend this acknowledgement to First Nations people here today in this incredible coastline. And I just hope the consistency shines through. That's what we want to see. All of the surfers have the opportunity to get perhaps at least 3 sets per half-hour heat.
You really want everyone to have the opportunity to showcase their talents, why they're here. They're here because they're amazing. They're the best at what they do. And it is really hard when they don't get the opportunity, they don't get the waves come to them. And so we're just sending it out to the ocean gods to send it to them. And welcome to country yesterday. How beautiful was that ceremony?
Absolutely. Get the opportunity to review yesterday's webcast, watch it back again, see all the live action. As we can see now, our first wave for Sophia Colhane, up to the tip, locks a 5, great style, good control, clean footwork out of that turn, and then a beautiful down carve with spray thrown on her single fin, and again into a second turn, incredible technique, body language, just leading with that front arm, and then a little cut back to stay in the pocket, and using that cross step to keep the board trimming, and kicking out coolly, and that is why she's one of the best in the world.
That was a very, very beautiful wave. She's got a really nice style. really, really kind of effortless.
Composed.
Very composed. Very, it's.
And considering the pressure she was under, having missed a couple of waves, half the heat almost through before her first ride, she rode that extremely well as we get live action now on her third ride from Anglesey. Molly Powell takes a high line straight to the tip, rolls that toe over the nose, back up for a second nose ride, walks out of that second nose ride, readjusts her feet, stalls again for a third nose ride, and then just takes a nose dive out of that third nose ride, which was unfortunate because that could have been a real strong backup score to replace her 2.0.
Yeah, we'll have a little look at the replay and see kind of what happened. It looked like when she stepped back, she kind of had both of her feet kind of in one spot and pushed down the nose on that. All right, so red first, here we go. A beautiful, nice trim. I love the hand drag in the wave there. Nice hold, nice long 5 there. Beautiful cut back there. You can just see the water, like you said, coming off that rail, really engaging those fins. And again, nice trim work right in the middle of that board. Really beautifully working, all the different sides of her board. Nice little footwork again, setting him up in the kick out there. That was really, really, really well. Her transitions between maneuvers are really clean.
And one thing to really appreciate is her vision, the way she's looking to where she's going next and using that leading arm. A great example of kind of model longboard technique there.
Yeah, when you're doing, your cutbacks and so forth, you definitely want to be looking over your shoulder, looking where you're going and so forth. And it rotates your whole upper body, which helps, with the pivot and turning of your board as well. But definitely, when you are nose riding as well, Choni was talking about nose riding and Blue up and riding on a beautiful wave as well. Nice little 5 there, quick little 5s, just, trying to find. She's just looking at bettering her 2.0 ride, which we were hoping she did, but see what happened right when she walked back. She got both her feet right next to each other and just kind of had that weight on that front bit, just, unfortunately pushed the whole nose down.
12 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Berlin and Sophia has dropped to 5. So doesn't put her up into the lead, but she's now chasing a low score. So you'd anticipate she's going to be carrying that score of a 5. So now she needs to work on another opportunity to get a set while Molly drops a 2.73. Up and riding, 4 steps to the 5. Beautiful tight 5. Walks out of the 5. Getting used to this trademark spray color for her Michael Takayama board. Of course, they're all handmade by Michael in Oceanside. Comes unstuck on that cutback though, but 2 strong nose rides already, so only chasing a low score to move up into first. You'd expect she might get that score on those nose rides alone.
Oh, definitely. She's going to be getting, better than a 1.23. And we'll just break down that, the whole surfing on that. But that was a really well surfed wave, unfortunately, and just catching that inside rail on that cutback. But a 5 for her is a very average score. This is so I'm looking forward to. I'd love to see a couple sets come through and really give the girls opportunity to really put, engage those turns and really open them, get some nice 5s, get some nice 10s.
Well, there's a nice little replay there of some of the great surfing from Sophia Colhane, but we'll find out the score of those last rides after this short break. Let's go to a Bonsai brew break. We'll be right back, surf fans. Stay with us. Welcome back. A pleasure to have your company live from Dirac, Bells Beach, Victoria, Australia. Of course, a historic location for surf carnivals. So much history to the Bells event, starting with the 1962 Easter event that has become Australia's first significant pro contest from 1973 and remains surfing's longest running pro event. Of course, we saw the Rip Curl Pro earlier for the WCT, but right now it's the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, and this is the replay of our last ride from Molly Powell Berlin. What do you think of this surfing from our local from Anglesey?
Oh, it was a beautiful wave. She was looking at improving on it too, and like we said earlier, she unfortunately just caught the dug the nose on that one. And here we go. This is a 4.0 that just was dropped for Sophia Culhane. Beautiful nose right there, nice swooping turn, just coming as soon as she started to pivot off the bottom of that, you could see that inside rail just catching, and you know, it's that transition from rail to rail when you're pivoting on that bottom turn that, you know, if you just get that toes on the wrong side of that on that rail, you really, and the amount of times that's happened to me, it happens to everyone, but yeah, unfortunately that's not what you want to do when, you know, you're in your needing to make it through a heat.
And there's so many nuances with longboarding. That's the beauty of it. It's the fact that you're never static. The movement up and down the board, and it's not only in and out of nose rides and rail turns, it's also rail to rail, isn't it? It's how you'll keep that toe edge or that heel edge closer to the inside curve of the wave. And what we'll see with all of these women is that continual movement, and that's something that is unique to longboarding. That's why for me longboarding is like dance.
It is so beautiful, the art of longboarding, and good longboarding as well, as like you said, no, really using nose to tail, rail to rail, really engaging the curves and the pivots and you know, the different concaves and exploring the way different equipment works as well, different waves.
Sophia Culhane, 6 steps up to a nice 5 high line, locked in that nose ride, and then just accelerates as she comes out of that stalling maneuver, and now using the middle of the board to get that trim speed. And you can see the trim speed she's got from the functionality of just staying in the middle, walks back to the tail for a cut back up to the nose for a really radical, long, stylish, smooth 5, locked in that 5, feeling the vibes into a 10, goes to the 10, comes out of the 10, wobbles and doesn't quite ride out of the 10, but everything, Berlin, up to that moment was absolutely sizzling.
Oh, that was stunning, that wave. Oh, that was amazing. I just wanted to go surfing after watching that again. Like, here she is on a beautiful wave. Nice 5, really locked in. Tail completely disappeared in the middle of that board, really trying to get speed. You know, when you're in the middle of that board like that, that projection you get, you just fly. And yeah, you could see her kind of weaving in the middle of that board as well, which is beautiful technique. Again, setting up that line, making sure she's in the right part of it. Beautiful, really locked in 5, still going. She's about ready to have a cup of coffee up there. Goes for that quick 10, unfortunately, just throws herself off balance and comes unstuck, but that was a beautifully surfed wave. Gosh, I really want to be out there right now.
That got us so excited. I mean, that put my hair on end.
Oh.
That is why Rincon is iconic. And what we saw there, you think of some of the incredible right-hand point breaks where longboard culture has thrived, Malibu, Noosa, Tea Tree. But what we saw then was the technicalities of riding Rincon, and I love the way she used the trim speed off the middle of the board out of that first nose ride. And you could see how, yes, you want poise and elegance, but there's an attacking mentality you need to keep pace with Rincon when you get a set like that.
It's on a fast wave like that, especially, you know, with Rincon in America as well, you definitely have to be in that top middle part of the wave, which is your speed zone. And, you know, if you get stuck at the bottom of that wave and you're trying to, you know, get fast, you're not going to. You really have to be up in that middle part of that wave, really in the middle part of your board, weaving to get past those sections so it doesn't shut down on you. And she executed that so well.
Had she walked out of that 10 cleanly at the end, that would have been excellent range, you'd imagine.
Oh, it definitely would have been excellent range.
She's got one to answer back. She's waiting for a score. She's got a 5 and a 4 already, moving into the last 5 minutes. Sophia Culhane on the inside kicks out cleanly. 2 scores now to drop for Sophia Culhane. So pressure will now be on Molly Powell. She's currently chasing a 5.5. That score will change as we see the Peruvian riding the Piccolo Clemente built boards, Maria Fernanda Reyes. She's going to be surfing against Natalia Wonderlich, riding the Lost Not Found designs from Oahu, Hawaii, as Molly Powell straight up to the tip, locks a 5, walks out of that opening nose ride, and again a nice high line, good read of the wave, stretches that toe over the tip for a second, now a third nose ride, and she unfortunately takes a nosedive there, so looking to better that backup score of a 2.73. She's got a 3.5, but she's now chasing a 6.27 because Sophia Colhane dropped a 4.77 for that last ride, and it came out a lot lower than we thought it was going to come out, Belinda.
Yeah, I guess, you know, obviously falling off that 10 as well would have definitely changed the whole storyline on that one. But this is her last wave that just came in at a 4.3. Just a quick, you know, up and down, nice little nose ride. And this is Molly Powell on that beautiful wave. She was looking at, you know, bettering a 2.73 as her lowest score. Nice locked in 5 there. And again, setting up that line for a nice high 5. Unfortunately, just ended up with the nose of her board going down the face of the wave and not kind of straight up the pocket part of it, which is, you know, and when you're trying to walk back and your nose is facing down the wave, it's really hard. And just unfortunately, just digging that nose.
There's the Melbourne flight cam, that sun rising, beautiful velvet conditions, that wind blowing strong. We expected a bigger score for that 4.77 from Sophia, but there was a lot of nuances, the subtleties. A lot of that ride was based on that trim in the middle of the board, and yes, as appreciators of the beauty of longboarding, we really recognize that long read, the dance, the pauses in between, but sometimes that can be seen as not doing enough. And in the contest format, sometimes the reward will be for the critical nose rides and the critical rail engagement. But let's not deny, for a video section, that ride was an absolute belter.
Oh, for a video section, that was beautiful. Like everything about that way was amazing. And like you said, obviously we're not judges. And what they do want to see is they want to see the hang 10s, the hang 5s, and you know, had she just not tried to hold that 10 so long, just a quick little up there and back, you know, that would have definitely made the difference for her. But like you said, from an artistic and beautifully showcasing of amazing talent and really surfing the wave, not forcing it, that was on point.
I had a reference yesterday watching Kai Ellis Flint, thinking of the relationship between longboarding and music. And if you think of a lot of jazz music and the musicians who use the pause, the space, the blue note, and Miles Davis famously did that. And that pause, that space in between, that's an important part of longboarding. Sometimes what you don't do won't get always rewarded in the contest format, but it's very much part of the classic act of reading and riding a wave elegantly with grace.
Yes, definitely, I agree to that.
Here we go, live action, 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. Sophia Colhane, 2 steps forward, 4 steps into a 5. Stylish nose right there, just climbing and dropping once again. You can really see the speed of the Rincon section just running, but she stays right in the pocket. Back up for another nose ride, rolls that 5, soul arch, arms out. I love the way she has those palms open, floats it and rides out of that float, right onto the bricks there, 1 minute remaining, looking to drop that 4.77. She's got a 5, a 4, a 4.03 and a 4.77 as her second highest score, so she's sitting pretty strong. And here's the replay, Belinda.
A beautiful, nice held nose ride. Look at the way she engages that inside rail with her back foot. She's really just kind of pumping, but really using almost that like squid-like, you know, maneuver to get that board projecting forward. Again, a really nice locked in 5 there. And then again, just goes in for just a little bit of a tap floater and comes out of it. Little smile there.
Yeah.
She definitely would have Hawaii on the mic right now, just going crazy for her.
And see that white patch on the tail of a Michael Takayama. So this was a board that she traveled to El Salvador with. It got damaged on the airline. It got fixed up, and she went on to win the World Tour event in El Salvador on this board. So it's a trusted favorite, and she's looking sharp.
It's so good when you have, you know, your favorite boards that you know that work. Especially, you know, you'll have your point boards, your beach break boards, and I try to tell different people, ride different boards in different conditions, and you know, your surfing will change when the conditions change as well. Especially at a point, you know, when it gets bigger, some of the girls might pull out, you know, the tri-fins and so forth.
Well, congratulations, Sophia Colhane. Molly Powell, the local surfer, will be eliminated from Anglesey. A park ranger, a mum riding her pale horse's surfboard shaped by Matty Shea. She put on a great show, but she came up against a potential world champion in Sophia Colhane. So congratulations, the Hawaiian, but well done, Molly, for representing, and we'll be right back after this bonsai brew break as we see Maria Fernanda Reyes from Peru surfing against Natalia Wonderlick from Hawaii. Welcome back to Victoria. Of course, all the great geology along the Great Ocean Road, renowned as one of the world's most breathtaking routes. But up the coast, we got Melbourne, of course, a cosmopolitan cultural capital, Australia's second largest city with a huge calendar of international events. And right now we have live action moving into heat number 2 of the elimination women's round 2 for day 2 of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. And a big thanks to all of our supporters, of course, Surf Coast Shire, the strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, and Bonsai, the official milk of the WSL, and GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, as we see a Peruvian surfing against a Hawaiian. It's a goofy footer against a regular footer. Maria Fernanda Reyes, no stranger to good quality lefts at home in Peru. This time she'll be surfing on her front side. Maria, of course, a standout on the World Longboard Tour for many years. But the goofy footer Natalia, let me tell you, surf fans, this is somebody I recommend following on Instagram. An incredible talent. And she comes off the back of big wins in the longboard qualifying WSL series events in North America. She won at Pismo on the Central Coast. She got third at the Local Motion Surf into Summer Longboard QS. She's been a standout at the Mexi Log Fest. You can see her there with a Hurley wetsuit on. Very stylish, but as a goofy footer Berlin, what are the advantages and disadvantages of surfing the Rincon section on your backside here?
It's funny that you said it, because I have a couple of friends that are goofy footers that live on some of the points, and I often ask them, what do you think about surfing some of the points on your backhand? And they love it. The way that they can draw their lines, again, with the way that they're open to hanging 5 and hanging 10. The way that they're able to do a really beautiful, cut back and set your line again, compared to on your front hand. That's their perspective, And then obviously being on your front hand, I think you can really gauge down the line a little bit more and get sorry, joking.
Yeah.
You can, really gauge down the line as well. And it's a little bit different, I think, hanging 5 and hanging 10 on your front hand than on your backhand.
Yep. I have great memories, Berlin, of watching you surfing at Jeffreys Bay when we had the WSL World Longboard Championship back in the ASP days there in 2001. And, the contest was at the point. And your free surfing, I remember sometimes walking up and just turning around and just watching you link sections through footwork. How important is footwork with longboarding at point breaks?
Oh, footwork is so important at a point break. Your footwork, it's not just because it looks cool, where a lot of people think, oh, I just want to cross step because it's cool. footwork is important because it really is, it's your gas and your brake. It's what's going to get you past a section that you need to get through to link up to the next one, or it's going to slow you down so you don't want to outrun the section. And so for those of you at home, when we say outrun the section, that means that you're riding the wave way too far down the wave and not staying in the whitewater part of the wave, which is the speed, which is the pocket, which when you're on a longboard, especially when you're nose riding, you really want that tail and that rail locked underneath that whitewater, and that whitewater really is the power source of the wave.
Yeah, absolutely. And somebody, Berlin, who was right in the power source, put on a great show this morning. Incredible surfing. Hawaiian, Sophia Colhane, of course, with Australian ancestry, is at the top of the steps with 2006 world champion Josh Constable.
Thank you, guys. Sophia, fantastic start to the morning. Waves are great out there. You surf great. How do you feel?
I'm a little chilly, but it was fun out there. Not the surfing that I would want to do, but I'm glad to be out there and it's really fun.
Yeah, yesterday was tough conditions. It was onshore and kind of bumpy. Today we've got perfect rincon. Your surfing looked great out there. Well done. What's your thoughts on tomorrow and what are you looking forward to? You've got a big family crew down here. What's the rest of the day look like?
I'm just excited to get into the next round. I mean, no one really wants to be in that round, and just keep going and heat by heat. And yeah, I'm super stoked that all my family's down here to support me.
Well done. There was beautiful surfing this morning. Go get warm and we'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much, Josh. Congratulations, Sophia. Up and riding. It's Maria Fernanda Reyes with the Soul Arch. Iconic. This is the star we've learned to recognize from Maria. She's lively. She's fast. Often wears that hair up high in a bun. There's the 5, there's the 10. Goes back into a third hang 10 on her Piccolo Clemente boards. Of course, Piccolo, 2 times WSL World Longboard champion himself. Big shout out to Piccolo if you're tuning in back home in Peru. Berlin, that was a pretty tasty start for Maria. She looked very crisp, clean, fast, lively.
It was a really, really beautiful wave. It's nice to see, you know, a little bit more footwork, little 5s and 10s coming through. And how's that arch there? Just, you know, up on the nose, really. And again, now just racing that section again. Really surfing this wave well. Goes with 5, quick little 10, back to that little hand arch, back up to the 10. Really utilizing every part of her board and just opting to jump off on that ride.
I quite like that kind of kick-out approach. You know, she knew that was the most elegant way of not dinging her board and not dinging her body on the bricks right there.
Especially when it's offshore. You know, you really have to be careful the way you dismount and the way you exit off of a board. The offshore, if that catches the bottom of that rail, it can really do damage to your body, which I've had done to me. So yeah, you really want to be careful in conditions with the strong offshores.
Here we go from Hawaii, the goofy footer, 2 steps, 4 on her lost not found surfboards, back up for another type 5. Great close ankle work there. Look at the criticalness of that 10. This is the longboarding I was talking about. She is an absolute master talent. Isn't this a great demonstration of the grace and beauty of longboarding? Her footwork, tight with the ankles, close, good read of the wave. Not as strong a shape wave or length of ride to Maria, but you see a potential world champion there, don't you?
The technicality of the nose rides and the 5s and the 10s, and look at how her board's disappeared. It's completely locked under the water. Beautiful transitions there with that nice little swooping cutback. Again, the technical 5s and that 10s, her foot actually almost her ankles are almost over that nose on that first 5. That was beautifully surfed, and I can't wait to see what the judges drop on that.
2 slightly different approaches. Maria Fernanda Reyes, she drops a 5.33. I don't think the length of the ride was as long as Natalia, but certainly degree of difficulty might rival that score. But I'm interested in asking you, Berlin, because you come from a generation of Belinda Baus, Cassia Medor, Carla Roland Zamora, people who really set the kind of feminine flow of longboarding ablaze. And, you know, how do you feel about the use of arms for longboarders? You know, how vital are the arms? When are they at advantage and when are they at a disadvantage? You know, wobbly, out, or, you know, should they be low, should they be high? How do you feel about the use of the arms in your longboard repertoire?
I love the fact that you just recognize those women first, so thank you. I was actually thinking of Ashley Lloyd when I was watching Natalia surf off on that wave. The way that she transitioned with her hands, when you're walking up to the nose, leading, with your hands. But if your arms are wobbly, it really throws you off balance and so forth, but using your hands when you are turning does help. But as well, seeing when they do get to the nose, either a nice up, like kind of pulled up 5, or just kind of to the sides. You see that a lot from some of the newer generation. But hands definitely, Rael Sun, the queen of Aloha, hands as well. Always beautiful hands. And I remember talking to her one time before she passed away about the hands and how, they really guide you and follow your hands.
Yeah, and one thing you notice when you only have to go through pages of a surf magazine and you look at some of your favorite photos, and you'll notice the palms are open, opening those hands and really connecting with the ride through to from the toes all the way back through to the fingertips. It's an important part. It's like the wings of a bird, and it's something to really pick up on when you're watching these elite longboarders as fans tuning in around the world. Find the body shape that you feel references how you want to surf, and pick up on those techniques you like.
Yep. The difference is, and I'll let you call this wave here, but we'll have a little chat about the different approach to those waves right there.
Whoa, hard line to get into, but she did readjust and she's up and riding. Maria Fernanda Reyes, soul arch on the 5, inside arm up, and then walks out of that 5. And incredible how she was able to readjust that paddle line and not make a mistake. And now right in the pocket in the bowl here, gets back up, stretches in for a 5, walks out and just kicks out there. So she will add to her 5.33. She will replace her 0.5. But Natalia Wonderlich dropped to 6.27, and that says a lot, Berlin, about degree of difficulty. It wasn't as long, it wasn't as fast, but we immediately saw the technicalities of that critical nose ride, and the judges really picked that apart and rewarded that.
Yeah, no, they definitely did. And you can see here Maria taking off on this wave, a nice 5. Foot's just a little bit back from the nose there, but again, still beautiful nose ride. Really using that rail to rail surfing to kind of pump down the line there. Trying to, as Matt said, pat the cat, to get down the line. Beautiful 5 there, and just jumping off. She was looking at bettering a 0.5, her first opening ride of 5.33.
The cat, of course, the great Mickey Dora, somebody who, a lot of regular footers just want to get that posture. There's some, one thing I love is just the trim bit off the nose, and and surfers who use that. We saw that nice from Maria there when she did come off the nose. There's just that sense of poise in the pocket, and that's a great feeling. Yes, the nose ride feels good, but when you've got a longboard locked in trim, it is a special feeling.
It is a special feeling, and people like Skip Fry, who is like a grandfather to me, the way that they trim their board, and even if they didn't get up to the nose and so forth, up here and riding, just a quick, in and out for Natalia on that last one. But yeah, just utilizing the trim and the flow is so important.
So Natalia now is in first, Berlin. She's got a 3.9 and a 6.27. Maria Fernanda Reyes is in second with that 5.33 and a 4.60. Neither of these women will want to be eliminated, but what will be going now through Natalia's mind? You have to remember that yesterday in round 1, she was sitting in first position until the last exchange. She was beaten by Natsumi Teoka. She also beat Alice Lemoine, and she did have an opportunity to really control the end of the heat, but Natsumi got the score she needs. What do you think Natalia would have learned from that, and what do you think will be going through her head as we move into the back half of this heat, knowing that she just has a small score to replace?
A, making sure that she replaces that small score. B, not letting anyone get a wave under priority. Like, that's what happened to Natsumi. She got that inside wave under priority with the, only I think it was like 30 seconds left, and that's what changes score. When you've got women with so much talent, there are weapons out there. And you with priority, obviously, she still has 16 minutes left, so she's got time to get a good one. But you're going to want to wait. She saw what that 6.27 gave her on such a short ride with such technical surfing. She's going to wait and really look for something that's going to have, a nice wall on it so she can showcase that. She's like, okay, that's what the judges liked. That's what they saw. I need to show that again.
Some cool boards on show. Natalia riding the Lost Not Found designs founded by Craig Karamura and Mike Ito, and then our Peruvian riding the Piccolo Clemente boards. Of course, Piccolo Clemente, a 2 times world longboard champion. But who's going to take the win? Who's going to go for the victory here? Let's find out in the second half of the heat. We'll be right back after this Bonsai Brew break. Welcome back to the Great Ocean Road, an hour and a half by car from Melbourne, Victoria. And of course, that cultural capital, Ben Howard, just played a fantastic tour in Melbourne last month. And of course, some of the best right-hand point breaks in the world along this coastline, inland, the ferns, the rainforest, the wild landscapes and the culture and the geology to die for. The towering 12 Apostles are some of the most iconic limestone features in the world as we move into the last half of heat number 2 with Maria Fernanda Reyes in second position and Natalia Wanderlook up and riding right now from Hawaii, looking to replace a 3.90, locked in a 5, locked in a 10, walks out of that nose ride and kicks out coolly. So she looks like she may well improve her situation, putting the pressure on Maria, who has a 5.33 and a 4.6. Of course, Maria from Peru, Spanish speaker. Berlin Alvarez Kimball, of course, Mexican family, Mexican mother. I'm sure you've got some words in Spanish for all of Maria's fans tuning in South America.
Definitely. Just want to... And Maria right here from Peru, representing the Latinas on a beautiful nose ride there. Just a nice, still locked in nose ride, really powering through that section, making it around, and then just kicking out there. Look at that, beautifully held, nice, up to that 5, little arm back. Again, just really, just is not getting off of that. What do you say, little hood ornament on that one?
Well, I'd like to hear that in Spanish. How would you describe that nose ride?
Súper bueno esa nose ride. Quiero mandar saludadas a todas las latinas que están en México, digo en Perú ahorita, que le están disfrutando a María. And up and riding right here, our beautiful surfer Natalia on another beautiful, nice wave, nice quick 5 to 10 there.
Great footwork.
Beautiful
really
footwork.
Close with the footwork, but this is live action into a 5, into a 10, a 4.6 and a 5.33 already in a long 10, a little bit high, a little bit wide on the pocket, but certainly full hang 10 as she walks back and gets herself right in the bowl, and it's bouncy, but she's still got a little bit of an opportunity here. She just uses that inside rail toe edge pressure to just safely exit that ride, and that feels like it could be a significant score. So we're going to have quite an important exchange now in the last 10 minutes. Might change the situation, but I like what I saw from Natalia as well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward. We're seeing scores drop right now for that. That last wave of Natalia came in as a 5.34. So judges really loving those nice, tight 5s to 10, really in the pocket. And so you can see she's opting to move in a little bit more. She's got priority with 10.5 minutes left. and we'll see what the last scores. I think that was a 3.57 that just dropped for Maria on that last wave.
But there'll be one more score to drop, so I think her last ride was pretty significant. So she's now chasing a 5.48. This is the replay of that last ride. Is it going to be enough? It looked pretty strong.
It was strong. It was a really locked-in nose ride. Like still 5, not taking a step back. And you see going to the 10 to the 5, you know, really getting that, slowing down a little bit, and then again back into the top middle of her board, and just going, is it going to connect? Is it going to connect? Just to kick out.
Yeah, it just felt like you needed something extra to get that score. I like this 5, Berlin, but talk about the difference between right in the pocket and slightly wide on the shoulder for those 10s.
When you get out on the shoulder, it is a lot harder to hold it in because you don't have all that water holding down your tail. And as well, you know, it's not really as critical when you're out on the shoulder doing that. Whereas, you know, when you're stuck really in that critical part of the wave, you got so much water going up, it's really easy to pull your rail out.
And I think the judge is really analysing and recognising that, Berlin, because it comes in at a 4.03. So a lot of fans tuning in might have liked that more than the score, but I think the judge is seeing that that 10 was a little bit wide on the shoulder, and there wasn't a significant bit of variety to back up that nose ride to take it into that 6 range that she pretty much needed to move up into first. So she's still chasing a 5.48. Natalia now has that 4.53 as her backup score, and that stronger 6.27. So this is a super interesting heat because Natalia, new on the scene, Maria would have not competed against her in a woman-on-woman heat, but Maria, she's no stranger to having big results. But let's look at the replay of this 4.53, Berlin.
Yeah, she's looking down the line. What's it going to do for her? Nice footwork again. Nice 5, really locked in. You could see that whole, the shoulder, like the face of that wave really sucking up. So it's showing how, you know, it's really critical, and that's what the judges wanting to see. And speaking of judges, you know, we've got Tori Gilkerson as our head judge. She is a longboarder. She's a world champion longboarder, ISA gold champion longboarder. She's technically such a great surfer as well. So she's sitting above all the judges right now, really. So when it comes down to the technical side of it, you've got a female looking at other females as well. And we have Timmy Marshall, who used to be the world on the WSO ASP back in the day as well. So he's back in there. So look at this score that's just dropped for Natalia.
5.10. What I liked there was the way that through those nose rides, she had that heel edge on the inside of the stringer, so that edge of the board that was closest to the curve of the wave. But then if you watch the replay, the way she walked back to engage the turn, she got all of the pressure on the other rail edge. And I think that's so important to recognize as surfers, that yes, you can move up and down the board, but also side to side. There's a huge amount of difference to accentuate the opportunity to make those turns easy.
And it makes a difference as well, the board that you're riding on that. I was looking at Natalia as she was piling back up, and you could see that kick in that tail. You could see she's very much riding like a traditional log with like, and you know, when you're riding a board like what she's riding, you really need to utilizing, you know, those rails and so forth for those nice swooping turns. And it looks like, you know, Maria's in a little bit more high performance of a longboard, a little bit thinner maybe.
Sakira Inouye, she's going to be coming up next. We just saw her on the screen. She's going to be surfing against the French woman Alice Lemoine, one of the only longboarders to be funded by the French Surf Federation, also worked for the Biarritz Town Council. You would have been to the Biarritz Surf Festival, of course, an iconic heartland of longboard culture. And we see France represented not only from Alice and Zoe, but also, of course, Edouard Delpera. And Martin Correa is another French. 4 French surfers here in Bells.
It's beautiful. I love France, the people. And actually a massive shout out to Lindsay Steinreit, who's in France right now. She'll be watching, you know, Eduardo surf. Yeah, France is beautiful, the culture as well, the waves, nice and warm. So I think all the French coming here right now from summer would be a little bit like, oh my goodness.
And of course, the culture, the food here, from mountain biking, from golf, from the great, you know,
the wine.
The wine and the coffees. I mean, you know, if you want good world-class coffees, come down to Victoria. And, you know, the Point Addis Marine National Park has just those amazing limestone and sandstone cliffs, and there we can see.
Kate Myers, the queen right there. She is the queen behind the lens. We are so honored to have Kate Myers here surfing, shooting the event.
Great photographer.
Amazing photographer, amazing supporter of women in the water as well.
She did a lot of important work with Steph Gilmore.
She has. She's done a lot of important work with Steph Gilmore, and she's really doing a lot for just women in general, really being comfortable in your skin, which is nice. We just had her up at a festival that I just was the festival director for, called Seize the Day, and I had her there showcasing as a speaker and talking about what she's doing, and it's just an honor to see women in events like this shooting. So good on her.
Brilliant, great action. Tune in to the World Surf League website to look at all those fantastic photos. Of course, follow us on Instagram, on social media. And we have 4 minutes 30 seconds remaining in this second heat with the pressure on the Peruvian Maria Fernanda Reyes, the regular footer riding her Piccola Clemente boards. Maria has been a standout at the ISA World Longboard Championship, twice a silver medalist in 2023 and 2019. She's a graduate of a sports science degree at the University of Lima, but she now needs a fairly big score, a 6:05. It doesn't look like a huge number, but it's difficult to get scores above 5s in the last couple of days. You know, the judges are really leaving some room in the scale, which I think can be healthy, because I think that inspires the surfers to really put it all on the line. And I quite like it sometimes in the early rounds when they leave that top end of the scale a bit open, and they try to say to the surfers, let's see more, because we know you have it in you.
Yeah, definitely. I was speaking to some of the judges about that, and we know what's coming. You know, we know that we're going to get bigger surf down the track, and that's where we're going to really see, you know, bigger waves, more critical maneuvers, bigger explosive surfing. And I think that's, you know, they're definitely challenging everyone right now. Show us what you got. If you're dropping 6.2s right now, what are you going to do when it turns like 4 foot?
Yeah.
You know, like, so definitely making sure that you don't want to be throwing 8s and 9s or 9s and 10s right now, because what are you going to do when it's like, you know, really everyone's on fire?
And the thing I noticed yesterday from the scores, and I kind of am feeling it this morning as well, is a real emphasis on control. The judges kind of penalising a lack of control in and out of nose rides and rail turns, and rewarding the surfers who are coming cleanly with composure and control out of those manoeuvres.
And technicality. They're really wanting to see, you know, really tight pocket surfing.
Yep.
Whether that's, you know, more performance surfing or traditional nose riding, they're just wanting to see it done and executed in the power in the pocket.
Absolutely, that idea of control and continuous flow, so that movement between the maneuvers, but they want to see that done with speed throughout the entire ride. Style, flow and grace, hugely important things to reference. And of course, like you say, Berlin, it's those nose rides in the steepest section. And talking of steep sections, I mean, those cliff lines, you know, that sandstone dropping away down to the Great Southern Ocean here. It is fantastic. Last year we had the event slightly later in the year, in August into early September, and we were just coming into spring, so the wattle was flowering. You had that yellow coloration, so obviously still deep in winter now, so you won't see that wattle flowering yet, but the water temperature around 12 degrees, so mornings like today, the water's going to feel warmer than the air.
Yeah, definitely it will. And I was wondering actually if we were going to see maybe a little bit of steam coming off the water, because it was, I believe, 7 degrees this morning here, but it said it felt like -1.
Yeah, with the wind chill.
With the wind chill. And so I was hoping, and sometimes you do see that, you know, where the water temperature is warmer, but what a beautiful backdrop and landscape we have here. Look at this beautiful cliffs, red dirt. Can it get any more beautiful?
It's a joy to be here, and the sense of, you know, this being a coliseum of competitive Australian longboarding, the opportunity to walk down those same steps that so many of the greats, like Gail Cooper, who you had the pleasure of interviewing yesterday, that was, for me, the highlight of the day. Listening to you talk to Gail, listening to her modesty, as we can see a last opportunity for Maria Fernanda Reyes. I recommend, if you don't know much about Gail Cooper, you Google, you look, you realize how much of an impact she has had on international surfing, as we see Maria Fernanda Reyes chasing a 6.05. It was a late takeoff. She's taken a fall. There's 30 seconds remaining, so priority will now be sitting with Natalia. She's got a 5.1 and a 6.27. Maria might get the opportunity for this third wave of the set. It's a foamy section for this second wave of the set for Natalia. She walks in and out of some trim. She doesn't get to the nose yet, but she's keeping that footwork active, but that wave was bouncy. Is there going to be a chance in the last 5 seconds for Maria?
It doesn't look like it, and yeah, there was a lot of foam in that last wave, so yeah, it made it a little bit bouncy for her.
Wow,
We'll
big
see
result
what happens with that
for
one.
Natalia. Congratulations, Natalia. Maria Fernanda Reyes didn't get the opportunity to get the score that she needed. So this is the first big shock of the event, to see Peruvian Maria Fernanda Reyes beaten. But congratulations, Natalia. I mean, final words, Berlin, on a rising talent. What a star we have in the making.
Oh, she surfed so beautifully. Really, critical nose rides, beautiful style, nice, nice trim work. I'm really excited to see where her surfing is really suited to this wave.
Well, there we go. That was a great performance. Congratulations, Natalia. Maria Fernanda Reyes, she'll be coming back strong. We're going to have a break as we celebrate our surfers. Coming up next, it's going to be Sakura Inui from Japan surfing it against Alice Lemoine from France, as we see the waxhead Matt Chernowski coming into the booth with GT Grant Thomas. Stay with us. It's Japan against France real soon.
Welcome back to the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. We're straight into Heat 3 of the elimination round, the women's division. Matt Chernowski, also known as the Waxhead, joined by Grant Thomas, GT, in the booth to call this heat. How amazing is it to have longboarding back at Bells Beach, GT?
Oh, look, it was fantastic yesterday. We had some conditions. Everyone got out in the water, but you look at these conditions today. It's small, but it is made for a longboard. So I'm excited, mate, and yeah, I can't wait to see the action.
Yeah, phenomenal longboard waves. Have got great array of women out there right now, and those heavily glassed single fins seem to be the order of the day, with the rookie taking the win in that last heat, Natalia, putting on a phenomenal performance with backside nose riding. But out in the water, we have Alice Lemoine and Sakura Inui, the 16-year-old from Japan, up against the veteran Alice. And here she is, swinging deep on this one is Sakura in the blue singlet. She gets up and gets an early entry into this, and she can see it racing away. There's not a lot of waves out there. Look at her hugging the inside rail. She goes down. Not a lot of waves out there on offer. It's really important to convert those into points. Or maybe some early heat jitters, GT.
Yeah, everyone can feel and fall victim to that at any point in some time. You add the cold and the wind. As we just have a look at her first wave here, Matt, and nice little nose ride, but you can see a little bit tense and the odd little wobble there. Gets the 10, pulls herself out of that, and as she moves through to the inside there. So, yeah, look, not a bad start. We talked a lot about yesterday about the finishes and how important they are as we can see our surfer in red, Alyssa. Have a look for this one now.
Both these surfers have actually logged in 2 waves each, and this is Elisa's 3rd wave, but nothing of substance yet. That bright pink 9-2. Luffy looking fantastic on the nose. She comes through the whitewash here, and that one spreading a bit wide. And as we have a look, I notice a little bit of a surface chop coming on. That offshore wind is still blowing really strong, but a little bit of a devil wind now blowing into the wave. But hey, those heavily glassed boards won't have any problem motoring through that chop. But what can that add to the surfer, both positively and negatively on the wave?
Yeah, it's something that you, as a surfer, you need to be having in your mind. Like you know, especially at Bells, if you look, there's a little bit of an alleyway at the bottom of the stairs where that wind can rush through. So you can, where they're going to take off now on this one, you can be out of that wind. And as you come down the point a little bit, you've got to be ready for that sort of gust to get you.
Great camera angles there. You can see the tail of that board in the whitewash, and she rides through that section, gets a critical 10 there, comes back from there, that Piccolo Clemente holding into the pocket really nice. She ride out of this, and she does a great job. We'll see if the judges deem that complete, but that's on the inside ledge. We're on approaching high tide in about 40 minutes time, and the inside track is actually becoming quite dangerous. Let's talk through Alice's wave.
Yeah, that pink board's looking fantastic in that sort of darker water. Really nice hang 5 in the pocket there. Beautiful cross-stepping back, so the transition out of that is pretty nice. And as she takes off on another wave now, the girls are getting plenty of work done. I just can't get over that board. Looks beautiful out there. You can see her toes wrapping over the front of the board. A lot of surfers in that moment, not so much at this level, but can take that first 2 steps back and end up in a shuffle to move quickly. So it's great to see the girls are really sticking to that traditional aspect and showing great technique.
And I noticed that these surfers, both of them are actually on those more wide platform-style surfboards with a wider nose as well. And judges have been really adamant on those pocket nose rides. Sometimes that wider nose tends to push you out on the face a little bit more. The ears of the nose can butt you out, with the narrower nose boards seem to be the choice for those critical nose rides. But both these surfers, I would say, equally matched. They're on their forehand. A 4.83 for Sakura on her last wave. 2.97 for Elise, with the score still to drop. The spread of scores, what do you think?
Yeah, look, I think yesterday, not sort of having, without a bad point, I think they got caught up, the judges, a little bit in some of the scores, having them really close together. Like the difference between a 4 and a 5 were sometimes visually you could see it. But as we look, here's her last wave. Nice, and I loved how she dropped down on the nose and she pulled it back up into the wave, and that really critical hang 10 there. So we saw that little shuffle I was talking about back on that one to get her back, but I don't think they're going to pen. I think the criticalness of that nose ride, the climbing and dropping, the judges are really going to like, or they did like.
Wow, lots of waves in this heat, rapid fire. There's been there's long intervals between the sets today, but these women are lucky. They've had lots of opportunity. There's Alice keeping really busy, just chasing a 5.19. Multiple nose rides in that. We'll see what she got done on the outside section. And it looks as though they've moved up the reef a little bit more. That previous heat was sitting on True Rincon, where that smaller swell on the higher tide, you can actually move up a little bit more, and they're surfing the really inside part. But hey, there's lots of opportunity. Someone who iced her opportunities was Natalia Wanderlust. She's with Josh Constable on the glass.
Natalia, after yesterday's performance, you had one great wave yesterday. You surfed really well, couldn't back it up. What was the difference today?
Today I just tried to stay calm and honestly just locked in. And I just wanted to get another wave and use my priority well, but because that's what I kind of messed up on yesterday. But yeah, I feel I did okay.
Yeah, you did great today. After yesterday, it's nice to go away, make those changes, come back and put on a performance like you did today. The surfing was beautiful. How did it feel out there in those conditions?
It was super fun. I think it was one of my best sessions this trip, honestly. It just felt good to get some good waves and lock in some nose rides.
Yeah, well done. We look forward to seeing you in the later heats tomorrow. You've got the rest of the day off. What are you going to get up to? It's a beautiful area around here and lots of places to go surfing. You thinking of another surf?
Possibly. I want to check it, just look around. I haven't seen any kangaroos yet, so I definitely want to go check some out. But yeah, probably just warm up and see what the day holds.
Awesome, and a bit of a shout out to everyone back home in Hawaii. You've obviously got a big fan club. What would you like to say to those guys?
I'm just super grateful for everyone's support. Huge shout out to Craig, Lost Not Found, Haliva Surf Shop, Hurley, my family, and all my friends watching back at home.
Well done. Enjoy the rest of the day. Go get warm, and we'll throw it back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Josh. Nice to hear from the rookie. She was on an absolute tear last year. She took out the LQS in Morro Bay and posted some of the highest heat scores across any of the qualifying events in the world. So really earning her right for the wild card onto the tour. Of course, winning that event not in her region. So it was tense times. I don't think she realised that event wasn't going to equal points. It equaled prize money though. But she did make her way on the tour. Talk us through Elisa's last wave, GT.
Yeah, nice to see. I love those nice little rail turns, as I mentioned yesterday. Brought her right back into the pocket, up and back from the nose, a quick 5 as she holds that again. Really wanting this wave to sort of offer a section to get a bit behind it and really tight in the pocket and quite small on the inside. I'm thinking it's not too far away to see some of those bigger sets. Both the girls are sitting on a mid-range 4 at the moment, Matt, and it's time to probably step it up to give themselves that opportunity for a few more points.
Positive element there, a 4.5 for Elise, so lowering that next wave at 3.67. She's still in second. She's having a look at this, and I mean, just in the first 10 minutes, we've actually seen 8 waves ridden. So very consistent surf right now. And there's Elise, trademark nose ride soul arch there with that right hand above the head. And she's been one of the most standout nose riders in the last few years. But of course, is really solid on her feet, riding out of that one. So that one you'd have to think could be that 3.67. And we'll see what Sakura's getting done on the outside. Little stretch nose ride there. Pulled back camera angle, showing the inside bowl. And can she stay on her feet? She grabs the rail. She does get the completion. And she pin drops out of there, and that's a shallow reef. I walked past her before in the competitors area. She's not too tall, luckily, so hopefully she kept herself off the bottom out there. They were probably 2 of the bigger waves of the heat so far. Elisa's was a really nice nose ride, so I'm definitely, like you said, Matt, she's going to improve that 2.97. Looking for a 3.67. It'd be safe to say I think she's going to go there. I'm interested to see where the judges take it, though. And talk us through the paddle battle. How important is it in waves like this to get back and get that priority? Especially the back end of the heat. This is super important now. It looks like Red's well in front at this stage, and you'd probably put your money on her to get there. But as we hit that back end of the heat, they've traded off on those smaller waves. It's time to kind of drop anchor, as we say, a little bit, wait for those sets and start looking for some excellent rides. So that priority, that is key right now. With this 16-year-old Sakura there, she's waiting for that score update, looking back to her family on the beach. There they are, right there. There's the Carve team manager supporting all of her team riders, including Natalia in that last heat. And that's her sister Kaede, who'll be coming up later on. And then we have Tucker, the brother. All 2 surfers are in the draw. And this is a replay of Sakura's last wave. Or the end section. We'll go through Elise's. Yeah, here we go. Elise, I just love the way those toes wrap over the front of the surfboard. So much speed right there. Once again, that board looking fantastic. Makes her way back. And a nice finish, which we've seen a lot of people struggling with that, how quick you have to retreat, get to the board, and that little roller coaster floater on those single fins. So I think, yeah, I like that wave. Yeah, the judges, some scores are coming in now for it, Matt. So looking like it's more than likely going to be right around that 4.5. Probably her best wave of the heat, looking like it's going to come in just above it. And we have a look at that horizon. You can see the white chops on the outside. This swell comes all the way around from Cape Otway. That offshore wind is blowing back into the waves, pushing it away. So it's amazing that we're still able to get these lines wrapping into Jurak right now. And for, I mean, these longboarders, this is like perfect longboard waves. Score, waiting for one more to drop. Looks like it's going to be the requirement. Only needing a 3.67. The surfer from Reunion Island, the veteran, ISA world champion herself, and she's come very close to clinching the WSL world title. She gets the score of 4.77, and she'll sense an air of relief right now as she makes her way over to Sakura, starting to apply that veteran tactic. And she's put on some great performances over the years. Malibu sticks out in my mind, some of the most phenomenal nose rides, but of course, St. Lou over there in Reunion Island, and that area littered with lefts. When there's a big left, Elise comes into her own. So a very well-rounded surfer, riding the Luffy boards, and she's been one to watch on the World Tour for a number of years. But Sakura, 16 years of age, rides stand-up paddle boards, short boards. She's known frequent all the events that her brother and her sister go to. So you have to say an exceptional talent. And a special shout out to all of her supporters back in Japan. Her mum really likes to, you know, pay an ode to everybody who supports them and just say thanks for that support, because it goes a long way for these surfers. Elise as well, she's got a lot of people back home tuning in and fans around the world. They're waking up early or staying up late to watch their favorite surfers. Here goes Sakura, elegant footwork. Fortunately, coming unstuck there, but didn't have priority, just staying really busy. But fortunate for an early start. 11 waves so far in this heat.
Yeah, interesting to note too, Matt, that Sakura's last wave at 3.97, so it improved her second score of the heat. She's now chasing that 4.44. I just noticed that last set as I watched it roll through, no one took it a little bit bigger wave, and the girls, it just seemed to me they could be just that tiny bit deeper. A few waves in this heat seem a little bit short compared to some of the other ones. So I'll be interested to see if they adjust their positioning. On our screen here, it is a little tricky to see exactly where they are sitting on the point, but in saying that, here we go, there's a great wide shot now. So you can see that little whitewash trail in behind them, and then it really starts to angle towards the beach. So I can't help but feel like a little bit further across could open it up for them, but in saying that, we do get those longer waves that do stretch out there.
And just explain to the viewer, I've got that pulled back ankle. We're surfing Rincon. What's the difference between the bowl and where they're surfing right now?
Yeah, apart from probably, 150 metres, the bowl is over. We're just about to catch the bowl. It's probably in view right about now, nearly where the takeoff point would be on the far left corner of the screen.
And you can see Tucker, the brother of Sakura, in that blue trench coat over on the right-hand side, making his way under the cliff to give some instruction perhaps to Sakura. You can see him, you'll see him on the screen here, just walking up on that little ledge there. Got to be careful though, there was actually a cliff collapse yesterday, just a few kilometers further south of the event site right now. So you can actually see the erosion there. And yeah, it's a real alive. There he is there. So that's Tucker Inui, the veteran longboarder, is the older brother of Sakura. He's got the camera, and he'll be barking instructions on that inside reef because he's right on the inside section of that end section of Rincon.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I don't mind seeing, you know, like as a surfer, it can be often helpful because you get caught up in a moment. So sometimes if you find yourself out of position, it's hard to, and the other surfer's sitting with you, it's hard to really focus on where you need to be. So sometimes just to have that little hand pointing right or pointing left to move across or whatever it may be can really be that little bit helpful.
Yeah, and it's just comfort. A lot of these surfers, you know, they're although they're traveling with a group, you know, you're out there by yourself, battling with the elements. So to have somebody in support with that more expansive view, they're able to give that advice. We're going to go to a break, but stay tuned for the remainder of Heat 3 coming up shortly. Welcome back from Jurak, Bells Beach. We're in Victoria, just an hour and a half from Melbourne, and the Melbourne Flight Camp showing us our contest site for the day. This is Heat 3, the elimination round of the women's. First stop, World Longboard Tour, and Sakura Inui, the 16-year-old Japanese surfer. She's searching for a 4.44, and you can just see her competitor, the Frenchwoman Elise Lemoyne, making her way back out. Some amazing action this morning, and this heat really heating up with another paddle battle GT.
Yeah, here they go. Their heads are down. The arms are paddling. The legs are kicking to try and help with that rhythm a little bit. As we look back to some of the old Australian surf life-saving nipper days, you see the legs moving in the air to help those arms move quicker. So both the girls going. It was Elise that got the battle, won the battle last time, and it looks like it's about to go 1-1 with Sakura flying up the inside.
So you mentioned the legs kicking. Sakura kicking the legs, and Elise with that prone position. Get into that. Talk us through Sakura's wave.
All right, that nice footstep, hanging 5 there. Adjust the back foot a little bit there to help her hold it, and then out of that one pretty quickly as we see Elise now on her wave, up and riding. Patiently waiting to get that nose ride there with a nice hang 5, a nice little hang 10. Readjusts back up to the front of the board and finishes nice and cleanly. So advantage to Elise on that one. And as they paddle back out to see who, looks like Blue's going to have priority. Sakura does have priority as we see some scores about to drop for those last rides.
Yeah, it's you mentioned nippers, obviously junior lifeguards, similar in America. Look at that style there from Elise. So gets that 10, a little wider the pocket though. So the judges probably keeping a lid on that score for that exact reason, but some great technique as well.
Yeah, I'm hoping they reward it a little bit, Matt, because we haven't seen a lot of it this heat. And then obviously if one of the girls can put that same manoeuvre tight in the pocket, that's going to give them an opportunity to really kind of up the ante a little bit, because we're really stuck in these mid-range scores. There we go, last of red, Elise, a 4.77, so increases her lead just a little bit.
Yeah, so matching her other score of 4.77, the judges with an even spread there, equaling out at 4.77. So deeming that not to be overly critical, but rewarding the work done on the wave, but just the positioning, perhaps wanting to get a little bit deeper. As we see more waves, this one just being super consistent, the most consistent heat we've had all morning so far. We'll dissect the judging criteria in a moment, but of course style, flow and grace, the 3 pillars of the criteria being executed here. This is the heat leader so far, Elise Lemoyne. That's a critical nose ride. Oh, she goes down. So using under priority there, so no problems. And using her priority now as the Japanese surfer. Got the wild card into the event. See her just hunting on this one. She gets up to the nose. Little tight 10 there. Stretching through this one. And she somehow shuffles back and is able to wrangle the board. So nice stable surfing there from Sakura. That low center of gravity being the difference in the whitewater.
Yeah, for sure. And dropping that back foot back, as you said, to stretch that out, and it can help her get that little bit more lift as we have a look at this now. So quick little nose ride for that first part, adjust the trim, moves up to the front. We'll see a hang 10, a little quick side hang 10 there, and then, oh gee, she did well to handle that little bit of chop on that one. So nice surfing. Once again, smaller wave, and here's a beautiful angle. Look at that.
So this points out that inside angle can actually be flattering sometimes. This is the realistic size angle, so it's a waist-high wave, but you can see just sort of wider the pocket there, but she gets the 10. But you can see the water holding that tail down. Where Alice slipped out, Sakura got low and drove through the section and was able to control it, which does count for a lot.
And interesting with Alice's wave as well, like we were talking about that wider nose earlier, and you can see as she's coming back, that definitely played a little role in catching as we see her paddling into a little bit bigger one now.
There we go. So live action here with Alice. So little nose ride to get things started. This one, maybe a little more drawn out. No, she goes back and hits that one off the top, and she goes down.
She went down hard.
Yeah, that was a shallow section too, but sending it, trying to break open the scoring and to get above the 5s. Highest wave of this heat so far, that 4.83. Wave number 4 from Sakura, but Alice not far behind with a pair of 4.77. So feeling perhaps they need to add some extravagance to get those scores. Yeah,
well, I think they're really stuck. Like if we look at the scale, you've got a poor wave as a judgment class. As we look at this replay, definitely a bigger wave. So really happy to see her with this. Nice nose ride there. She's got plenty of speed and just not quite getting back in time to get the board up into the lip as we see live.
Now Sakura's just, oh, there we go. Critical nose ride. See the whitewash, that tail back there. Oh, no. And she goes down. So just as you think Elise has made a priority error, Sakura uses her priority, goes down. So I'm going to say it's an even playing game right now. 4-7 run required for Sakura. She doesn't get the score. A 4.4 on that wave before last. What happened on this one?
Oh, it's pretty clear what happened here, but that's the most critical nose ride of the heat by a mile. So really hangs tight and just not getting back far enough. Notice her attention was at the lip and not actually looking where she wanted to go on that. So to have that open up the shoulders, rotate a little bit more on the way down and put that, I guess, the rail closer to the bottom in the wave and the water, it may have got her out of that situation a little better.
She wanted more out of the wave.
Yeah, that's right.
And if we have a look at that criteria today for Rincon, it's a separate judging points for the Bells Bowl, but for Rincon, which is where we are right now, the ability to utilize the whole wave and the board, maximizing the potential. So it's the nose, the tail, the middle of the board, a technical setup with nose rides and clean footwork and the steepest sections available. And of course, style, flow and grace. So the judges really taking note. They don't want those nose rides facing the beach. They don't want those nose rides out on the face. They want it in the steep part of the wave, much like that moment of I guess you could say, danger there for Sakura, where she was hanging 10, the whitewash wrapped around the tail, the board back in the barrel, and that's that element of difficulty.
Here we go. This was just looking at that little wipeout. She was, yeah, that was an unfortunate scenario, really, but it's such a good nose ride. I would have loved to see where that had went.
So yeah, just a 3.73 for that single nose ride. So, I mean, if she's caught a lot of waves, that was her 9th wave. And in this heat so far, unbelievably, 17 waves surfed. So that's Kiani Canulo coming up in the next heat. Goofy footer, beautiful style. She'll take a lot of inspiration, you'd have to say, from Natalia, fellow Hawaiian, who took out her heat the one before and took out the veteran Maria Fernanda Reyes. But 4:20 left on the clock, a little quiet ocean. We'll still see another set, you'd have to say, come in. I mean, I'm amazed at how consistent it's been. The tide is still approaching the high tide. It's about 20 minutes away, and to see the waves still rolling in here at Bells Beach is a phenomenal choice to be on today.
I think the judges you look at the scores and they're all really close, but I think they're sending a clear message, because there's been some really well-waved surf that was small around that 3 to 4 mark as I look down through the scorecard, and pretty much the biggest waves, even some they've fallen off on, they've been getting similar scores. So it's showing if they can complete one of those bigger sets, the judges are happy to throw up into that 5 and 6 point range.
Sakura just keeping really busy. So just keeping the wave tally up, and you can see Alice looking back, just monitoring her competitor. She's needing a 4.71. And I have to say, I don't think this is going to be it. That one about the knee-high size, and maybe a little bit of inexperience coming in here in the final 3 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, I'm really waiting to see one of these girls' heats where someone just sits, waits for sets, and surfs them. They're on the world tour. They've got the ability. They've got to back themselves, you know.
The veteran Alice just making her way back over to Sakura. Going to sit on her. And here we have a little line, but there's more out the back too. This could be an exciting finish. And she's going to maybe decide, yep, lets her go on this one. Can't see much potential. Trying to play that game. And right now, what sort of veteran moves is Elise trying to pull there on Sakura? Just explain that to the audience.
Well, I think she understands Sakura's quite young. So Sakura's chasing a score. So she wants to be in that pocket. I still look at Elise's surfing and think, if I was her, I'd be thinking I need a better score myself a little bit. So I wouldn't be taking a wave. Obviously, I want to prevent her, but none of her scores have really hit that mark as yet. One of her scores is the 4.83, but it was on a much bigger wave. So I'd be happy to probably roll my dice and back myself a little bit to let her take that smaller ride. I think the judges are going to find it really hard to go up to close to that 5 point range on a knee-high wave.
Yeah, and you'd have to say Elise is still looking to get one good one herself, but a nice veteran decision there. And see a little bit of that side wind, but it hasn't really played too much of a factor in this heat negatively. In fact, it may have actually roped in a few more waves. And look at that one, Elise just paddling over, and she's going to go sit wide with that priority, you'd have to say, and make sure she capitalises. And here we go. They're really deep right now. She might pull the trigger on this, but there's waves behind it. having a look. So the surfer in red, she has the right of way. She knifes this one. It's early entry, straight up onto the nose. For another nose right here, carves that one back. Nice, elegant setup. She gets the footwork started 5. Beautiful close-up angle there of the toes really far over the nose. She kicks out of that one. I mean, can't see that one really blowing the heat open, but nice complete wave.
Yeah, to me it just looks like more of the same.
Yep.
You know, I think someone's really got a chance at it, but it looks like we've got bigger sets approaching right here, right now. You can see the other girls actually sitting out by the buoy, and I noticed those waves that the girls that, Elise just caught, that was a good section in behind her. So this one looked maybe a little bit wider, but here we go, much bigger wave. Here's her chance with 50 seconds to go, Matt.
Sakura Inui, the 16-year-old, has a chance to cause an upset here against, Alice Lemoyne. And she goes down with 40 seconds remaining. She might clinch priority if she can get out there and get one more. She looks at the watch, and she'll know that she just has seconds left. I'd like to get the pullback angle on that to see where it all went wrong, because she had no stress with Alice around her.
Yeah, that was a bigger size wave. Here we go, looking back at Alice's wave, and nice nose ride. One of the bigger, nice cutbacks of the actual heat so far. A little bit more of a critical nose ride, and then the wave not giving her too much opportunity.
And this is a replay of Sakura's last wave, and that one just breaking ahead of her. She gets on the tail. And just kicks out of that one.
Yeah, I feel like as she walked back from that nose ride, she missed that opportunity to get in that speed zone in that middle third of the wave to really... She still might have been caught behind the whitewash, but I'd say she would have come round that. So, unfortunately for her, great event, great experience, and obviously some glimpses of some really good surfing.
Yeah, Elise dropped a 5.2 on her last wave, so extended that requirement for Sakura, and that won't be the score. A 4.4 comes in. So the veteran, Alice Lemoyne, holds on to victory in a very busy heat of waves. She'll count that as a very relaxing moment in her Bells campaign. We'll go to a break, but we'll be back shortly for Heat 4, Kiani and Emma Peria. Welcome back, Elise Lemoyne, the French woman taking that one out from Reunion Island. Scrappy heat. We had almost 20 waves surfed in that, but she gets it over the rookie, Sakura Inui. Matt Chinoski in the booth, joined by Grant Thomas. And here we are at Durack, Bells Beach. The Visit Melbourne Flight Camp, showing us our contest site. Amazing morning of surfing, GT, so far.
Yeah, amazing morning. Can't believe the amount of waves surfed in that heat. That they just kept coming in, and it's quite funny. I was talking to one of the judges this morning, and he's like, at least there's only 2 people heat. In the 3-person heat yesterday, we had 27 waves caught, and then all of a sudden the girls have gone and caught 20 as we see Blue up and riding Emma Perrier.
From Evans Head, the Australian with a lot of support down here. She kicks that leg rope away. That one of the biggest waves we've seen in the morning, hovering around the shoulder to head high mark. And she'll be up against Kiani Kanulo, the Hawaiian surfer, powerhouse. See Kiani out there from Waikiki, and she's out there on a Kaya Salas board. Last year she put in a great performance, but got a little bit bigger and was unable to capitalize on a victory. But it's a replay of Emma's first wave. You can hear the crowd going wild.
Yeah, I like that bottom turn with the 2 steps out of it. Really throws you forward up into the wave, but just off the corner of the screen, she wasn't too far. Maybe just a little bit of an extended sort of weave and a second, and then some couple of steps. I think she might have had a chance to get there. But like you said, biggest wave I've seen come through in a little while. Yeah,
it's instinctively when the wave closes out, the surfers want to get back on the tail, but you actually have to step forward to get that momentum on a single fin. And there's the lineup here at Bells Beach, and we are almost at the base of the Great Ocean Road, and you can see the beautiful landscape there. And it's Bells, Winky to the left, up around centre side, and so many waves north and south of here, and more waves on the way too, Grant.
Yeah, fingers crossed that forecast. As I was talking to Adam Robbo this morning from Surfing Victoria, and he's like, yeah, it is going to get better. We'll wait to see because of that west direction in the swell, though. They're calling 5 foot. It might be more like 3 to 4 and things like that. So definitely there's something coming. So we're not going to be wave starved. It's just a matter of when it turns up on the day and that angle and how good it'll actually look.
And the good thing is that that tide, we are now on our way back down from the high tide. The wind hanging in there, beautiful offshore conditions. Perfect single fin longboard surf here at Rincon, which is named after, I guess it's very similar counterpart, Rincon in Santa Barbara. And the cold water of the booties also adds a similar visual appeal to what you would get over at the Queen of the Coast there on just off the highway and a couple of hours north of Los Angeles. And a lot of these surfers may not have surfed Rincon, but they're very familiar with places like Malibu.
Yeah, Malibu, a beautiful wave. I haven't surfed Rincon myself, Matt, but I've definitely had a couple of sessions out at Malibu, which was
Rincon's no good.
Yeah, I bet not. And to be honest, if you need the booties and the steamer, I'll take your advice on that one, mate. But yeah, Malibu, a beautiful wave in itself on all types of board. You know, obviously it gets crowded and things like that. But I've had the pleasure of surfing it at a couple of different sizes. But biggest was probably about just overhead, and on a little twin fin and stuff like that. It was magic.
And of course, Bells Beach providing waves from knee high to triple overhead. We've both surfed some phenomenal surf, but someone who will be looking to fire when the waves get a little bit bigger is Alice Lemoyne, who's on the glass with Belen.
That's okay, we'll stay like that. Hi, Belen here with Alice Lemoyne. Sorry, we had her hand in my armpits trying to stay warm right now. Alice, tell us about the conditions out there. It looks like it's changed a bit.
Yeah, it's super difficult. Like with the wind, it's like super offshore. So it's like when you saw the wave, you see like, oh, it's gonna be the good one, but with the wind, and you cannot see, like, it was super hard, but I'm happy to make through.
It is difficult to be able to see down the line, especially on the nose, and you can't see anything down there. So you've had some young blood nipping at your feet. It's not gonna get any easier as you progress into the next round. What are you thinking about for the next round? Where's your mindset at right now?
Yeah, I just want to take my nerve from this heat because it was super difficult. So I just want for the another round to have some 2 good waves and have fun and that's it.
Kind of get the nerves out, right? You're not used to going into a repertoire kind of second round, so this must be a little bit of a head mess for you right now.
Yeah, for sure. It's super hard to be in an elimination round, but yeah, I make it, so I'm pretty happy. And the conditions looks like super good for the rest of the day, so we're gonna have some good condition.
All right. Do you want to say anything to the homeland in France? Because everyone's awake now.
Ouais, je vous fais un gros bisou à tous ceux qui se sont réveillés cette nuit pour me regarder, à mon coach Johan qui n'a pas dormi de la nuit, je crois, pour être là avec moi, et ma maman, ma famille, Luca, tout le monde. Je vous aime et j'espère aller loin. Et cette série, on oublie et on va de l'avant. Allez, je vous aime.
All right. Well, best of luck in the next round. I hope you have fun. All right. And back to you, boys in the booth.
Thanks, Berlin, and a very relieved and stoked Alice there, who will no doubt be warming up as that wind picks up. It is pretty icy cold down here, Grant. It's hovering around the 10-degree mark. I think it feels a little bit colder sometimes with that wind chill.
Yeah, it definitely feels cool. Today I'm feeling it right now, even though we're in the booth, Matt. In my feet, through my shoes, I need some thermal socks or something along those lines. Like I'm feeling it in my toes right now, and the hands are a bit cool. But I tell you what, when the waves are coming in, the action is keeping me warm.
And interestingly enough, yesterday we had a lot of wind swell, but today we do have a 14-second west-southwest ground swell, which is creating those really clean lines. And that last heat, obviously an anomaly with so much consistency. This heat, back to normal with no real waves of significance, just that one set to get things started. I mean, you'd be forgiven for thinking these girls are about to get a lot of waves, but those heats earlier, 5 to 10 minute intervals, and this was a scoring wave a couple of heats ago. High tide, you can see the reverberation bouncing off the cliff. So a few different changing elements in this heat. Yeah,
you combine that sort of wind as it comes around to blow into the face a little bit more, and then with the high tide and like the little backhorsey bouncing coming off the rocks. There's some tricky moments out there, and it's up to the surfers to be looking not just, you know, a couple of metres in front of their board, but and just having that bit broader vision and seeing what's coming so they can make those adjustments, stay on and finish those all-important rides.
For sure. And yeah, there's Emma Perrier right now, the rookie on the tour, qualified through the LQS over in Burleigh Heads, and that's part of her supporter crew right now. You can see the breasts on that male there. Emma actually runs a charity event, the Breast Comp Ever, up there at Evans Head. Yeah. She's the president of Evans Head Longboard Club and current equal leader of the Board Riders Club with her boyfriend, interestingly enough, Billy. They spread the points between both of them. So I wonder who'll get the jump at the end of the year. Emma will be traveling the world tour, so you'd have to say the boyfriend, Billy, unless he's in attendance at all the events, he might be staying home to take the crown of the Board Riders Club.
He's in the box seat.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be happy. Yeah, off you go, darling.
Bittersweet, yeah.
Oh. You know, good luck.
Yeah.
And then claim all the chocolates before she gets home. That sounds like a great idea.
Of course, no waves around the Evans Head region. Everyone just heads straight up to Byron, bypasses that mid-north to north coast region. One of our judges, Keenan Roxburgh, is a fixture on the Australian longboard scene. His dad, Phil Roxburgh, you know, rest in peace, was a great ode to the longboard community over the last 3 decades. But it's really nice to see Evans Head represented. Great surfers coming out of there, including Isaac Fields as well, and Callum Robson as well. But here goes Emma, her chance on the world tour. A nice little drop knee redirect. That Tolhurst looking lively. Ooh, that was an interesting nose ride off the side of the rail. She gets the booty over there and readjusts on the inside, and she stays on her feet. Just completes on that inside ledge.
Yeah, she's got the support crew there. Yeah, definitely. She had that first wave, Emma, and now she's still looking to me a little bit nervous, not super relaxed, and that was really visible in those nose rides, as she probably didn't quite even get right to that tip of the board a couple of times, but still a wave ridden. 18 minutes to go. It's still going to put some pressure on Kiani, because she wouldn't be seeing all of that right now, and the fact that her competitor's taken off on 2, she'd be thinking, I need a wave.
That's a very great point. She'd be getting nervous thinking that Emma carried that one all the way through. Let's have a look at the Bioglan replay.
Yeah, so she gets those cross steps in. Once again, a little short of the nose. A nice bottom turn trim and sort of redirect with the speed. Little drop knee cutback as she comes up here. This is the nose ride we mentioned earlier. It's a bit off cue there. She's looking quite good off the tail of the board, but to move these scores up, she's going to have to make sure she gets up to the front.
We'll call that a rail ride.
Rail ride, yeah, I like it.
Actually really difficult to do. If you try and plan that out, I don't think it'd go. A hang 5 is actually easier, I think, because it's centered. But here she goes again. Got the priority back. Kiani pulling the trigger on one. It didn't eventuate. So priority mistake there for Kiani. There's a hang 5. You can see the booty over the front. Close up, fast feet, she's energetic, perhaps warming up a little bit. Nice drop knee there, and stable, active surfing there from Emma.
Yeah, we can really hear that support crew. Probably the biggest support crew of the event so far for her. I can still hear them in the background, so fantastic there for her. Another bigger ride. I'm very interested in Red not taking that to see where she was. Probably a little far out. So as we have a look at this one, Matt, cross steps. This time we get that nice, I like the point over the front of the nose. Adds that little bit of element of bit of ballet-esque type surfing. Coming back, nice drop knee carve. So that wave compared to her last two defined manoeuvres, the drop knee, the nice hang 5, it's going to be her best score.
Yeah, Kiani actually took off on a wave momentarily before that and didn't eventuate into anything. So she was paddling, lost priority, handed it straight back over to Emma. So unfortunately for Kiani, depending on what this comes in, a priority error. We're approaching the halfway mark. Not many waves in this heat. She'll be hoping for a flurry of waves towards the end, but even on the slower heats, they were still coming in. Most surfers were catching 4 to 5 waves. So still definitely a long way from over for Kiani. And she's a talented surfer. Those Kai Salas boards looking really connected. She's got a 9-4 Kai Salas Longboard Co. And she's riding the Kani Tsunami model, the Tsunami, and that's in a poly. So it's not the Thunderbolt composite material. So that'll be sitting in the water really well. It'll handle the chops. At this point, perhaps just backing herself, and she's got to start riding waves.
Yeah, she does. But as you said, 15 minutes gone. I think there's probably been, well, there's been 4 waves scored, and 3 of those pretty much having a little bit of scoring potential. So she's going to have her opportunity, but she would be sitting there. The feet would be getting cold, and the pressure slowly starting to mount with Emma's last wave scoring at a 4.5. So
yeah,
that was probably close to the second highest score of the last heat. I think our server had 4.77. So with 15 minutes to go, I'm sure Emma would like to replace it, but she's sitting in a good spot.
Yeah, and Kiani needing a 6.5. That's going to sound like a really big score, considering that you've watched your competitor get a couple all the way to the beach, but perhaps you need to take some solace out of that as well and go, hang on, she's only got a 4.5 and a 2.5. She's been really busy. We're talking from a competitor's perspective here as you scan out. That's what the surfers are looking at right now, that big horizon, just hoping, willing, wishing for waves. We're going to go to a bonsai brew break, and we'll be back for more action very shortly.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Victoria, Melbourne, every bit different. By Bonsoy, the official milk of WSL. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Events, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic.
Heat 4, we're into the second part of the elimination round right now. Emma Perrier from Evans Head has got the lead from Kiani Canulo from Waikiki. We're here at the beautiful Bells Beach, also known as Jurak. Grant Thomas in the booth, myself, Matt Chinosky for the call. Some beautiful surfing so far, but it's the Hawaiian who's yet to really fire any shots in this heat.
Yeah, she'll be starting to get on, it'll be in her thoughts, a part of me right now. 11 minutes, 40 seconds. We mentioned earlier, we do have this long period swell, although we've seen some really consistent times. When we do see those in these long period swells, we can also see the longest lulls that sit on the back of them. So she'll be sitting out there. She'll be confident enough to know that if she gets the opportunity, like she could get the 6-5 in one score, no doubt. But as time ticks, it just slowly eats away at you as the competitor, and it's only the strongest that survive that.
And we'll have the local girl, B. Conroy, coming up next, and we'll see if there's any local knowledge out there that she can put into action against Rachel Tilley, and both regular footers who'll be looking to get through that elimination round. But look out there right now, perhaps the boyfriend, Carla, of Kiani, who's just keeping a tight eye on things and maybe just indicating that takeoff spot with that offshore wind and that long period swell. As you spoke about before, Grant, you can drift off the location without even realizing, especially if you don't know where that boil is. And at high tide right now, you can see it just behind it, that little round circle there of chop. That's where the rock ledge is. So she is in the right spot. Just got to will for a wave right now, and a bit of action here. Kiani does have priority. One paddle, is she going to commit? She's looking. And interesting, Emma trying to sell her on that one. Got to be careful in that exact situation.
I was about to say that, because the fact she's even looking at it and she's sitting inside of Emma could be the cause of Emma saying, hey, I'll let it go, because she was paddling half towards it. So once again, it's nearly a block right there, which will be interesting to see what the judges say. I don't think it's quite there, but a couple more paddles with intent, and all of a sudden that could actually see her in some real trouble.
Yeah, camera angles certainly make it look a little more sinister than it might look from about 400 meters away where the judges are. But, I mean, they're the idiosyncrasies that can flip a heat right now. Kiani can't lose priority, needs to hang on to that, because the waves few and far between right now. Just that 0.5 and up and off, and Bell's going pretty quiet right now. We are on the peak of that high tide. You can see a little bit of that backwash hitting when the sets come. It'll rebound back off, makes that inside a bit tricky, which is also just another factor to counter in, because it's been a long interval of waves.
I think something Kiani should think about in this situation is that with these longer period swells, there is more than one set wave. So at some point in this time, as long as you can't see it coming, there could be an opportunity to get herself a 2 or to get herself a 3, and then back herself to outsurf, because there's going to be at least sort of 3 waves in one of those sets. So at some point, it's whether she's going to back herself to wait for the set, and then hopefully she's got enough time for the little 2 or 3 at the end, which looks like that's what she's doing. But you can always flip that scenario yourself with the right game plan, and think, well, maybe I'll just get the 2, I'll match her 2, and I'll know there'll be one more set, or there has to be another set, and then I outsurf her then. So
your patience is key right now. She does need a wave of significance, maybe just to match perhaps that 4.5 from Emma. And the stylish, goofy footer. She'll be getting cold out there right now, over 20 minutes sitting out there in the lineup. Water temp about 55, air temp about 50 right now. So for the Hawaiian, considering that the water temp's just completely different, that's going to be quite a shock to the system.
100%, and even looking at her in those last couple of close shots, there's been quite a few sort of semi-anxious looks back as we see Rachel Tilley getting ready for the next. You can feel it, it's cold out there.
The red feet, give it a little shake right now.
She's keeping them off the sand too. I don't know if the sand would be warmer than the air though. I'm interested.
And there's B. Conroy behind her, that beautiful Sharma Buttonshaw longboard. See that beautiful resin swell there, locally made Torquay longboard, and actually 2 of the most epic custom-made boards in the draw right now. That Josh Martin for Rachel Tilley, and that Sharma Buttonshaw is Beatrice Conroy, the local girl. She gets the wild card into the event, and hopefully can put on a show for us. who knows, maybe that heat will get a little bit more of a flurry as well, GT.
Yeah, it tends to go in those motions. Sometimes we see with these, I know when it was 20-minute heats, it was always one heat on, one heat off, and now you have the 30 minutes in these World Tour events for the longboarding. It's kind of like the back end of the heat or the front end of the heat, and then, you know, so you can kind of, as a coach, sometimes you'll sit there and kind of play around with that, as we see up and riding now, surfing red.
Nice footwork there from Kiani. Tight nose ride, beautiful style, and that's what she's waiting for. Doesn't look cold at all, and that's a terrific opening wave just to get the points on the board. Didn't look cold, looked committed and strong.
Yeah, probably that. Obviously, one of the best nose rides of the heat, no doubt. A nice little rail turn. It's going to 6 minutes to go. She's right back in it.
Yeah, and let's talk through the subtleties of this one.
The nice 4 steps, really close together on the nose, and in that steeper section that lined out in front of her. A nice little sort of, I guess, a bit of a knock-knee sort of bottom turn there, and then putting the board back on rails. So if we look back to Emma's first, or sorry, her better scoring ride, it was 2 solid manoeuvres, the hang 5. And then the same similar sort of 1 turn to exit the wave, and very similar there. I'll go out on a limb and say the nose ride was a little bit more critical, and the rail turn, yeah, probably
flow.
Yeah, had the flow. Looked really steady. She looked smooth. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if this went in that exact same range, perhaps a bit higher.
Yeah, so Emma kept really busy on her wave. We think back to the 4.5, which feels like an eternity away right now. Was trying to get a lot done, but in the process only achieved a quick 5 and a little drop knee slash. Kiani, a bit more purposeful, maybe a slightly heavier board, looking good in the wind. But, you know, there's Carlo, the boyfriend, traveling with Kiani over here right now, and Kai Takayama next to him. The boyfriend's actually Clay, Honolulu's boyfriend, next to Kai as well. So it's it's the boys club down there supporting.
Yeah, the team's on the beach, and that score's come in 3.9.
Wow. Okay. So
yeah, I get it. A couple of 4s thrown in that score line. So obviously a little bit smaller wave.
And it did close out as well.
And it did shut down. So yeah.
And we are looking at the flattering camera angle, looking into the wave as well. The judges are sit right back on top. They've got all the angles. They've got more angles than we do as well to analyze that. But now we're needing a 3-1-1. But Emma Perrier with priority, she's going to drop a 2.5. So you're going to have to say, Kiani, if she can match the 3.9 at least. Here she goes, paddling for this one. The Hawaiian, under 5 minutes to go. It's a smaller wave. She gets some footwork here. Nice nose ride. That's a committed nose ride in a tight section. You can open up, a little bit of a wobble there. Looking for the section here. Nice carve, gets the rail engaged. Gets shallow in here, but she goes through the backwash really nicely. Finishes on her feet. At the base of the cliff too. So they're a long way up the reef there, GT. Early thoughts?
Early thoughts. If I look at her last wave, a 3.9, I'm going to say it could get the 3.11. I don't think it's as good as the 3.9, but is it, you have to then look back, is it better than Emma's 2.5?
Yep.
Yes, it is, for sure. So I think it might get her the score. I think there was probably a little bit more potential in the wave in how she could have approached it as we have a look at it now. So just as per usual, the girls all on this outside section are looking pretty good. It's when they move to the inside after that nice hang 5 where their decisions are really coming into play. So she's got that speed. She may have missed a little opportunity for a second nose ride then, but she almost sort of, yeah, I think she's probably missed a little bit, and then in her indecision, she's missed a little end section, little readjustment as well as we look at this slow-mo.
She gets the score. This is a 3.3, which falls right in. Here goes Emma, looking to drop a low of a 2.5, now needing a 2.7, a little combo there, drop knee, and she manages to hang on and pokes the nose. So we'll see what happened on the outside of that. But the answer back, 3 minutes to go. There may be a flurry of waves towards the end of this. This is coming right down to the pointy end, GT.
I know it's by far not the best waves or even, the best surfing due to probably the waves a little bit of the event so far, but it is the closest and the tightest right now as we will wait for that replay to come of Emma Perrier's last wave. It'd be interesting to see what she got on the outside. She's only got to improve a 2.5. She only needs a 2.7. And 2 minutes 40 to go. Here we go. Oh, no, that's her.
Under priority.
She's all back out.
Yeah, on the inside section. And we'll wait for these scores to start coming in right now. But Kiani, she's going to think she needs another wave, and there is one. There's two, actually. So first wave, Emma may go. It looks like there's even more lines out the back. This is going to be very interesting. And Emma's going to go for that inside section. Doesn't think there's going to be a third one, and you don't blame her for it as well. And here goes Kiani. Can she get into it, though? Red. Oh, no. Looks like she missed it on the outside, and we're going to go with Emma right now. A little rail nose right there. There's a more committed hang five. Red misses that set wave in the final 2 minutes. And this one's going to be another opportunity. The nerves will be coming in right now. She needs a score of 3.38. Emma did do enough to get into the lead. There's a nose ride. Oh, she goes down with 1:40 remaining. Missed the set wave. Falls off on that one. And it looked like it was open as well. So a mistake there from Kiani. 2 mistakes in the dying moments. Will there be another answer?
I think there's
She's got to get priority back. They haven't awarded it yet. If you can see, both these surfers in line, not out the back. So it's a fixed priority right. It's an open priority right now.
Yeah, I think as we look back, here we go. This is the last wave of blue. This is not the wave she got the score on earlier. Once again, not quite over the front of the board. That one's a little bit nicer then. 2 quick nose rides, not quite completing that wave. And the surfer in red, wow, this had the score all over it, Matt. Nice hang five, and it's just these critical moments in a heat where it just happens sometimes. Nerves, the tenseness of it. We've got another wave coming in for red. For blue.
She does have the priority, Kiani, though. A 2.67 for Emma on her last, so it wasn't enough, but she is into the lead, needing a 3.38 for Kiani. 40 seconds remaining. Tense times. Looks like a couple of little lines, but can't see them getting there in time. And what a bummer missing that set wave.
Yeah.
And that's the family there of Emma Perrier and the supporters. They're clutching her. You can see the nerves.
Nan saying it's going flat.
Yeah.
15 seconds. Like, if you look back to Emma's wave.
Kiani paddling for this one. She's going to need it. 10 seconds remaining. She gets an opportunity. Only needing a 3.38. She gets to the 5. Locked in 5. Is it going to open up for her? And she hangs on. She gets that opening nose. It may not be enough yet. A little turn to straighten out. She's going to go right under the reef, and she'll ask the question to the judges.
Oh, wow. This heat had everything. Lots of opportunity. I can't help but feel that obviously the last wave of Kiani was going to have that score all over it. It was nearly halfway there just on the nose ride.
Yeah.
Probably was halfway there, so that was a real shame. She's got that last wave in the last dying moments of that heat. It's really similar. It's not that far off her threes, you know, so I just think I think it's going to fall just under, and by the sounds of and the scores that have come up on the screen.
Well, that's a talent that belongs on the World Tour. Kiani Canulo, just a few mistakes in that heat, missing those waves, and that's going to sting. 7.2 heat total, and Emma a 7.27. I mean, not a lot of confidence even for Emma to take out of that, because they both caught a lot of waves towards the end, but that's a low heat total. She's going to have to reset and get ready for the third round. We're going to go to a break and bring in Bellin and Sam very shortly.
Welcome back. All you Aussie fans tuning in will be absolutely delighted to see the Evans Head local Emma Perrier take the win there, beating the Hawaiian Kiani Kanulo. Fantastic result for Emma. Kiani, of course, one of the great talents, won the Mexi Log Fest earlier this year, but wow, what a big moment. Berlin Alvarez Kimball, how is it going to now feel for Emma to have taken that clutch win?
Oh, she would be on an absolute high right now. She would know, okay, I've now made it to that next round, first WSL, knowing that, okay, we need to up those scores a little bit more because now we're going into, powerhouses is starting to go down. But she'd be feeling really good and confident right now.
And, for her first season on the full tour, going into that elimination round, coming up against Kiani, an influencer on social media, an incredibly talented longboarder, to have that now psychologically moving into round 3, will that be a positive opportunity for Emma to go really far in this event?
Oh, definitely. She's going to now, kind of look at what her game plan was and maybe adjust it a little bit more as she steps into that next round. I had Kiani's mom actually messaging me right now, so I want to send a massive shout out to her mom just back in Hawaii right now. And here we go.
From one Australian to another, it's Beatrice B. Conroy. She's going to be surfing against Rachel Tilley. Of course, Rachel spent a lot of time out here in Australia. She's the 2015 WSL World Longboard Champion that she won just at age 17, but she studied her bachelor's degree in sports management at Bond University on the Gold Coast, and she did also work for WSL Australia for a while. She hosts the fantastic Double Up podcast with our good friend Shannon Hughes. I know her parents, Glenn, Laurie, they'll be tuning in. Her brother Michael, she rides the Josh Martin boards. Big shout out to Josh tuning in. But let's talk about B. Conroy, of course, winner of the Vic State titles in 2024, as we see Rachel up and riding on the tip. 6 steps to a locked-in lifting nose ride. Great Hoffman Fabrics inlay on her Josh Martin built board, sweeping into a beautiful top turn down carve, back up for a quick touch of the 5, and great footwork, clean, crisp, lively, ending stylishly as well. A very strong start for Rachel.
An excellently fun way to start out. We were talking to Rachel just a little bit ago about kind of what the conditions were looking like and so forth, and how cold it was, and she's getting ready for it. So up and riding, I'll let you walk through Beast First Wave.
On the Sharma Buttonshore boards, a really nice locked-in nose ride there, tight. I love the takeoff on that wave. She got nice and low on takeoff, got high on the nose, then walking up towards the tip again, back to the tail, and a really critical nose ride early in that wave. Very stylish, very elegant, looking like she is familiar with this wave, and of course she is, because she's a local from Point Lonsdale.
Yeah, we had amazing Gail Cooper down here watching B surf yesterday, which was really great to see, that first generation of women from this area come down and support the new blood.
Absolutely, that was a really special moment. I recommend going back on the replay, looking at that fantastic interview we had with Gail Cooper yesterday. Of course, Gail, instrumental, influential. I mean, the impact, having won 14 Victorian state titles and 10 Bells events every year from 1966, only just missing that 1969 event, but representing Australia at the world titles in 64, 66 out in San Diego, and then on to Puerto Rico as well. And, such an icon in women's surfing and surfing. So, that was really special. And someone who is going to be very proud to continue to fly the flag for Australia. She just took the win representing Evans Head. Emma Perrier is with 2006 world champion Josh Constable.
Emma, congratulations, your first win here at the WSL Bells Beach Bioglan Classic. How do you feel? You got an amazing support crew here. We could hear them cheering every wave you got. How did it feel out there in the lineup?
It felt very cold, but yeah, it was very grindy heat, and I'm just sort of glad to get my first win under my belt. Being my first WSL event, it's very nerve-wracking, but it's super exciting at the same time.
And that nerves, did it start to settle down through the heat after you got a couple of waves, or it was all the way to the end? You were up against some stiff competition out there.
Yeah, I feel like it was all the way up until the end, to the point that she took off with 10 seconds to go and only needed a 3, so it was sort of, yeah, the nerves were there the entire way through, because I knew she was very stiff competition as well.
Yeah, well done. And let's talk about that, the support crew you've got down here. Every wave, it was loud on the beach. They're really cheering. You got the whole crew down here from Evans Head. Being a local girl, an Australian competitor, how does that feel?
Feels pretty special to have my family here. So when I got the call up to be on the tour, everyone was buying tickets straight away before I even knew how I was getting down here. Everyone already bought their tickets, so it's pretty cool to have everyone's support here.
Yep. Evans Head, it's a great little local town, so it's great to have them here. Well done. We look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Epic. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Massive result there for B. Conroy, of course, representing Evans Head, of course, home patch of the Roxburgh brothers as well, Ruben and Keenan, and that is really special. And you could see the joy that she was showing.
Oh, yeah. She just looked so happy. You could see it in her eyes, too. You know, it's probably very emotional for her as well. Look at all the whole crew there just throwing up. Yes! You know, that is beautiful to have that much of a family and community support behind you. It really goes to show the person behind, you know, the jersey.
Absolutely, absolutely. And, you know, the fact that she's got that support crew, the fact that they got all the jerseys on, there's the shot. And you could see that, you know, it was cold out there. There's that, you know, after those cold sessions, you know, the pronunciation of you know, the P's is like, we used to do this thing at home in the UK when it got cold. Can you say Peter Piper picked a pickled peppers with after a cold surf? Near impossible when you get that, like, that cold mouth. But it's not cold for Rachel Tilley because she's straight onto the tip in a 10, walks out of that 10, comes back on for a nice 5. Very quick out of that nose ride with grace and control. Trademark down carve turn, arms up, staying poised, great wave selection, still moving right through the inside. Things will be getting shallow, but she's able to touch that tip one more time and just recognizes that she needs to sweep that board away from her.
Yeah, it'll be real interesting to see what they drop for her. Her last wave, her first wave just came in as a 6.5, so I hope she looked like she maybe kind of smacked her shins when she fell off that board, so I hope she's looking okay. And you know what happens when you're really cold and you just slightly touch yourself, it hurts even more, so hopefully she's okay on that. And then some scores just dropped for B. Conroy. Second wave came in as a 4.10 and her first wave came in as a 5. So at the moment, Rachel is only looking for a 2.6, and I'm pretty positive I'll say she's going to get that on that last wave.
Yeah, considering she got a 6.5 on that first wave, it felt like we saw more nose rides on that second wave. Rachel's, you know, so light-footed, so quick, so agile. You know, she still very young. You know, she's clearly got that second world title in her. But look at the composure and the quick-footedness of Rachel.
Oh, very quick, beautiful 5 to 10 there. Just almost catching a little rail, but really, you know, getting back on the board. Nice long 5 there again. You know, just really utilizing all her board right now. Nice open arms, nice swooping turns. Again, back to a quick 5, a little bump on the face of that wave. So she's really navigating that, but her board, you know, really pushes through that bump quite, and it's a little bit lighter of a board.
There's B, live action, walking out with a nice sweeping down carve. She's got a 5 and a 4.10. This looks pretty impressive. I like the posture, right in the pocket the whole time. Good body language, relaxed, composed, but strong through that rail turn.
Yeah, you can see the difference in both of the styles. B, you can see she actually has a little bit lower center of gravity, and you can see the way her board playing through that. When the replay, you'll see, you can actually see that tide sucking back out and creating little warbles through it, and she really kind of powers through that with, you know, just kind of pushing that weight down through that board.
Rachel, 6.33 for that second wave, so a strong start with a 6.5 and that 6.33, and already busy, active for that third wave off the middle of the board there. 6 steps into a nice 10, walks out of that 10, back up for another 5. 6 steps to the tail, nice turn off the top, down to the bottom, back up for a high line, right in the pocket with a 5, with a 10. And the timing of the footwork, ending cleanly with a float, composure, relative to those 6s, that could even go even higher.
She's got like a cat-like style. She really finesse, really quick on her feet as well. We'll do a nice little breakdown when we do the replay on that, but you know, she's already looking at 6.5 and a 6.33. That's already a commanding lead with 18 minutes on the board. So I'm really looking forward to see what B is going to throw back at her. And you touched earlier about having someone like Gail Cooper down here supporting the new blood, and I love and I would love to acknowledge all the women that really paved the way for us, the Linda Bensons, the Joyce Hoffmans, inspired women like Rachel up here and riding on a beautiful 5. Nice. See how she shifted the nose of that board just to kind of keep it back in line and then again back to a 5. Beautiful. Again, nice little turns back in the, just a little bit out on the face there, but then nice nose ride, really in a good line. Again, that little bump right there bouncing around. Nice little, just a little floater right there, just clean exit. Just adding to that beautiful rapport. And then this is her third wave. Again, beautiful 10 on that nice close 10. And that's what the judges are wanting to see. Really nice ankles almost together. And then again, just really stepping back on that. She's got quite a decent fin on that board too, really projecting out of those turns back into a nice 5. And again, the footwork, you can just really see the utilizing of, the toes to engage that back tail, that back half of that tail.
Well, let's find out what the score's going to be real soon. We're going to have a short break and we'll be right back to see if that Josh Martin board under the feet of Rachel Tilley got a higher score than her 2 early 6s. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Surf Coast Shire. Dirac, the original name for Bells Beach in Wadawurrung country that covers 10,000 kilometers squared and includes the fantastic coastal areas between Aries Inlet and Werribee and extends inland to cover Geelong and Ballarat and the surrounding district. And of course, Torquay is the start of the Great Ocean Road, and we're just 10 kilometers up the coast from Torquay as we move into the last 40 minutes of this heat with Rachel Tilley, our 2015 WSL Women's World Longboard Champion, dropping a 5.97 for that last ride, so it didn't replace her 6s. She's got a 6.5, a 6.33. B. Conroy from Australia, based here in Victoria, winner of the Vic State titles this season. She has had a very good heat so far with a 5 and a 4.30. She's chasing a 7.83. It sounds big, but kicking off with that 5 and that 4.3, B's definitely got it in her, riding those locally built Sharma Buttonshaw boards. But up and riding right now, Rachel Tilley, straight locked in with the 5, with the distinctive soul arch, arm arc. And we talked about some of the icons, the legends. the fabric inlay is a Hoffman fabric. Walter, of course, recently passed away. And let's talk about the dynasty, the Fletcher Hoffman dynasty. How important is that in surf culture?
The Hoffman dynasty is amazing. So yeah, unfortunately, my condolences out to Dibby and Herbie Fletcher as well. You know, he was Dibby Fletcher's father, and as well Joyce, part of the Joyce Hoffman. You know, was a women's world longboard champion as well. Amazing, and yeah, so they created the fabrics, and you know that family is just royalty. Herbie Fletcher, Christian Fletcher, Nathan Fletcher. You know, and then you've got all of, you know, that whole side of it, and then the women longboarders as well that have come through that. Go ahead.
And well, young Indy Hoffman, Aaron's daughter, she's a fantastic young longboarder. So we look forward to the possibility of seeing her on the world stage in the next few years as well.
I am super excited to hear that. Yeah, it's a strong bloodline, you know, and family. And then, you know, you get women like Linda Benson, who still goes down to the events and supports women, like Rachel Tilley, beautiful, drawn out, so large there, nice slow down for everyone to watch. Just jumping off going, yep, this is not going to do anything for me. But that was just, that photo, if someone got it, will be absolutely beautiful, nice in the pocket. But yeah, like I was saying, having a 2015 Women's Longboard Champion out in the water, we get like Linda Benson come down and support the women. She's still surfing. You know, you see her ride a stand-up paddle out at Cardiff Reef. And a lot of these women as well back in the day, you know, they had their own models through like Hobie.
Yep.
And it was just exceptional. And to see them still be a part of women's longboarding, so I would love to definitely acknowledge those women before, because they do get lost.
Yep.
In the current youth
Yep.
of surfing. So without them and their dedication, it was hard back then. And you know, if it wasn't for someone like Simmons getting creative and creating two boards for women back in the 40s to do like lighter boards on balsas, women's surfing would not have progressed, I think, as quickly as it has. And there's a really beautiful article, I believe it's a 1964 Surfer with Linda Merrill on the cover, and it talks about Y Girls, and it talks about the whole progression of what it was like for being a woman surfing in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, and they're projecting in the future. And now look at what we got here. We got a full Women's World Longboard Tour. So thank you to all the sponsors in WSL for giving these women an amazing platform to showcase the talents that they do have on longboards.
Absolutely. And of course, the Australian National Surfing Museum in Torquay, a great opportunity to interpret, appreciate the legacy of those great women, those trailblazers, and really to learn your roots, learn your history, learn the people who have come before. It's important to carry that forward, especially for young surfers.
It is so important to know where your history comes from, and really acknowledge the people who really did pave the way, and acknowledge, you know, the custom-made boards, you know, out of the blanks, and the and like the fins, and really really doing odes to those that, you know, really didn't have wetsuits and trailblazed it all.
Absolutely. And looking back on some of our previous world champions, it's been Soleil Erico from California winning back-to-back world titles. Honolulu Bloomfield won back-to-back world titles in 2019. Soleil, her first one was in 2018. Honolulu got her first one in 2017, but right now, up and riding, 4 steps to the tip, locks in a 5, B. Conroy. Beautiful cutback there out of that nose ride. Takes a high line, trimming quickly, back up for a stalling maneuver on the nose with a nice wrap of the toes, and then a little readjustment, cut back, and then kicks out cleanly, looking to get a 7.83 or drop that 4.30 to improve her chances of knocking away at that big score. But that was some really composed, stylish surfing from B.
That was really beautiful surfing. And we'll see in this replay, you can see how soft her knees are, and when she does get to the nose, or when she is cross-stepping, you can see the bounce in the wave, but her knees really kind of absorb that whole thing. And there is, you know, a saying, just really stay soft in the legs and in the knees. And you can see that right here when she gets up there. It kind of gets a little bit of a bounce. That is a really beautiful, nice transition to that tail of a cutback. And then just setting her line, looking for the nice, perfect part to put her to get a little nose right there on that one. And again, just nice surfing, in that inside just kicking out, opting. All right.
And talking of our previous Women's World Longboard Champions, USA, Hawaii have been dominant. It was 2014, our last Australian winner, Chelsea Williams.
Yes, Chelsea Williams. She is an absolute legend. She's now creating films in production. and she's still surfing a fair bit. She's been up the coast a little while. I haven't seen her in a while, but man, she worked so hard to get that world title.
Yeah, those battles between Kalia Moniz and Chelsea Williams over that period between kind of 2012 and 2014 at Ryuan Hainan on the left-hander. They were incredible finals and showdowns.
Oh yeah, two goofy footers just going to town on it as well. And I was so happy for Chelsea because she just really, she worked hard for it, and she deserves it because she surfs it so good. You see her at its snapper when she was younger. She'd be one of the only girls taking off behind the rocks, grabbing rail, pulling into these gnarly barrels, and you know, still being able to hang 10 and everything in really tight positions as well. So I'm glad she won that.
Coming up next, Emily Curry is going to be surfing against Kira Molnar. Emily has won 20 national titles as both a longboarder and a shortboarder from Bude in Cornwall in the southwest of the UK. Our European qualifier, having had a great season on the WSL European Longboard Tour, representing a very historic British brand, Gull, a pioneer of wetsuit making around the world from the mid-60s. So it's great to see heritage represented there for Emily Curry.
Yeah, she's an academic as well. You know, she's trying to finish her PhD. She's actually just finished wrapping up a film, a documentary. She's surfing, I guess, royalty in England for the women in surfing as well.
Up and riding, be nice, sweeping top turn, good subtle poise, great footwork. I love the control, the nuances of that walk in and out to the trim spot further up the board. Is she going to find the nose? She is. Great tight footwork in the front third of that nose as she just comes out of that last nose ride and demonstrates it wasn't the biggest or longest wave, but incredible composure, control, style, grace, and the way she fitted in those tight cross steps into that last nose ride was really nice and clean.
It was really beautiful. You could see that boil back, you know, simmering out the back, and normally is when you see that boil, give us a little bit of insight as to what happens when that boil goes down. Is that meaning that the set's coming?
Yeah, that there's movement in the ocean, there's motion in the ocean as we get the replay. What about the footwork here? So there's no nose ride early, good footwork, but what I really love is the tight footwork into the second chance for a nose ride.
Let's have a look at that nice turning there into this beautiful, nice, a lot of steps to get to the nose, which is really nice, you know, just really controlling that flow. And again, you can see that little nice pivot of from the toes to the heels on those turns, which is, you know, just really working the whole board and really showing a lot of grace and flow. Beautiful. You don't see a lot of steps at the moment getting to the nose. It's quite big, you know, not shuffles, but quick, larger steps. And that was really, really, really nice style coming from our local girl, B. Conroy.
She's going to be pleased about the way she's surfing. That board looking good. That, you know, demonstrates why she deserves to be here on the world level. The tight footwork, and as you can see, a little bit of a paddle battle for priority. It looks like B has gained priority as we go into the Melbourne flight cam. We of course look down the coast. We have those distinctive sections. We're surfing at Rincon on the lower tide. We might get a little bit of the odd set breaking at the Bells Bowl, but with these smaller tides and this smaller swell, it's likely to be Rincon for most of the day. Some of the free surfers have gone down to Winky Pop just to the right of your screen. I saw a lot of the local crew paddling out there an hour ago, and Mia Waite and Jack Tyro, who competed in the trials at Torquay 2 days ago, they were all having a free surf down there. So great to see the youth here represented, being inspired, watching the best, because this is the stage they want to be at next year when we come back to Bells.
Yeah, I love Mia Waite surfing. She's such a sweet, sweet surfer. Like, gorgeous style, really nice human, and yeah, I look forward to seeing her get a really good opportunity to showcase her surfing on a WSL platform, hopefully. And yeah, I'm loving the young bloods coming through right now.
And we got Kira Molnar and Emily Curry just paddling out now. So the surfers get the opportunity to paddle out in those last 5 minutes. The key thing for those surfers into the next heat is they stay out the way of the surfers in the heat. And this is our heat leader. She's got a 6.5 and a 6.33 straight on the nose.
Straight onto the nose. Rachel's wave choice has been really good, besides, you know, just catching a little, just kind of digging the nose there. She's got a little bit bigger wave. And I think with, you know, Beatrice sitting out with priority now with just coming on down to 3 minutes. She needs a little bit bigger of a wave to give her a little bit more of a chance, or a longer line to really pull in those 5s. Needs to kind of get the 10s now. I think just show a little bit more of that critical nose rides if she's wanting to get a little bit higher scores. You know, her first wave was a 5, which was so well served. But Rachel's choosing to ride a little bit bigger waves, a little bit longer lines, a little bit more of a wall so she can get those 5s and quick 10s. And again, you know, Rachel is, she's a very skilled competitor. She puts the time, she sits and watches, and so she's going out there with a game plan. And you really need to do that once you're, especially when in this repertoire, you know, you're wanting to get first so you can make it through.
Absolutely. You know, she would have been disappointed to move out into this elimination round, but it looks like Rachel sitting in a good position with B chasing a 7.83. Rachel, pretty decent range of scores there. Even her throwaway score of 5.97 is decent. So that 6.5 and that 6.33, a couple of low, mid, high 3s towards the end there, but she's got 5 waves. B has got 6 waves, but 2 minutes remaining. She needs a decent score, but she is sitting with priority, of course, from Point Lonsdale, a regular up here at Bells Beach, and also a good standard across the East Coast, a former winner of the Byron Bay Surf Festival. Her dad, Miles, will be nervous watching because this is a big moment for B. 1 minute, 35 seconds remaining, sitting with priority, needing a near excellent range score.
That is, it depends how you can handle that kind of pressure. You know, I know that you can really get in your own head. Oh my goodness, you know, staring at your watch, waving your hands, what time, what's coming? You know, you're looking at people on the beach. Are they giving you signs that there's a set coming? I was speaking to Elise earlier, and she was just saying it actually is really difficult to surf out there. You know, when you're on the waves, like you can't actually see the face of the wave. It kind of just all blends, and it was really, so it'd be really interesting to see their perspective of what it was like out there for them.
Here we go on a nice Prussian blue wall ahead, up and riding. B. Conroy chasing a 7.83, walks forward, walks back, readjusts, nice stylish readjustment there, a little tweak, back up to the tip, gets a tight lock of the 5, almost at 10, feet nice and close. It's a small wave, but she needed to go. She doesn't have much time left, and she has ridden every wave she has got with grace and control right there on the bricks, having to literally lie herself upside down on the reef, and the skill that she has demonstrated to protect that fin with panache. No dings there, body before board. That was a brilliant display of control right on the shallows. Local lady looking cool, protecting every part of that board.
She is my hero right now.
Brilliant.
That's all I have to say, man. How she's like, I'm not breaking my board. I'm not breaking my fin. I don't care. I got wetsuit on. I'm going to just handle this.
I give that for on the reef dismount. Yes, she hasn't got the right score on the wave, but as far as the way she exited that on the dry reef, that's a 10 out of 10.
Oh, definitely. And here's the wave that got her into there. It's a beautiful wave, such nice style, nice bent knees again, beautiful 5, nice quick tight 5 there as well. And, you know, just looking down the line, nice cut back, you know, making it to this inside. You can start to see that water really suck up the face, little floater, and then just looking, she sees the rocks. Oh, Lord.
This is incredible technique. Look, she just uses her body to protect the board, recognizes that she's just got to keep that above so it doesn't get scratched.
Oh, look at her hands.
And there's the claim. Yeah.
Yes,
big
look
round
back.
of applause. That was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Great surfing. B, you can be so proud of the way you performed. Rachel takes the win, but what a great demonstration of finesse and flow and control. I really enjoyed every ride she caught.
And as well, you know, just really showing her talent of being a water woman right there, understanding what's coming and how to save her equipment. So good on you, B. You should be so proud of yourself.
Absolutely. Rachel Tilley takes a solid win. Rachel's going to be feeling good about that with a 6.5 and a 6.33. B. Conroy, a 5 and a 4.50. That score could have beaten some of the other women who have taken first in the previous heat. So she can fly her head high with pride. But stay with us, surf fans, because we will be right back after this Bonsoy brew break as we see Kira Molnar from Australia surfing against Emily Curry from the UK.
so nice to be back here at Bells. Yeah, what I love about this wave in particular, it's a really big canvas, and you get to paint the canvas all the way down the beach.
This is a beautiful place. I'm so excited.
It's gonna be the best thing after a cold surf in the ocean. Princess, this is for you. Thank you. It's important to rejuvenate and take the time to relax, and all the amenities here at one spa are just the perfect way to do it. Something that makes Victoria so different is all the amazing food and coffee that we get to explore. I think that's something I get really excited for. It's safe to say the day we've had is the perfect day you could have in Victoria.
Yeah, good surf, good food, and good spa. What a day!
There it is, our 2015 Women's World Longboard Champion, Rachel Tilley, living it up with French friend and elite longboarder Alice Lemoine on the coast of Victoria. Me and Josh Constable got to enjoy some of those adventures in Victoria last year, mountain biking at Bellarine and the Great Ocean Road, and having fantastic food at Anglesey. It really is a great place, and if you're in the neighborhood, come on down and tuck into some of the bonsai choices here. I had a little kind of bonsai feast earlier. Coconut milk, all kinds of different flavored kombucha. There you've got watermelon, ginger, passion fruit, lychee. Really is fantastic. And also look at the Bioglan stand and get some things to keep us healthy and fit for surfing tomorrow. And of course, big shout out to GWM, our official automotive partner here for WSL Australia. But we move into this next heat. It's heat number 6. It's the elimination round 2, and we've got the president of the World Surfing Reserve up in Noosa, the first and only female president of all 10 international World Surfing Reserves. It's Kira Molnar riding classic Malibu Peter White built boards, surfing against 20 times English champion Emily Curry, and those titles not only come from her success as a longboarder, she's the reigning European longboard champion, but she is also an elite shortboarder and does a lot of coaching now for the national team as well. And you talked about her academic credentials. She's soon to graduate from a sport and exercise degree at Marjorns University in the UK. So she's really got a lot of exciting opportunities emerging beyond her competitive surfing.
Oh, she does, definitely. We were down at the ISAs in El Salvador just a few months ago, and Team Australia, I went over as the head coach for the Australian national team there with Declan and Kira and Tully and Clint and Guest, and we actually had England right next to us. It was really cool. So we had Ben, and we had Emily, and we had Lola, and it was really good. I had an opportunity to get to know Emily, which was nice. I hadn't met her before, and she surfed so well there, and she just was so lovely. And here she is, up and riding.
Up and riding. Emily Curry from Bude in Cornwall. She's going to come unstuck on that. We'll wait for a score. But while we're waiting, let's go down to the top of the steps, because our 2015 Women's World Longboard Champion from California, Rachel Tilley, is with Grant Thomas.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Rachel here. Congratulations, firstly, on a heat win in that elimination round. It's always a nervous one to get to, even with someone that's got the accolades that you do in longboarding.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, going against B in that heat, I knew would be a tough one, and she's the first friend that I made here in Turkey last year. I came out to learn bells, and I was surfing out there, and there was one other girl longboarder out there, and it was her, and she's like showed me so much about the wave, and so I was disappointed when we got paired together, because you know, seeing her at her local spot, it's always fun to see her go on. So I knew it would be a good battle, because she's such a great surfer out there. So that and the elimination round always has for some nerves, so I'm happy to make it through that one.
Yeah, yesterday we had some unruly conditions in the sense of not being huge surf, but obviously plenty of different takeoff spots. Today, a different type of swell, a long ground swell that's coming from further away. What was your plan moving into that one?
I got to sit with Adam Rabo actually before, and he helped me learn the wave. I find this wave actually really tricky, and especially finding the right takeoff spots, like you said, yesterday was super different. So not sitting too far out, because that seems to be a mistake that's really easy to make, and yeah, just try and stay busy. And I couldn't stop shivering out there. I can't stop shivering now. But to try and just like not think cold thoughts and stay loose.
Sounds like a good plan. We're not going to keep you here any longer. Best of luck for the rest of the event, and very well done today.
Thank you so much.
No worries. Back to you guys.
You know what I'm talking about when you can't pronounce your syllables because your mouth is so cold. Rachel was experiencing that right then. She looked pretty chilly.
Oh, yeah.
But her surfing was red hot.
Oh, her surfing was red hot, definitely. We got Bioglan has these amazing little hand heaters. So I went down to the booth and said, can I grab some of these for the competitors? And so I've been snapping them and handing them to them as they've come in from the heat, which has been a lifesaver. So thank you so much for that. And yeah, definitely goes to show, you know, how cold it is out here right now.
It brings back memories to me growing up in Cornwall when we shifted to college and we had friends that drove, and you could sometimes snag a winter surf between lessons, and then you had to go back into school and hold a pen with a cold hand. Near impossible to do. You have to hold it like a crayon. Emily would have experienced that growing up in Bude. This was a great ride, but she just takes a fall on this nose ride.
Yeah, Emily and I were just talking a little bit ago, just before her heat, on how she feels at home here.
Yeah.
You know, the cliffs, the cold water. She's like, I'm so happy right now. I'm not that cold because she's, you know, acclimated to this. She was really struggling when we were in El Salvador. I think a lot of the people from England were really struggling over there as well. But she seems she's so happy to be here. And Kira, yeah, just only opening up a 1.83 on her first wave. You know, 20 minutes left. It's you still have so much time.
There's such a great walk and hike along the Great Ocean Road, and if you're into extreme mountain biking, you can go up to Otways National Park, which has some epic cross-country and downhill tracks through dense forest, but dense situations now for both Kira and Emily, because this is neck and neck. It's close. Low scores for both surfers. Kira kicking off with a 1.83, Emily kicking off with a 2.67 and a 0.83. A very evenly poised heat. Similar stylistic approach from both of these regular footers. You know, this could go either way. It's going to come down to who keeps their nerve, who gets that one best set.
Yeah, Kira, you know, she's born and raised on the points up at Noosa. You know, she's an amazing coach. She rides everything shortboard, longboard, and she's no stranger to understanding, you know, the different styles of surfing that you need to show during an event. And again, just the points. You know, she's really quick on her feet and really good technical surfing as well.
Yep, be here with her mum, Kim. She'll be on the cliffs, on the steps, perhaps on the sand. They're watching. Nervous moments for all of these parents. And of course, a lot of these competitors are here with their mums and dads.
Yeah, they are. And it's so beautiful to see, you know, their, you know, kids leaning into their parents. And, you know, some of the parents here as well are, you know, ex-pro surfers.
Yep.
And so they're, you know, might be leaning into them. And, you know, Rachel just in that last, you know, interview was talking about leaning in and speaking to Adam Robinson. Adam was a trials winner back in the day for getting into the CT here at Bell's, a local guy. He's actually the CEO of Surfing Victoria as well, an accomplished, amazing surfer. Does so much for surfing in Victoria, a really good representative of someone really supporting the women in surfing and longboarding. So thank you so much, Adam, for helping organize this event.
Live action on her Skin Dog surfboards. Double scoop, 6 cross steps to a nice 5, great nose ride, and then walks back to the tail, cuts back. Emily Curry, couple more cross steps, still in trim. That wave just starting to stand up again right through to the inside, and she just cuts back, keeps it cool. Couple more cross steps forward, a little bounce there, but just kicks out. And that's a strong ride for Emily Curry. So she's going to replace that low score of a 0.83, and this will easily be her strongest score with 17 minutes, 25 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that was a little bit smaller of a wave. And, you know, Emily is not a really short person. I stand, I think, probably at her armpits. So, you know, I definitely know that, you know, give her an opportunity to get a slightly bigger wave, give her a little bit more to draw out some of her turns. She's going to be able to really paint a beautiful picture here pretty soon. And looking for, I think that was, again, a 2.67 that just dropped for her.
No, waiting for that last score.
Oh, waiting for that last score, sorry
that was
about
the previous wave, so you'd imagine it could go a little bit higher. Let's have a little bit of a study of this. You know, where do you think this will go on the scale, Berlin?
A nice nose ride there, just a nice little line. Again, bumpy little wave, so she's trying, you can see, you know, she's trying to navigate this little backwash coming back into her. little footwork. She's only gotten a little nose ride here so far. So I definitely think it's going to improve on her .83. And it is, it's 2.57. So, you know, a little bit, just, you know, 10 points underneath her 2.67. Puts her into first position right now with Kira up and riding.
Nice to the nose. Kira again, back up to the nose. So that first nose ride clean, walks out of that. But that second nose ride, unable to complete that. So Kira will paddle out for more. She's got time. Emily's now dropped to 2.57 to add to that 2.67. So Kira will get a second score on the board. But what happened on this second nose ride, Belinda?
We'll see, she gets a nice little walk back, goes back up for an, oh, it just catches that, actually that outside rail, and it throws her inside rail kind of up, and she falls, you know, falls off of that. You know, walking back, you're not looking at where you're going. You know, you're completely, really trying to be in tune with your surfboard and how it's flowing. And so, yeah, when she walked back, you just see that foot go on that outside rail and flip it underneath her.
Big wave for Emily Curry, winds and cuts back and climbs, and then just not able to move and trim through that section. So she takes a wipe out, but live action. Kira Molnar up and riding. 4 steps to a nice lock of a high five. Really good nose ride. Arches her hips back from that nose ride. Walks back to the tail as this wave speeds ahead. Cross steps forward. Cross steps back to the tail and cuts back, and then climbs and drops. And that was dynamic and strong. She's going to be feeling good about that.
Yeah, she will be feeling good about that. You know, Kira opting not to wear booties, which some people are and some people not. And, you know, after a while when you're sitting there, your feet get so cold, and, you know, your wax does get really hard, so it can get quite slippery and, you know, hard to feel. So be up and riding. You're on a beautiful, a little bit bigger wave, but again, just kind of leaning into that outside rail and catching it. So conditions are looking a little bit tricky, and a beautiful nose right there from Kira, nice in the pocket. Again, you know, just driving to get some speed here, looking to see if she can get another section for a nose ride. Nice cut back. Again, it's just really trying to utilize all the different parts of her board, get some speed, and just opting to jump out. So that should be, you know, a nice wave drop for Kira. It should definitely improve on her 1.83 and 1.43.
Well, let's find out what that score is going to be real soon. And in the meantime, we're going to have a one-side brew break. Welcome back to Wadawurrung country, and welcome back to the Great Ocean Road and this iconic coastline from the 12 Apostles to a multitude of incredible places, from Lawn Point up here to Bells Beach, with a plethora of waves, a fantastic range of places to eat and drink, wine, golf, mountain biking, hiking, and of course world-class surfing, as we have just seen Kira Molnar drop a 3.83 with a new score to drop. So the confidence of the paddle out makes me feel that it could be significant for Kira, putting the pressure now on Emily Curry from the UK, our European qualifier. based in Bude in the southwest of the UK in Cornwall. But what about this steep section for Kira Molnar, Berlin?
Oh yeah, Kira just trying to drive around that whitewater section, looking for an area just to try to, nice little cutback there. Again, she's looking for that line, trying to get a nose ride. You know, cutbacks are beautiful, but we're really wanting to see, you know, the nose ride here on this wave, and just making the most out of this little wave. Going for a little floater. Nope, just deciding to kick out there.
And obviously, Berlin, you got the opportunity to coach the Irakanjis at the ISA World Longboard Championships. That was Kira Molnar, Tully White, Declan Whiten and Clinton Guest. Psychologically, having known and worked with Kira, how is she now coming into this event here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic?
Kira is just a weapon as it is. You can see with her surfing, it really was about just giving insight and support and feedback there. It was, you know, her coaching as well. She doesn't really need much coaching. She knows what she's doing. She's an amazing coach as she is. So she's probably came into this with a pretty strong game plan. And then we have Emily up here on riding. Again, I think that was that same replay of that nose, just unfortunately just going under the water there.
So scores have come through, a 3.33 for the last ride of Kira. It goes into her top two, adds to that 3.83. Emily Curry has a 2.67 and a 2.57. 10 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Our surfer in blue needs a 4.49. She is sitting there with first priority. Emily, certainly somebody who will able to be shining under pressure. She competes regularly internationally. She's also doing a lot of great coaching work for Surfing England. The Surfing England team will be out there at the European Junior Championships at the moment. If Emily wasn't here doing this event, she would be there working as a coach. So she knows both physically, psychologically how to prepare for elite level competition. And with 9 minutes 50 seconds remaining, she'll be calm, she'll be cool. She's chasing an attainable score. But the question is can Kira build on those scores that she's already got to put more pressure on Emily?
Kira works well under pressure. So I think she knows, okay, she's very much a numbers person. And she'll look back and be like, okay, this is what I've dropped. This is what I need. This is what she has. So she'll definitely be listening to what, you know, the announcers are saying. And she'll be kind of, you know, assessing what she needs to do to make sure that she can keep in first place. And that's what being a good competitor is understanding not only what you're doing, but what else, you know, the other person in your heat is doing. Absolutely.
Big shout out to my niece, Izzy Henschel. She just sent me a message. She says to give a hug to Berlin. You didn't know that, but she's my sister's daughter. So there's a good family link there. As we see Kira Molnar straight up to the nose. She takes a fall. And we got Emily Curry answering back, out back, 8 minutes. 50 seconds remaining as we see Emily getting a nice high line there, looking crisp on the nose on her Skin Dog surfboards. The double scoop, a 9.4, walks out of that critical nose ride, gets low. Can she find herself the opportunity to get back out on the open face? Not quite, but chasing an attainable score of 4.49 Berlin, and that was a good exchange between both surfers, making mistakes, but the door is still open for either of these women to take the win.
With 8.5 minutes left, you know, so much can change. You know, you have 4 minutes. The paddle out is not as long as a paddle out today because they're just surfing a little bit more on the inside. On a beautiful wave there. Just unfortunately coming off. So that last wave of Kira. Here we go. Gosh, wave after wave. Yeah. Here we go. We got Emily up and riding on a beautiful nose ride there. You know, definitely, you know, planing through that little inside, that section right there. Hands forward, trying to get that momentum. Is she going to really be able to engage? She couldn't get anything more out of that wave, unfortunately. But I'm really excited to see what scores are going to be exchanged here. She's only looking for a 4.49, which is completely, you know, within her needing of scores. Sorry, I'm so excited right now.
Absolutely. Absolutely, and excited to realise that Izzy Henschel is my niece, my sister's
yes,
daughter.
that just threw me off. Yes,
great longboarder.
She's an amazing longboarder. I actually had never met Izzy before, and I had her come and speak on a panel with Dimity Stoyle up at the Seize the Day Festival, which was nice. I called it the Young and Free Surfers, and it was really nice to have a longboarder come and be next to a shortboarder and give their experience of being a free surfer.
Well, Izzy would have competed a lot with Emily over the years back at home, where she grew up in southwest of Cornwall in the UK. Emily still chasing an attainable score. She needs a 4.49. But at Noosa, Queensland, it's Kira Molnar currently leading with a 3.83 and a 3.33. This wave getting a little bit fruity and spicy. She's keeping that clean footwork, of course, riding those classic Malibus built by Peter White. You would have good memories of surfing with Brett. Great surfer in his own day, and big shout out to him if he's tuning in.
Oh yeah, definitely a massive shout out to Peter and the whole family up in Noosa. Amazing talent, great shortboarders, as we have Kira here riding. Peter was checking in with her when we were in El Salvador, you know, talking to her about her boards and so forth, and I think they were working on, you know, making sure she's got the right boards for this year. Again, you know, just really using that, her whole board right there, trying to, you know, she's chasing, she's, you know, trying to improve on that 3.83, just make that a little bit more unattainable for Emma. She's, you know, she's like, okay, I need to kind of drop some of these scores. A 3.83 is really, these scores right now are really quite low scores for these girls.
Yep.
And I think they're trying to make the best out of the conditions that they have right now.
Absolutely. Big shout out to Lucy Small tuning in, currently based in France at the moment. Of course, she won the trials at Torquay Point here last year, and she has represented the Irukandjis Australia at the ISA World Longboard Championship in 2023. This year you had Kira Molnar and Tully White. Kira and Tully still staying in the mix. You know, how important is that going to be for their confidence to move to round 3 if they do get through?
Oh, of course. You know, it's going to be good for anyone's confidence making it through this round. You know, this is, you don't make it through this round, you're out of the event. And, you know, you're really wanting to get those points because you're wanting to go surf El Salvador. You know, it's such a fun wave, and you're wanting to make it to the next event and have be seated a lot higher than having to start in the very bottom.
Avalon Gould coming up, of course, Kayamana Takayama, Avalon's partner. Of course, Kayamana's dad, Michael. Takayama, the great shaper. There's Roisin Carolan and Jack. Roisin McTavish rider from Byron Bay. Kate Myers there getting the snaps. It's all looking good. A lot of good surfing to look forward to.
A lot of good surfing. We still have, you know, some amazing women in this in the next few heats coming up. Conditions have changed a little bit. You know, you can see that wind's kind of changed, it's still a little bit offshore, but you can definitely see that bump coming up, which is making some of those sections a little bit difficult to get to the nose and get back. And you know, look at the separation. You have one of the women up at the point more, one a little bit further, but Kira's kind of hunting. What is she doing? She sees something.
And we were talking about heritage earlier. I know you've got a lot of passion, you know, for the history of some of those pioneers of women's longboarding.
Oh yeah, definitely. I love so much about learning about it. I think, you know, probably one of the most important contributions to modern surfing indirectly was caused by women. You know, in the late 40s, during a time when, you know, boards were super heavy, although it was, you know, a beginning era for boards to start becoming lighter, it was still like, you know, the boards were still 40 to 50 pounds. And, you know, there was 2 women specifically from Malibu, Vicky Flixman and Geraldine Zanuck, I believe that's how you say her name. They surfed Malibu, and Bob Simmons at the time was making boards, fiberglass boards that were covered in styrofoam with you know, unique rails and ply decks. And he loved that women were starting to cause a little bit of, you know, a little bit of ruckus out in the water. And so he decided that he was going to try to make boards that weighed about 20 pounds, you know, lighter, and which actually indirectly affected the way the women's were performing at Malibu. And so they got these new boards and realized that they can turn it a lot easier. Yeah, so that kind of was, you know, the beginning of women kind of showing up a little bit more in the lineup because of someone like that. I actually had an opportunity to ride one of those boards in Hawaii and it was a trip. It was amazing, you know, to look at riding these boards from the 40s. And then, you know, the first championship was in 1958. Makaha was won by, you know, Marge Calhoun, and which it didn't turn, and that was, you know, the Makaha Invitational, and the first World Championships that were actually considered the first World Championships went on to be held down at Manly.
64.
64.
Of course, Phyllis
yeah.
O'Donnell takes the win there.
Yeah, and then, you know, it went on to Joyce Hoffman winning in 65, and then going in winning in Peru. And then it went into 66 at 19. Joyce Hoffman went into being voted, you know, the Women's Surfer of the Year by the International Surfing Hall of Fame. And then she was the first woman to ever win the Surfer Pole as well in 1966, which is really cool.
Brilliant.
And then she ended up getting her own signature model through Hobie as well, and she was sponsored by Triumph. She rode motorcycles as well.
Cool.
Isn't that
kudos?
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Kudos. And of course, that heritage, that legacy, inspired so many generations, including these 2 women on the screen. And as it stands right now, Berlin, Kira sitting in first, but Emily Curry chasing a 4.49. Priority sitting with Kira. What will be the strategy now, the chess moves in the last 2 minutes for our Australian?
Let me see the last maneuvers. I guess that's hard. You know, she's got priority. 2 minutes left. You know, a 4.49 is not a big score, but we haven't seen that high of a score drop right now, even with, you know, the high score being at 3.83. So I guess, you know, Emily's just going to have to try to get away from Kira and try to find something with a good wall. But Kira is not going to probably give her a lot of space. You know, she's not a real aggressive surfer, but she will, you know, make sure that, you know, she's on that next set if it's going to come through.
Of course, surf and Pilates instructor, fitness trainer, the president of the Noosa World Surfing Reserve, but down here in Victoria in the Southern Ocean, Kira Molnar representing Australia is in the lead, looking to book herself a spot in that round of 16, round number 3, with Emily Curry from Bude in Cornwall in the UK. 20 times English champion as a longboarder and a shortboarder, reigning European champion, our European WSL qualifier. She just needs a 4.49, but is there going to be a set in time? And she's sitting in second priority, Berlin.
I don't know. We're just gonna. It is really kind of difficult to see what the sets are doing and what they're doing. And you know, you got a little bit of wind cap coming in right now, so it doesn't look like there's a lot of motion in the ocean right now. I need to add a really amazing title to Kira as well. She is a really good dance partner.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, yeah.
I love a good bit of dance.
She gets down on the dance floor.
Connection.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
That's
loves
where
a
the
good
moves
salsa,
are.
that girl.
Yep.
So, yeah, so she sees, you know, Emily having a little paddle. She's like, oh, hold on. Wait a second. What are you doing?
We had a dance together in El Salvador at the ISA World Longboard Championship. That was a good closing party.
That was...
We look forward to the closing party in a couple of days here in Janjuk.
I heard it's a pretty good closing party.
It always is.
I'm looking forward to a good dance with all my friends.
100% GT will be there doing the moonwalk that he's famous for. We got seconds remaining. There it is. Kira Molnar takes the win. A fantastic result for Kira. That was so close, neck and neck. Could have gone either way. Emily Curry eliminated, but she's on the tour for the season. But Kira will advance into that round 3 win.
Oh, that was such exciting surfing. So good on both those girls while surfing, and the smiles. We're two beautiful women, you know, great surfing, great style. So look forward to seeing Kira in the next round and Emily bowing out, but, you know, still moving on to the next event.
Well, surf fans, stay with us. It's been a pleasure to have your company, but we've got more great heats coming up. Avalon Gore and Roisin Carolan, Australia, USA, California, Byron Bay, surfing against each other as the Waxhead Matt Janoski comes into the booth with GT Grant Thomas.
Beautiful Victorian region. We are down in Melbourne, 150 k's from the CBD. There's the entry to the Great Ocean Road, beautiful Torquay area. So much to see and do here beyond just amazing waves, great wildlife and nature. And here we are at Juruk. Did just name Fort Bells Beach one of the most iconic surf spots in the world today, tucked into the headland and Rincon. Matt Janoski in the booth with Grant Thomas. So glad to be back at Bells. Some amazing waves this morning and out in the water. There's going to be a stacked heat with a goofy foot and regular footer. Grant, Haven't been back to Bells in a while. You stoked to be here or what?
Oh, look, it's just got that aura about it, doesn't it? It's one of the homes of Australian surfing, and look, you get good waves, you get great waves, you get days that test you too. So, and even often throughout the day, you get all of that.
Yeah.
So we're kind of seeing that right now. We had some amazing waves this morning, perfect for those longboards. Tide's dropping out. We're going to see that shift around a little bit. The winds come up, so getting a little more challenging, but obviously we've got some of the best longboarders in the world here, so let's see what they're up to.
And hey, we're on longboards. This wouldn't be a run day with the shortboard division, but we've had some fantastic logging type waves, and this is, for most people in the world, what they are synonymous with when they talk about longboard style waves, waist, chest high peelers. Today it's offered up some real consistent heats, but Avalon Gale from California, Laguna Beach, and Roisin Caroline from Byron Bay. This is a very similar setup to what you might see on the North Coast, albeit a little bit colder than normal, but Avalon as well, no stranger to right-hand point breaks coming from Southern California. I think a really evenly matched heat. Both surfers came here last year, fell out of the draw earlier than they would have liked. Roisin with an elimination round finish, starting off early with just a .67. But Avalon, she had some nice signs yesterday, but obviously didn't get the win. She's out there on the Michael Takayama, and probably a nice suited board for out there in those conditions.
Yeah, look, she did look pretty good yesterday amongst the sort of a bit of the chaos and the I guess the unpredictability of takeoff points and those sorts of things that they were facing in those conditions. But today is a different story. It's really clear, and as we watch the girls' heats, it's becoming clearer and clearer what the judges want to see out there, Matt. They want to see you on the bigger waves. They want to see you surfing tight in the pocket. They want you critical, and those that are doing that the best are prevailing.
And Laguna Beach, California, the home there for Avalon, as we spoke about. Her dad, Ray, not making the contest the first time. The 21-year-old's actually travelled solo or with her boyfriend, Kai Takayama, and I know her fan base at home will be tuning in, watching, including Michael, her shaper. The Takayama name doesn't need any introduction in the longboard world. All the shortboard world, surfing in general, that name runs rich. And Roisin Caroline, the veteran, she's here with the wild card at this event. She's riding surfboards made by Bob McTavish, one of the most iconic names in surfing history, and he'll be over there shaping at the Boardroom Show in California in October this year. And off to an early start. Here she goes. Caroline steps forward. Critical nose ride there. Stays in the midsection, mid-board, so good timing, and she goes down, unfortunately, with that choppy side wash.
Yeah, look, I was just standing there having a little look at the top of the stairs, and it's becoming really more visible that wind, as it swung around and blowing more across as it blows into the wave slightly, it's actually pushing little mini lumps. So as they're on the nose, especially as we'll see in this wave here, start to take note of the couple of little lumps that start to come towards her as she goes to that next section. The wave's just pushing back a little bit, and it is making it tricky. So like I said earlier, they really need to have that vision forward and see these lumps coming and make those subtle adjustments as they do.
And that's also where the weight of the board seems to come in. It hasn't been a coincidence that most of the people who have taken the win today have been on those heavier surfboards and shown that composure in amongst the chop. And it's critical fast waves. So these surfers have to have a board that'll sit tight in the pocket. Caroline, have another look at that. Just a two-point ride opening up. Out there, very tricky on your backside as well, because your back is literally facing the wave. Very difficult to get those tight nose rides. In a coaching perspective, what would you offer? Any advice if you had a goofy footer out there like Avalon?
Yeah, I'd be really getting them to concentrate on that setup. Like, everyone can be in quite a hurry to get to that nose, and with the little subtleties that wind's bringing into it, it's that initial trim and the angle that they're setting their board on, which is going to give them not so much the easy entry to the nose ride, but it's making sure we want that completion. So it's sort of maybe even to the point where, hey, if you feel like you need to cut it a little bit shorter, maybe do it. And then once you've had those couple of waves and you've got those mid-range scores, then we can start to hang on to them longer, because there's been a lot of heats in the last probably 3 heats where there's those 2 5s are pretty much doing the job.
And you can see there the surfers splitting it up a little bit. Roisin paddling deep. Have a look at this one inside the Boyle, and Avalon splitting wide. So we'll catch up with Roisin in the blue singlet in a moment, see what she was looking at down the reef there. That one not eventuating. While we're waiting for sets to eventuate, let's go catch up with Kira Molnar, who's on the glass with Josh.
Thank you, guys. Kira, after a tough heat yesterday, put on a great performance today. Conditions are a lot different. We've got a little bit of an offshore, but it's also blowing up the face a little bit, so making conditions a little bit tough, a little bumpy. How'd you feel out there?
Yeah, I felt good. It's definitely really bumpy. The wind definitely picked up during the heat, and I was like, "Oop, just going to have to negotiate this and try and get to the nose and get a score on the board."
And that you did. First event of the season. Obviously, the start yesterday wasn't what you were after, but to come back today and do that performance, make it through into the round of 16, you must feel pleased with that.
Yeah, I'm super stoked to be into the round of 16, and yeah, just heat after heat, I guess.
Well done. And you've got a great support crew down here. There's a lot of us here from Noosa. There was a lot of cheers after each wave. Shout out to everyone here and anyone at home that you want to give a shout out to.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. So thanks to my mum for coming down. Mace is here travelling with us. Ranger's been a great help, yourself, all the Noosa crew. So yeah, shout out to everyone back home who's watching. Thanks.
Well done. We look forward to seeing you in the further rounds. Well done. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Josh and Kira there. This heat getting down to a third finish. Roisin locking in 2 scores, pair of 2s. You can see the split there of the competitors and those side chops coming up, as you mentioned before. And if you're out there, I mean, for myself, I wouldn't change my equipment too much, but my board's very similar to what Roisin's riding, the McTavish Nose Rider model, heavier glass with an 8-ounce deck and an 8-ounce in the bottom, and I think I would probably have a 6 deck and a patch as well. Obviously, single fin longboard with the soft rails. Compared to what you were popularised, or what you were riding when you're on the tour, the more high performance boards with the Edge. Tell us the difference in conditions like this. What's the performance board going to do in comparison to the heavier longboard?
I guess the performance board, you're not going to be able to really hold the nose rides as long as such, just because it's a far lighter weight, and with this wind, it's going to be more affected. So what we often did on those performance boards is we sort of stuck it a little closer to the bottom of the wave until we went for those nose rides. So the setup became less from the top half, and we'd set up from the bottom and then make the slight adjustment, then go, because we need that momentum and speed to carry. And that's how we generate it. These heavier boards, they get that glide, they move through those sections pretty quickly. Often for me in these sort of conditions, I would have a very similar board, glassed a little heavier. You know, probably not so heavy as what these guys are on, but with a 6-ounce, and then sometimes even change the tail shape around a little bit, and had some with the edge board off it a little bit as well. So it was similar in respect to, I guess, we were looking to create the same sort of sensation or the same sort of aesthetic look to the nose ride, but the whole setup had to be performed a little differently.
Yeah, and of course the elements of the criteria, footwork wasn't mentioned in the criteria until 5 years ago. The word style was also not mentioned. Flow was not mentioned. It was all about critical nature of surfing, getting explosive. I think that word explosive was actually in the criteria at one point, where it lent 70% to the performance side, 30% to the traditional, and it was great for, I guess, surfers who are predominantly maybe over 70 or 80 kilos in weight, because you guys could make it flow and you could connect it all together. But obviously the smaller competitors and some of the women, it wasn't as great a spectacle as it was for someone like yourself, Grant.
Yeah, 100%. And I think too, like with it opened up the range of people that would ride longboards. So you had people with a real shortboard background that could then move across. Like a great example of that's Bioglan, a 2-time world champion, who was basically doing the world qualifying series, that it was called then, and because of his European sponsors, moved across. He wasn't having a huge success. He did pretty good in some events in saying that, but he moved across, and that I guess the way the criteria was then, those guys that were able to perform those sort of manoeuvres on shortboards, although it took longer and took more space, they were able to kind of come across. But I guess one thing to note too, Matt, like when you got in that top 10, top 20 guys in the world, they all had an ability to smoothen it out when it needed to be, and they still could show that flow, like you said, with those radical manoeuvres. So that's what made them kind of in that upper echelon. And
it was often the surfers in that era would have a nose rider and a performance board as well, traditionally. And although the nose rider, the competitions were not held in waves that were overly conducive to traditional style longboarding like the venues we have now, it wasn't very normal that guys would have the small wave and the big wave board.
I do recall a tour event in Portugal many years ago, and it was tiny, and we were all there, and we had waves at the start, and it got flat.
Kevin Connolly took the win from Joel, is that correct?
Yes, yeah, I think, no, maybe, but Bonga, yeah, might be Kevin from Joel, but I actually rode Kevin's board on the finals day. So his board got ridden by 7 surfers. He was happy to lend it. Bonga Perkins was riding one of Darren Lettingham's in the pinks, one of the models that Takayama used to do. And boards were literally being passed. You would never see it definitely on a CT or anything like that. And it was bizarre. Like, we were all taking turns, waiting for someone to come in from a heat.
It was that small.
It was ankle to knee high was the biggest set you'd seen.
There is footage out there of that, and we'll... funnily enough, Avalon out there in the water right now is on the Michael Takayama, and related to, but it's not a Donald Takayama shape, but the board does have a lot of similarities in terms of its general outline, you know, a wider nose as well, but the rail shape's a little bit different, the rock is completely different as well. But look at those side jobs there coming across the lineup. This swell, you know, it is getting smaller. We expected that with the offshore wind blowing that swell almost back out to sea again. But there's a ground swell. There will be waves, but off to an early start with Roisin Caroline. You'd have to say she'd be feeling pretty good, at least locking in a pair of 2s right now.
Yeah, she's winning. Of course, you're always feeling good when you're in front, and as time ticks away, those sets may become less prominent. As I was watching earlier, and I was speaking to a few of the male competitors as well that are coming up a little later on, everyone seemed to have that sort of, from the heats they were watching, there's been at least 2 bigger sets. You know? So for someone that's trusting their ability and backs themselves, that's 2 opportunities for them to get those good rides. So although we've hit the halfway mark or about to in this heat, I'm pretty sure we're going to see that 2 sets, you know, that will start to sort of filter in throughout that time. And then that's when the nerves are on. That's when the pressure hits, because you know you're not getting many opportunities. So it's making sure that you get from A to B, you capitalise on it, and you just surf within yourself to an extent.
And there's the Melbourne flight camp showing us the lineup here. Jurok, you can see we're at Rincon, which is the inside wave here. We're not on the Bells Bowl over to the right-hand side of the screen in front of the steps, but this is the high tide, smaller wave that Bells offers, and it is conducive to longboard surfing as we've seen throughout the day. But this heat, not a lot of waves, no mistakes from the competitors as such, really just struggling to get started. Roisin's on the classic takeoff spot, the boil. You can see the rock, that little boil of water just coming to the surface right now. That's showing a low point in the reef, or a high point in the reef, I should say, a shallow area. And as we wait for these waves to come up, let's go to a Bonsai brew break, and we'll be back shortly for the remainder of this heat number 7. Avalon gal up and riding. Have a look at this tight nose ride. This is a score yet to come in right now, so look and see what she locks in right now. And that pink board, that Michael Takayama looking solid underfoot. And she's been waiting a long time for this, in fact. 18 minutes. Oh, and she goes down at the very end, but lots of work done on the outside. Behind her, this is live with Roisin. On her answer back, just a pair of twos, and she tips off that wave, making their way on the outside. We'll see what the judges score that. And a nice exchange there for both those surfers.
Yeah, look, I was speaking to Kai Takayama earlier, and he was also under that impression. So I'm really impressed the fact that Avalon in that situation sat and sat and sat while Roisin was so busy. Her wave clearly the biggest wave of the heat. Some really nice nose rides. That's going to be the highest score of the heat by far. And unfortunately for Roisin, that was also her biggest wave. But you could almost feel the tension, her knowing that, and yeah, she didn't quite finish that one off.
So Roisin, she's got another wave there, that one pretty deep. That wave spinning away from her as that tide starts to run out. She may want to sit just a tiny bit wider using a priority on that one. 11 minutes remaining. She will know the Avalon's just dropped a 4.67. But Roisin only needing a 2.61 at this point. But both these women obviously hoping for higher scores. The average heat score for Avalon is well and truly over 11 points. I've seen her score 2 excellent range waves in some of the waves around the world. I think one of the first times she really came to a competitive, showed her competitive prowess was in Spain. She paddled out without a leash, and it was about 6 feet on the beach break there in the 2019 World Tour event. And she put on an absolute show, full commitment, big rail turns and strong nose rides, leashless. And she showed that she really doesn't have any fear. She's been coming over to Australia since she was in her early teen years, from about 12, 13 years of age. So she loves Oz. Here goes Roisin, who's been making the most of Victoria. Oh, beautiful midboard trim, and that one closing out. She's down here with her boyfriend, Jack. She refers to him as her daddy caddy, always carrying the board around. And yeah, he's a fan favourite and a competitive favourite too, supporting everyone on the tour.
Yeah, as we look at this, yeah, nice little critical section. I would have liked to see it kind of drop down, but you could see it later through that. She must have seen that wave about to shut down. So unfortunately for her, not offering a heap of opportunity, and she'll be back out there pretty quickly because they're sitting so close to the cliffs right now. So another opportunity will be coming her way. But Avalon's first wave, although not finished, hopefully it doesn't come to costly to her, become costly towards the end of the heat. But she's clearly sitting it out. She's looking for those bigger ones, and I'm sure another one, it won't be too far away, although we only have 9.5 to go, Matt.
Yeah, if she rode out of that, you'd have to say it would have been over a 5 or a 5.5, which would have been a pretty healthy lead at this point, taking it with just that one wave. But Roisin yet to fire any shots. And when we talk about the lineup here at Bells Beach, it's a very different spectacle when the swell starts marching in. The bathymetry of the reef, where it spreads out, it really invites that southern ocean to start unloading as it comes in. And that shore break, as we're seeing in the foreground there, that thing becomes absolutely ferocious and quite dangerous in its own right.
Yeah, we saw one of the Japanese surfers yesterday doing a few funny movements as she got washed up the sand, and it can often catch you out, even paddling out sometimes. Yep. The timing, I've seen some people come unstuck, and yeah, it's definitely something to deal with on a surfboard, especially some of these heavier longboards. Once we do see that swell jump a little bit, like, I'm interested to see how that end section can be handled by the surfers.
Well, we saw B. Conroy earlier in her heat on her final wave, ending up on the rocks there, saving the board, putting body before board, that beautiful Sharma Buttonshaw. That was at Rincon, but on the shore break, very similar. Nikki Van Dyke's got a rock almost named after her on the inside reef. Tyler Wright, not too far behind. And that's Lionel, the father there, sitting there with Sive Jared, who's coming up next. A look of, like a pensive look there on Sive, just wondering where to sit or what to look for. And she'll be coming up against Chloe Coleman from New York, 2 rookies on the World Tour.
Oh, that's it. That's exciting. I like it when we see those two freshies jumping on. It's an elimination round, so no one wants to exit at that and get an equal 17th, I'm guessing, in that round.
Yep.
Yeah, so no one really wants to hold on to one of those moving through events. So it's the girls, as you can see, there is that tense look on her face, and she's really trying to scope that lineup and work out. These girls have got a bit of separation, so she's trying to work out who's in the better spot right now.
That's right, and you know, do you pull the trigger early like Roisin or wait for Avalon? But here's Avalon just keeping busy right now, backing up the 4.67, the surfer from Laguna Beach. Clean footwork there. And you can just see, yesterday we spoke about her footwork and the way that she uses her hips to her advantage. Very dainty approach with her work on the nose, and she did some great work there just to step back in time to complete that wave.
Yeah, and I think what goes unnoticed a little bit is sometimes you see their feet not moving, but if you were to really kind of hone in, like they're feeling the balance from their board and from their feet, and there's really subtle adjustments from toes to heel that are actually kind of helping trim and almost generating speed when they need it. You see her go on her toes there a little bit before she walked. She comes back there, and that's just that little closeout sort of finish, but a really good little backup for the way this heat's panning out right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. Some people, they refer to longboard as passing the board under the feet, but I personally don't feel that. I feel it is like a soft on the ball of your feet. It's not a stomp. And if you have a look at this, you see what I mean? She's stepping very eloquently like a ballerina. You see how soft she is, just very soft stepping back, and here redirecting on her heels there, little adjustments, all in the ankles, the knees, the hips. And here goes Roisin, one of the best to do it in her own right. She's got a mean drop knee turn on her too. We'll see if it comes into play on this wave. Surfer in blue looking for a 5.93 now. There it is, a little slash. She steps forward again to that trim. This one may be her best wave yet. Linking it through the inside. And once again, just kicks out of that one. They want to feel a little better. But a 5.93, best wave of the heat, not sure about that one.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb early and say probably not, because as we watch this replay, the start was executed really nicely. A nice hang five, but as she moves back from that, she really gets stuck in this trim now for a long time. So you can see the judges waiting, and then, yes, she finishes with a nice drop knee. It's going to be her best wave, but I don't believe it's going to be the score that she's chasing.
Yeah, she was trimming where perhaps there was an opportunity for a nose ride section right through that to really get that score juiced. But we'll see where that one comes in. I mean, it was good work. It was good timing, at least. It looked good. But here in the competitive realm, the surfers have really got to try and maximize their potential by nose riding in the critical section. As we scan out there on the flight cam looking at the Point Addis National Park, we are seeing this wave roll through underneath Avalon, who uses her priority. She'll regain it, though, because Roisin isn't back out. But she'll take this wave and gladly try and build on her total of 3.73 in her last. And without a leash, or does she have a leash? She does have a leash, thankfully. Not losing the board like she did last year. She was able to practice this year without a leash. Of course, in Byron Bay, it's compulsory. We were in a leg rope there, which is very interesting, considering it was one of the places that was renowned for the alternative surf movement and the resurgence of the longboards as well throughout the 90s and the 2000s.
Can you, I've obviously heard about that. Why has that been put in place, Matt? Is it just because of the crowds, or has there been a major incident that occurred? Or
there was a major incident, but it wasn't. That wasn't the catalyst. I think it's just uneducation. I think we could look towards carelessness and people that are going for the image base, taking the leg rope off and trying to look cool, not looking at the benefits of it. But I think it stems down to surf schools and awareness as well, coming through to surfers that are developing, understanding how to paddle out around the lineup and how to kick out, not relying on the leash per se. But of course, that's why it was put in. It's safety at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I guess too, Byron Bay, like a backpacker mecca of probably the world, would be safe to call it. And so many people, and it's just so beautiful. You just grab a board, you walk down, and you paddle straight out.
It's just a sheer amount of people in the inside section as well. So when a straight board does go straight, when the leg rope snaps, which happens so much, it's chaos. But there's boats coming in the lineup there. There's stand-up paddle boards, there's longboards, shortboards, there's kids learning. It's an array of water activities, so safety is paramount at all points. But here goes Roisin. She gets on the nose, and again, unable to capitalize on that one, staying really busy. The final 2 minutes of this, Avalon with the 4.67 and 3.33 is looking confident, but the door is still open for Roisin right now with a 2.07 in her scoreline. I mean, you'd have to say there'll be another set towards the end, so we may see some fireworks.
Yeah, I'd like to think there would be, but I'm, like I said earlier, pretty impressed with Avalon. Like, she's got herself into a lead where Rogine needs a 4.28, and she's being pretty staunch in where she's sitting. And I guess at the end of the day, if it's a bigger wave, she takes it off her. But she's happy and not super worried about these little waves that Rogine's paddling for, knowing and must have been watching enough of the event this morning that there hasn't been many scores over a 4 on those small waves all morning.
Yeah, playing a sensible game. You see Avalon sitting up on her board there, just paddling around, looking pretty relaxed right now. Rogine, on the other hand, she's sitting back on the tail, and often when you see a surfer do that, it's a sign of, I'm not going to say carelessness, but it's often to someone who's kind of defeated. When you're sitting upright on your board and you're actually like in the middle of the board with good posture, you're activated, you're ready. Avalon, on the other hand, she's confident with priority.
Yeah, I think she's trying to keep her feet out. The air must be warmer than the water now. It must be at that point that the day's heated up a little bit. We're moving closer.
Yeah, it's all of 11
lunch.
degrees.
Yeah. But yeah, you can see Rogine, she's not displaying the body language, but at the end of the day too, she knows a wave that can break, and as she kind of drowns herself off the side of her surfboard there, it's like, yeah, it's down to Mother Nature now.
Yeah.
Minute 10, the comfort she should be taking, like we spoke about though, is it is a longer period swell. There's going to be 2.
Yep.
So realistically, she has to outsurf Avalon if they do get 2 waves by 0.9 of a point, and she takes the win.
She can, and the waves have been absolutely pumping at home to leave Byron Bay and the Northern Rivers during that swell that they've had. She had a great warm-up, and coming down to Bells right now, she'll be hoping to capitalise on something. 45 seconds, it might be a little bump coming. It may just get here in time, but it is the youngster from Laguna Beach he's got the lead at the moment. A low-scoring affair in the last few heats. We'll have Heat 8, which will be the final one of the elimination round for the women coming up, and the men following suit. 25 seconds, there is a bump. And we just saw there on the right screen, Rogine placed well on the buoy, out of priority. The final 15 seconds, we'll get that wide angle and have a look and see what's going on with our surfer in blue. Avalon maybe seeing Rogine paddle. It's not enough, 5 seconds remaining. This one is going to go to the American. The goofy footer gets up just in time, and this will be a victory lap for her. She'll be looking to build on a 3.33. Nice tight nose right there. Stable on her feet. And on only her 3rd wave, she ices that victory. And well played. It was a very mature heat there from Avalon. Well, Rogine will say goodbye to her and hopefully see her next year.
Yeah, like I said, I've been waiting all day for that to happen. I've been waiting for someone to recognise there are 2 of those waves coming through. I'm going to back myself. I'm going to surf it. So great effort by Avalon. Well-deserved win.
And she'll be feeling relieved, and she looks pretty emotionless right now, but it's cold out there. These surfers had to prepare themselves for this, and they're hanging around in Ugg boots and big jackets, so it's not easy to get out there, put on a show. But don't go anywhere, because we're going to be back. We'll just look at Chloe right now. This is that next heat that's just started. And we'll catch up with you guys straight after the break. it is, an international affair here down at Bells Beach for stop 1 of the World Longboard Tour. You can see Hawaii represented. We've got American flag Brazilian, South African, Japan, Philippines, France, Portugal, Samoa, and the UK flags flying proud. Of course, that's why we are here at the World Longboard Tour. We've got Grant Thomas in the booth with myself, Matt Chinoski, and American Samoan surfer Sive Jarrett up against Chloe Coleman out on the water right now from Montauk, taking suits straight after Avalon, doing the butt paddle with the legs up on the board. It is cold out there, but someone who's used to booties, 5mm dry suits and hoods, that's Chloe Coleman. She actually gave yours truly a couple of heat packs while we're sitting here in the booth. Got one on my shoes, one on my back right now, feeling good. But that's a nice way to keep warm, she said. Leading up into those cold sessions, they have these little shakeable heat packs that they have on their hands. A lot of the surfers have got them in their pockets right now. The youngster qualified through the regional qualifying tour in the North America region. Put on a great show there at Morro Bay, and really delicate footwork. Also riding a Michael Takayama from Oceanside in California. And I look forward to seeing what she's got for us here at Bells, but up against the powerhouse, Sive Jarrett, who also qualified through the regional qualifying process. It wasn't a wild card. She came through the Hawaii region, and she's been busy surfing the ISAs over in El Salvador, and she was at the single and unattached invitational event over in the Philippines in the beginning of the year. So these surfers, world travelers at such a young age.
Yeah, a fantastic opportunity that the tour presents. Obviously still having to qualify through those regions, but it's fantastic to see as we see Survey up and riding now with a nice little change of direction, her 6 steps to the nose, nice little hang 10, and coming back through to the inside, and that wave's just starting to shut down. We're starting to see a little bit less and less on offer through that inside section now, which makes what happens out the back with Chloe riding this one so much more important. And just getting stuck behind that part after a quick little nose ride. And those first scores came in, 2.33 for Sive and a 2.0 for Chloe. So pretty close, just the hang 10 the difference, I think, in that little exchange.
Yeah, the judges keeping a lid on the scores at the moment. They do know there's swell out there, and they really want to leave that scale open for someone to really crack into it. And we saw Avalon coming in there and finally cracked a smile. She was pretty stoic throughout that heat and had the game face on, which is unlike Avalon. She's usually one to break a smile and get the teeth showing, but it's cold out there, and as I said before, it's hard work. You know, we put a light-hearted spin on things, but at the end of the day, these surfers, they feels like the edge of the earth right now. It's freezing, the waves are there, but they're nervous. This is the elimination round. They've put on a lot of training, their sponsors, their support, both financially and with the products. Everyone's backed them to get to this point, GT, and it all comes down to this moment. It's up to the surfer. Coaches have given them all the tools. It's up to them to put it into practice. And here goes Sive, maybe having a look at this under priority. She probably should have a look at this as it's a proper line. It doesn't materialize.
Yeah, I'm guessing too that smile then from Avalon, that's a relief smile, I think, because no one's absolutely ecstatic and over the moon. It's only elimination round, right? But that whole structure of that heat to sit and wait and have those 2 waves come through and execute, that's relief as we see Blue up and riding.
So taking off wide on this one was Chloe. Beautiful footwork there. And cautious hands there, just wanting to navigate the bump. She does a really good job there to get the hang 10. And this one, a little more in the pocket for a moment, so the judges will take note on where the board's positioned, but she gets a clean completion.
Yeah, that she'll be pretty happy with that wave, and looking back through that last heat, that's going to be similar to the better scores of that last heat. She had plenty of transitional movement, so if the board wasn't moving, she was. So no real downtime, not huge amounts. And as these conditions will start to deteriorate a little bit with the tide going out, the judges are going to have to start to look a little bit more to start to separate these surfers, I feel.
And look at that detail there, that mid-board trim, GT.
Yeah, look, and then, like I said, these feet will just keep moving, and when the feet aren't, there's just that slight pause then. Nice little hang 10, and every time she's moving back, there's another readjustment. She done another little nose ride there and comes out of it nice and clean. So a nice wave by her as we look at that real close-up of the toes perched over the front. it's as good a, you know, I've had the opportunity to get some pretty good tubes in my time, and I've had some opportunity to do a few hang tens, maybe not as long as some of these guys because of our era, but I tell you what, the feeling of zero board in front of you is one to behold.
I've said it before, and I've had both, but the setup for the nose ride and the tube is almost identical, because that's where the board needs to be. Back in the pocket, you know, you bottom turn, you set it up, and the board gets sucked back. And like in a tube, you pull up under the hood, and that wave sucks you back into the vortex of that tube. And it's like a nose ride. It can feel like the longest thing in the world, but it's 3 or 4 seconds. Exactly the same with the tube and the curtains closing over. But phenomenal work there. And this is Sive. This is her second wave.
Yeah, just a couple of little adjustments. You can see the white water on the face from the bigger wave earlier, and you know, although she's come off and we look at the rest of the wave, there's no real loss there. No. It's just perhaps hopefully she was able to, or yeah, well, she doesn't have priority anyway, so.
4.33 there for Chloe, so she'll take an early lead right now, and the pressure is on Sive there, needing a 4.01. And Chloe and Sive, both their families are traveling with they're both rookies as well, so traveling with them. The brother, the mum, the dad, for both of these are all here in contingent, having a family holiday. Really cool. I saw Chloe out with her family last night, with Kevin Scavana as well, Sam Christensen. So all of those surfers traveling together and really enjoying tour life. They better get used to it, because this is the new blood on the Longboard Tour, and these surfers will be here for a long time. You get that sense with their maturity and their style. And the judging really appreciating both of these women's style. To get here through the regional quals is extremely difficult in its own right. And see these surfers representing in North America and the Hawaii region. And Sive moving through under priority. Our surfer in red there. She's riding a surfboard actually made over there in Portugal by Luffy. And saw Luffy over there in the Philippines, you know, identifying a bit of talent. And I guess she was the recipient of some of those boards there for the ISA, and she'll gladly take those. And any support that these surfers can get is very welcome.
Oh, 100%. It's actually flowing through all of world surfing, I think, in every genre of it at the moment. Like, you have your 1 or 2 surfers in each sort of style of surfing, and you know, obviously on the CT level there might be a few more, but even then there's still guys that are sort of not doing it off their own back by any means, but there's a massive gap in the top 3 to 5 paid surfers in the world, and the rest of them underneath. So it's it's fantastic to see these families supporting their kids, because I'm, you know, not guaranteeing, but I'm sure there's at part of this, some of these guys, it's not 100% totally funded. So they're doing their work, they're getting out there to put their names out there, and I guess without risk there's no reward.
Yes, exactly right. And I mean, surfing is one of those pastimes as well. It's like it's a lifestyle-based surfing sport. So these surfers, this is a very small period of their lifetime where they have an opportunity to compete as an athlete. Kelly Slater, obviously, Taylor Jensen, Joel Tudor, these surfers being the exception, with their careers spanning multiple decades. But in this case, these surfers, you know, they'll probably be retired in less than 20 years. So why not try and support that dream while it's an opportunity and see where it takes you? And somebody who's kicking goals and on her own solo trip for the first time ever, Avalon Gal, who's on the glass with Josh.
Yeah, Avalon, you're here by yourself this year, traveling with your boyfriend Kai. How's that been so far?
It's been fun. We definitely miss you, Dad.
I think he'll be watching, definitely. He'll be so proud of you right now. That was a great performance. Tricky conditions, a little bit of wind blowing up the face. How did it feel out there, and what board were you riding out there today?
I was riding a 9.5 Monty, shaped by Michael Takayama, and it was fun. It looked fun on the beach, but it went flat for so long, and just glad I got a couple, and always fun surfing with Rogine.
How do you handle the nerves while you're sitting out there, knowing how important that heat is? Yes, they obviously didn't go to plan, not progressing through that round 2 into the round of 16. How do you handle those nerves out there while there's such big lulls?
Just try to stay calm and just kind of think of it as just I'm free surfing with some friends, just trying to have as much fun as I can.
Awesome. It looked like you were having a lot of fun. Congratulations. Do you want to give a shout out to everyone back home?
Yes, I miss and love you, all my family and everybody, and can't wait to see you soon.
Unreal. Well done, Avalon. Into the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, love it. Joyful Avalon. really sweet in the water and on land, of course. She's one of the favourite competitors, and although she's a fierce competitor with the rash vest on, she's actually just a beautiful person. She shows that personality to everybody. Everyone wants to be friends with Avalon.
Yeah, she's got that little aura about her, doesn't she? She's like that cuteness type, just happy.
Yeah,
you know,
she's genuinely stoked.
Yeah, it rubs off.
Yeah, must be cool to raise a daughter like that, have somebody who's so well respected from everybody around the world. So big shout out to Ray. He's the father of Avalon there, supporting her dream for many years, bringing her over to Australia, and now it's time for her to travel, and she's through to the 3rd round. So phenomenal work from her, and we look forward to seeing more of her coming up, most likely tomorrow. But back to this heat, we have Chloe Coleman, both rookies in the water, taking the lead from Sive Jared. We're approaching that halfway mark, and you see the beautiful flight cam here as we overlook it. Jirac, which is the indigenous name for Bells Beach, and see that higher tide starting to recede a little bit from the base of the cliff, but it's such an active marine area. It's a Point Addis Marine Park as we spread and look over there, and in that far distance there was actually a cliff collapse yesterday, a natural erosion cliff collapse, and a good 100 feet of the cliff actually fell into the water, and that just goes to show this constant changing environment these surfers are battling with, and flags flying. That's actually a semi-offshore wind what we've got right now, so nice to see the American flag flying proud in that wind.
Yeah, there's obviously having all those flags, and it's just goes to show that the total broad spectrum of competitors we have, and the different stories they have sitting behind them, and how they get here, and how, I mean, the feel down there, just in that competitor zone, it's different to many, you know, like as we've both been to CT and Challenger Series events, Matt, and it's just it's its own feel, you know. Yeah. It's just happy. It's that cruisy. It's bizarre.
And yeah, Chloe took the win there at the Coastal Edge Steel Pier Classic, which is another family-orientated event. They're over there on the east coast of USA, and she's no stranger to Southern California as well. There's the Winky Pop Stairs over on the other side, and that's a backup spot for the shortboard event, the Rip Curl Bells Classic there, held in at Easter time. But we're here for the Bells Bowl at the that's the trophies that are being awarded here. So you got the bell that's given at Easter time, and the bowl that's given to the longboarders. That's pretty cool. It's a unique trophy. It's been developed for the longboarders. And Sive turning on this one. She identifies something in this wave under priority. She needs to get something, start getting the ball rolling at the halfway mark. She's paddling, gets over the fulcrum of the rocker and gets into this one. And having a look, trying to get a little nose right there, hopping back. This wave not really opening up for her yet. So just a few, you know, up and down, a bit of footwork, but not really materializing, but no love lost there for Sive, but just staying busy.
Yeah, look, just obviously there's two ways to look at it: keeping warm, staying busy. The wave was never going to be the four that she needed at that size and where she's taking off on the reef. So interesting decision, but in the same time, it is an understandable tactic to keep yourself moving for when those opportunities arrive. She could well have looked out the back and saw nothing was coming and didn't have that priority, so just thought, you know what, I'm going to catch a wave.
And it's interesting that board there, she's just looking for that nose ride section, but often is the case on those wider nose boards with heavy rocker is the nose ride section needs to be in the pocket, but those boards allow you to do it on the face. So you often see the surfers searching for a nose ride, but the judges want to see it happen organically, natural and in the pocket. And on that note, we'll wait for that score to be dropped in. Let's go to a Bonsoy brew break, but join us for the remainder of Heat 8 really shortly.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Victoria, Melbourne, every bit different. By Bonsoy, the official milk of WSL. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Events, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic.
Welcome back. We're into the final moments of Heat 8, elimination round of the women's stop 1 on the World Longboard Tour. This is the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Matt Chinoski in the booth, joined by Grant Thomas. As we talk you through the remainder of this heat, it's pretty cool. We've got another 3 stops after this. US Open, a 3rd stop, and the 4th stop, the finals being in El Salvador.
Yeah, it's great to see the tour kind of come back, you know, and I as much as you hear the talk, I don't mind the narrowing of the field as long as the field is big enough still at that last event sometimes. But I mean, when we were surfing many years ago, it was sort of up around that 5 event sort of mark, and then obviously we saw a couple of years in between where it went back to just the solo world title event. That was the year Josh won, by the way. You know, he was talking about one of his defeats of me earlier, but the year he won a world title, it was one event. So I don't know if that
It
still
was like
counts.
that for almost a decade, actually, 1 or 2 events.
But yeah, no, obviously all accolades to Josh. He still won it, right?
Yep.
So beat me, so I can't say that much. But yeah, look, it's great to see the surfers to have something to work for, you know, and give them that little time around the world for people to see and to people to watch the sport. So good on WSL for continuing that, and hopefully it keeps to continue for years to come.
Yeah, Bioglan, the presenting sponsor here of the Bells Beach Longboard Classic, doing great things in the surf community and also in the health space as well. Based there on the Northern Beaches, knowing Tom Carroll, 2-time world surfing champion. He is an ambassador for Bioglan, and some of their products that they've been putting on the market, you know, really, I guess, attractive to surfers, and especially aging surfers in particular. They've got stuff for poor sleep, obviously inflammation with your joints as well. And even some of the surfers are opting to try some of the products there. Sam did a really good plug yesterday in the Bioglan tent. So if you are around, come on down, check out their activation here at Bells Beach, or check them out and the products that they have on offer. And yeah, it's always nice to have somebody, you know, supporting those who support you in the sponsor realm. Yeah,
100%. I was speaking to the guys in their little setup down there before, and I'm definitely at my age, sleep sometimes isn't always great, you know. So I'm thinking I'm actually gonna go see them after this, and I'm gonna try the night powder, to be honest, and I'll be able to let you know how it goes tomorrow.
All right, yeah. So get to sit no bags under the eyes tomorrow, mate.
Fingers crossed.
As we're in the final moments of this heat right now, no one's really blown it open again. Not that they made any mistakes, just the waves have gone very quiet, and that's part of the preparation that these surfers have to endure. There was a heat earlier with Elise Lemoyne and Sakura Inui where they had surfed over 20 waves each, and I'm sure if we'd have divided that up to some of those other heats, they would have been really stoked. But you just got to adapt, roll with it. These surfers have come from around the world to prepare for this moment. There's waves out there, somebody will be a winner, and it's up to the surfer who can get those 2 best scoring waves to come out on top.
Yeah, look, I think it's down to that point now with just 8 minutes remaining. Matt Survey here has to sit it out. I think, you know, she's already chasing a score in that 4-point range, or around about a 4, and to be honest, like I said earlier, there hasn't been a lot of those in those waves that haven't been sets at the moment. Just with that low tide, it's shortening those waves up. So it's a game of waiting. It's a game of having that confidence and trusting. You're on the world tour, you're on the world stage. Given the opportunity, I'm sure she's got it in her. But yeah, it's at that point, and we see waves approaching. So let's see what happens here.
Yeah, they aren't ship waves, believe it or not. This is actually just a remnant of the groundswell that's coming in right now. We have Chloe having a look at this under priority. She's going to try and sell it to Sive. Sive's committed. She's going hard. She's going to need to, because she's used her priority up here. She's paddling for this one. Now Surf and Red, she gets up, chasing a 401. She gets on the nose, trimming through the midsection here. And withstanding the chop there, this one racing away. She gets on the tail there and tries a little foam climb. Stays on her feet there, so perhaps not the 401, but it'll eclipse the 133 at this point.
Yeah, look, it's definitely going to replace that. I'll go close to say it may be her best wave too. Yep. We'll have to wait and see on that how that exactly pans out. But gee, with that vision, you can see the wind and the effect it's having and the difficulty it throws at the surfers. A nice little hang 5 there, comes round, stays composed, and just comes around and just kind of taps it off the whitewash. So it's going to be in that similar range, I would guess.
So we'll see where that one logs in at. 6 minutes 30. She did need to get the ball rolling. She's using a priority on that. It's Coleman out there holding tight. She'll have her brother Tucker down there who'll be instructing her on where to sit, perhaps a little beacon on the headland. I've seen that a few times today as well, where someone will be up there just assisting with those lineups. 'Cause that's the other thing. When it goes flat, how difficult it is to locate where you are if you're not familiar with the spot.
Yeah, and you add to that the time and the pressure. Like you're sitting out there going, am I in the right spot?
Yeah.
Do I need to be just over there a little bit? Do I need to be over there a little bit? So it's really, it's human nature to second guess yourself, and especially in situations when you have pressure added and you've got those situations. That score came in for Sive, pretty much the same, a 2.37. So sitting on 2 of those, it does take a requirement from a 4.01 down to a 3.97. So, you know, it's a clear target. She needs that 4, and it needs to be a wave that offers her a little bit more scoring opportunity.
Yeah, I feel like the opportunity's there. The surfers just are not coming through the section on the nose. They're waiting for these sections that aren't there. The section is there. They've got to be going through it. And that's the key. The judges are keeping the scores low. They want to see that penetration from behind in the mid-section of the board, stepping into the section. No one's executing it yet.
And in these conditions, Matt, as you know, it could be as much as one really solid hang 10 in a steep section that's going to stand out.
Like Avalon. Like she's got that one little 5, tight 5, you know, deep in the pocket. But we have, our men's heats coming up next. Ben Skinner, Gavin Adoni. We can certainly guarantee, I know that Adoni will be getting that board in the pocket, and Ben Skinner, a consummate professional. You can see there paddling out on his self-shaped board. The Bell Shorey, he'll be making his way out. That's going to be a tough battle coming up next, but still so much more left on this heat. 4 minutes 30 remaining, and it's just like a slight, perhaps mindset shift of when to go to the nose instead of waiting for that moment, actually just taking it by the horns and sending it.
Yeah, and I think for some of the female competitors that we've seen so far too, like they can at times be caught in these conditions, especially having so many scores the same. So at some point as a surfer, the wave isn't changing much. You need to change your approach. So it's having that attitude, you know what, if I go for it and fall, that's okay. You know, so we're often protecting ourselves from falling off, and it's something when you teach a lot of people to surf, you know, the difference between getting better at surfing and not is trying to surf and the surf that tries not to fall. And as soon as you're trying not to fall, you're actually holding yourself back.
That's it, and the judges pick up on that, and I think back to the highest single wave scores today, Rachel Tilley and Natalie Wunderlich as well. We'll talk about that. Sive, her answer back, 397 required. She's on the nose, waiting for that section again. Multiple nose rides. Of course, it's the quality, not the quantity there that the judges are awarding. A couple little touches of the nose there. Can't see that perhaps going close to that 4 range, but maybe eclipsing the 2s.
Yeah, I think it's her best wave. I think that's for sure. But once again, if we go back to Chloe's 433, far bigger wave. And got a little bit of work done too. But let's have a closer look at this. Some nice cross-stepping. Up to the nose, out in front of the section a little bit though, not super critical, but she does get up and back 3 times and a nice clean finish. So I think it'll be her best. And there we go, 2.43. So comes in just above just her best. And so Chloe's still sitting strong. She's in pretty good position right now with 2.5 minutes with priority, looking for a bigger wave, and if that comes her way, it's going to make things a lot more tricky for Sive to move herself into that position to move through the next round.
Almost exact replay of that last heat with Roisin and Avalon, where Avalon had caught 2 waves in the dying moments, caught the 3rd, and here goes Chloe, looking to drop a low of a 2. She sets this one up, and she's waiting here for that section to come ahead. She's on the tail now, and just waiting, and pops out of that one, so leaving the door open for Jared, who's going to make her way back out with priority, and it'll be her opportunity to get that only a 3.91.
Yeah, we'll wait for that replay to come back, but I think Chloe made a critical mistake at the beginning of this, fading back towards the breaking part of the wave, and by the time she hooks it round, she's actually dropped right to the bottom. And as soon as you come past that middle third, you're literally going to wash off speed and lose speed. So she's, instead of sort of projecting herself nice and early and attacking that high line in that wave, that's actually cost her from getting out onto that open face. And that was another bigger wave of the heat, which could have absolutely sealed the deal.
Fastest part of our longboards is forward of centre. That's why we paddle there, after all. The flattest part of the rocker. And when that wave comes, it's often instinctive the surfers get to the tail. In actual fact, we've got to move forward to accelerate. We'll have a look at the highlights of the heat so far. And then that dying minute, it was Sive out to an early start. And just a pair of twos so far at the moment. Just unable to capitalise and get that board in the pocket. But the judges keeping a real lid on the scores and really showing and asking the surfers to get back in the pocket. So great work there. We didn't see that wipe out earlier.
I did not see that earlier. So she's doing good to still be out there, to be honest. That could have really hurt. Doesn't look too rattled as she pulls that board back in by the leg rope. And yeah, she's going to have a little look at that. She definitely landed on it. And it looks like one of them, as we go back to live, may have just taken a wave.
Yeah,
if she's
that could have been that wave just then.
Ah, okay, that exactly right. That makes sense. Her hair looked a bit messed up still. So 25 seconds to go, Matt, and looking like a pretty quiet ocean right now.
Yeah, handed it back to Chloe again. So a priority error from Chloe, handed back over to Sive, who then replicated that, unfortunately, unable to capitalise, just searching for that 391, 10 seconds remaining, and Coleman has hung on to the win. So that heat being a low-scoring affair, 6.33 heat total. She'll count that one as a lucky one. She'll be elated as we'll see her move through to the round of three. You can see her just stoked to get through that, and a tough one for those surfers, and we'll say goodbye to Sive. But we'll look forward to seeing her over at Huntington Beach, and she'll regroup and just have a look at that performance, and we'll see, I think, an on-fire, a rookie class over there in Huntington for the second stop. So these surfers make their way in. We'll get set for a break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back for the men's round coming up shortly.
Welcome back to the action as we move on to men's round two. Elimination for surfers will be going down. Winners will move into round three. Losers will be taking away a 17th place finish. My name is Sam Bleakley. I've got the pleasure of being joined again in the booth with 2006 world champion Josh Constable, 8 times Australian champion Josh.
That's it.
Golf handicap at the moment?
We're about 5.
That's pretty spectacular. Good golf courses locally here in Victoria as well.
Yeah, it's amazing down here. It's just the golf, the surf, just the whole countryside, it's amazing. And we've had such a great run of waves this morning. The women have been putting on amazing performances and really looking forward to getting this men's one underway.
So we got our Floridian winner of the trials at Torquay Point 2 days ago, Gavin Idone, straight up for a 5, up for a 10, back up for a little cheetah stretch 5, holding that locked nose ride, walking out cleanly, surfing against Ben Skindog Skinner and kicking off with style. The Floridian gets the first score on the board, leaving Ben Skinner in red out back for a first wave.
Yeah, he's looking fired up, super excited. He surfed so well in the trials the other day, and here he is. He's on the big stage. Great opportunity to display his longboard surfing. I was speaking to him earlier. He's come over to escape the heat over there in Florida and come to Noosa and have some waves and surf, and then realising there's the contest is on, so he came down and gave himself a chance in the trials, and here he is in the main event, Sam. Pretty cool story.
Ben Skinner takes that wave, kicks out. He's probably going to get back out quicker than Gavin for priority, sees a set there. Talk about how significant it was for Gavin to win that trials event at Torquay Point.
Yeah, really good. Here's Ben's first wave, quickly, Sam. Nice nose ride through the pocket. Great little wave, and today it's so tricky and fast down the line that you really got to keep projecting down the line, keep the speed up. That's his third nose ride, so it's really nice and going to finish strong here, and a great opening wave for Ben.
Nice start for Skindog. Live action again, getting another wave back up to the tip, gets a 10, lifting block 10, walks back to the middle of the board, stretch for a 5, and then off the tail bangs that rebound on his 9-4 double scoop as we see Gavin Idone from Florida up to the 5, walks out, kicks out. He's going to be first out for priority. So judges, a busy start. They've got a lot of scores to drop, but Skindog looks like he's probably going to get the best of these first exchanges.
Yeah, that was a nice wave for Ben. You saw just the wave, the angle of that swell and the wind blowing up the face when he hit that last little section. It just threw his board back down, so it had a little bit of spice to it. I think the judges are going to like that finish.
Yeah, an interesting thing about opting for the Thunderbolt technology, of course, you know, will make a lot of custom boards at this factory in Cornwall. But this is the Thunderbolt technology, and it's looking good under his feet, Josh.
Yeah, it is nice and lively, nice and fast, and that's the little turn there. He just rebounds off that one, and it slung him back into the wave, so the judges are going to like that one. And here's Gavin just up and down, realising there wasn't much opportunity on that wave. Get back out the back, get priority, be nice and patient.
Quick start for both surfers. Busy start, scores waiting to come through. A 5, 1, 7, 4. Ben Skinner, it looks like Gavin Idone is turning. Maybe he's going to have an opportunity to have a little strike at this. There's the score coming through for that opening wave. We've still got that second score and that third score to come through for Ben Skinner in red. Gavin gets a 3-1-7, backed up by a 1-2-3. He's up and riding. 4 quick steps up for a touch of the 5, a second 5. Locks in for a soul arch, tight 5, almost a 10, walks out. Rebounds off the foam, so both surfers looking composed, looking ready, looking hungry.
Yeah, I really like the quick footwork of Gavin. He's looking on right now and super excited. It's a great opportunity to surf against someone like Ben Skinner, a veteran of the sport, been putting on performances for year after year, but just this nice up to the nose, nice patience, nice little 5-10. Board just caught a little bit on the nose, but recovered well and finishes with a beautiful hit.
Big shout out to all you Floridians tuning in. It'll be 10 p.m. back home, East Coast time, USA. You'll be following Gavin. All those surfers in Europe that might be following Ben, it's 3 a.m. in the UK. Skindog's up and riding. There's the 5, there's the 10. Lock and lift, that double scoop design really facilitating some lifting, critical nose rides as he goes into real nice crisp 10 for that second section. Good, clean, quick footwork and snapping that back dynamically and just walking again in and out of another nose ride. Both of these surfers on the top of their game. This is a great start to the men's round. Sharp, lively, dynamic. Skindog's feeling it.
Yeah, looking back to his buddies on the beach and just letting them know he's feeling it. He's feeling really good right now. That was a great wave. The difference that we're noticing right now is Ben's picking those waves that are giving him more opportunity, getting a lot more work done, but up and riding now, Gavin, it just looks like he faded off the back of that one. Probably hearing those scores come through a little bit Ben's on, you know, he's starting to squeeze. He's the 517, he backed it up with another one. And that was his 4th ride that Ben got. Would have heard the hoots on the beach. Gavin's just starting to maybe feel it a little bit.
He hit the nose pretty early on that wall. That side wind, how much of an impact does that side wind have on the kind of the technique required to nose ride through these slightly ribbed sections, these ribbed faces?
Yeah, you're going to feel it a little bit. You're going to feel like the water wants to come over the nose of the board, so they have to be quite precise on where they're placing their board. They're going to feel like a lot of surfers might opt to just have a little bit more nose lift in some of their boards if they've got a board with a little bit more rocker. And you can see with Ben there, he's just placing those nose rides great. He's projecting down the line. That last wave was really good. We're waiting for the score to come through. Judges will have a really good look at that because it was a great wave. 21
minutes remaining. Score's waiting to come through for Skin Dog, but what about this with the replay, Constable?
So here it is, straight up. Nice little fade, 5, 10 takeoff, then held to 5, back up again, just hanging there, adjusting well, another 10, that's his second 10. Big snapping turn there, that was for a small wave, quite dynamic, so this is really good and finishes it. And then you watch this one at the end, he looks at the guys on the beach, he's feeling it.
Laser focus, he's got good mates here, he's got Mitch, Laminator on board, that does a lot of work for Channel Islands surfboards up there in Sydney, and of course Nick, who runs La Loca Cafe in Queenscliff, so he's got his also good friend Hugh, who lives down here in Torquay, so he's got local support, he's got an Australian fan base, he's also got Rick's Ground Engineering helping kind of fund some of his travel, Australian Ground Engineering Works company, but let's not rule out Gavin. Winning that trials event at Torquay, that was a hyper-competitive field. And to come here to Australia and take that win says a lot about the skills of this young Floridian.
Yeah, no, he can totally surf. The performance he put on through the trials was sensational, and here he is again. Sam, talk us through this one.
Straight up to the tip, walks out, roller coaster, float, just stools it there, recognizing his ride on the bricks, shallow on that inside there, but good wave, good line, good movement, perhaps referencing some of the run of the waves that we've seen from Skin Dogs 467 and 517. Didn't have as much scoring potential.
Yeah, obviously Ben's just getting a lot more work done on the waves, but not just doing work, the surfing is delivering. The nose rides are through the pocket, he's hanging 10, he's doing what he can, and look at this one, a lot bigger set wave.
Here he is, Ben Skinner, multiple British champion, 12 times European champion, great run last season, 3rd on the World Longboard Tour, rebounds off that foam. Look back to the 11-second hang 10 he had at Malibu last season in the WSL finals for the top 8. As we see Gavin answering back, toes on the tip, gets the 10, walks out of the 10, and then just that standing island kick out. But he'll be first out for priority, 19 minutes remaining. So it's a really good start for Skin Dog, but Gavin is certainly in the mix, and somebody who has rounded off women's round 2 in style, representing Montauk, New York. Chloe Coleman is at the top of the steps.
Really close heat, almost replicating your teammate Avalon Gale's heat, the one before. What was going through your mind and the long delays and those long lulls between waves?
I was just trying to stay patient. I'm not very patient when surfing, so I was just trying to relax and hope for a set that only one came through, but it was still fun.
It was a very mature performance. You were very measured, catching 3 waves throughout that. Is that something you've been working on in the last year or so, especially after your victory over there on the East Coast?
Yeah, I've been working on staying patient and just it's okay to just only catch 3 waves. I don't have to be busy the whole time, you know?
And your first time over to Bells Beach, what's it like? Have you been enjoying it? You're here with the family?
Yes, I've been loving it, loving the meat pies, loving everything. Kind of reminds me a little bit of home with all the preserved land over the ocean, so yeah.
Cool. And anyone at home you want to give a shout out to, or anyone out there in the internet world that you want to give a big hello to?
Shout out everyone home in Montauk. Love you guys. Shout out Ditch Witch. They're the bomb.
And your shaper?
Michael, you make the best boards ever. And the sickest shades carved. Ethan's over here. Right. Everything.
Thanks so much, Chloe. Look forward to seeing you coming up in round 3. Going to change any preparation? Go for a surf after this?
Maybe a surf. Maybe some warm meat pies and the fire. That's it.
Sounds like a plan. Back to live action.
Kudos, Chloe Coleman from Montauk, New York, putting on a show, booking her spot in round 3. Congratulations, Chloe. A 7.33 and a 6.17 for Ben Skinner's last 2 rides. A 3.17 and a 4.27 for Gavin Idone's top 2 waves. So Gavin now chasing a 9.23 and Skin Dog building and building. A 7.33 and a 6.17 to cap things off. He's going to feel confident now, Constable.
Yeah, that was great. That 6.17 came on that biggest set wave. He had to chase it down the line. The bigger ones were quite quick. So he did well to get the score because there wasn't much action. It was a big carve and a big floater. Not much nose work, but did enough surfing to get a great score. So he's really putting that squeeze on Gavin. Gavin needs to be patient now. He needs to get himself on some great waves. But here it is. It's a bigger wave. He's racing down the line, but this first drop knee jam was sensational. Comes out of it with speed, trimming, just trying to get in front. Nice little climb again. So actually no nose ride on that wave, but still getting a really nice score. And here's Gavin backing it up on the one behind. But unfortunately, he was still paddling out. He wasn't in the correct takeoff spot.
That says a lot. Just that gouging, carving, rail engage, drop knee turn, backed up by that float, really accelerating, lifting, gaining speed. No nose ride, but a 6.17, and it says a lot about Skin Dog starting to now get momentum. And sometimes it can be favorable to shift into that round 2 and then start to build on things and not have that day off.
Totally, and the waves are great. We've come to Bells Beach to obviously surf the bowl, but this isn't a terrible wave. This is high tide. This is Rincon. It's still peeling. It's a perfect right point. He picked off on a set wave there. I think they liked the score went that high because it was a set wave. We haven't seen many sets in this heat yet, and he surfed it fast, smooth, aggressively. That first drop knee turn was awesome, and here he goes again.
Up and riding Skin Dog, 6 steps into a 10, holds that 10. He's going to kick out of that one, knowing there's not much more. Big shout out to fans tuning in from the UK. 3 a.m. I just got a message from the founder of the British Longboard Union, the mighty Minnow Green, watching Ben Skinner. There'll be a lot of fans as well tuning in, watching the Floridian up and riding right now, smooth and silky in and out of those opening 2 nose rides. Now going low, grabbing that rail, but already kicked off with a couple of big nose rides, but chasing a very big score and coming up against a in-form Ben Skinner. What will now be going through Gavin's head, knowing he needs that near perfect score of a 9.23?
Yeah, he's got to slow down. He's got to keep it calm, keep calm between the ears as well. I don't think he's going to get a 9.23 out there. It's tough conditions, really hard. His surfing's phenomenal, but it's going to be a really hard score to get. I would be breaking it down. He needs first to try and match Ben's 7.33 and then reduce that the requirement. So I'd be trying to get out there somewhere in between a 7 and a 7.5. Then he needs a 6. His surfing is great. He can do that really easily.
Here we go. He's having a little look at this. Is Gavin. He's not going to catch it. And with that, let's have a break because we'll be back very soon for the conclusion of this kickoff of round 2 of the men's from day 2 at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Welcome back to the Melbourne Flight Camp, just up the coast. Melbourne, the undisputed major events capital of Australia, with the entire city embracing its year-round lineup of sport, food, festivals, exhibition, theatre, music, fashion, and much more. And here, just down the coast, of course, in Bells Beach, Dirac, Wadawurrung Country, Victoria, we continue day 2 of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic with heat number 1 of the men's round 2, and Ben Skindog Skinner backing up that 7.33 with a 6.9 for his last wave, meaning Gavin Idoni from Cocoa Beach, Florida, up and riding, chasing a near perfect 9.96. But as Josh Constable, 2006 World Longboard Champion, said, he needs to break it down. He needs a high 7, and he needs then that attainable score of a high 6 as we see him loose lively. Of course, Cocoa Beach, not only home of Kelly Slater, but Skippy, Stephen Slater, fantastic longboarder in his time. Last time I saw Stephen, he was missing in action with Jimmy Gambert at the Biarritz Surf Festival, but a great longboarder out of Cocoa Beach from the Slater family.
Yeah, he was sensational, great style, just like his brother, and he paved the way for these guys.
Absolutely.
And Gavin now has got the torch and running with him. It's great to have him here in the event.
And of course, Quinny as well, Justin Quintal, former World Longboard Champion. Of course, a Floridian himself. If he's tuning in, big shout out to you, Justin Quinny Quintal. You'll be pleased to see Gavin looking so strong, Josh. What about this on the replay?
Yeah, definitely nice one. Look at this drop knee turn, redirects, setting it up now. He's got the patience, and then when the opportunity comes, beautiful quick little footstep, nice little 5. It's very smooth. He's very light-footed. I really like the way he's surfing, and we saw that at the trials when he won on Wednesday. His surfing was really, really good.
And of course, we talked about Quinny. He won that World Longboard title in 2019. So, you know, heritage runs deep in Floridian surfing, and Gavin representing in style here. And he took that win in the trials at Torquay Point 2 days ago. He beat Jack Roberts, Jack Tyro from New Zealand, and Will Cousins. That was a pretty stacked final. Big win for Gavin.
Yeah, great win. And he didn't come just for this contest. He was coming to hang out in Noosa, get some point surf, hang out in, and just understand the lineups of Noosa and have a little holiday, and then realise the trials was on, the event was on, jumped on a plane, flew down here, won the trials in quite tricky, tough conditions. Put on a pretty good performance yesterday, didn't advance, but here he is, round 2, surfing well, but he's up against it. He's got Ben Skinner, a veteran on tour, been putting on great performances the last couple of years, shaping his own boards and really refining them and working on boards for each condition and location. And look what the scores he's getting today, Sam. Yep,
WSL World number 2 back in 2:15 and 2:20, a finalist with Joel Tudor at Malibu when Joel got his 3rd WSL World Longboard title. He finished 3rd last year, had a great run, a fantastic opportunity to re-watch that top 8 event in Malibu, an 11-second long hang 10 that Skindog had that day.
Is Ben happy with the 3rd last year? You're close to him, you ride his boards. Is that a great result for him, or is there more?
Bittersweet. No, he's hungry for that world title. He's been so close with the ISA. He's got 12 European championships, and his kids are now fueling him, both Lila and Lucas and Levin. Of course, his wife Michelle from a fantastic surfing family from Cornwall, but they are proud of him. They want to see him continue to go for world titles. So that was bittersweet for Ben. He knew he put on a great show, and it was very close. He had the misfortune of knocking his fin loose in that big matchup with Taylor Jensen. I think that did affect some of the rides he had with Kai Salas, but Kai Salas was sensational that day for his world title as Ben goes to a 5, up to a 10. Attacks this section, climbing and dropping off the middle of the board, then into a 5, nose rides through that section. Great footwork out of that nose ride, and a big sweeping down carve with that wide point back, and again another down carve as Gavin takes a fall on a very good wave out back, and Skindog just rebounds off the inside, and that's the powerhouse that we've learned to love over the last couple of decades.
Sensational surfing, and I like to hear that he's not satisfied with the result last year. He's happy with it. It's great surfing, a 3rd place in the world, but for him, he's good enough to be world champion, and I love that he's got his whole family supporting him, and the factory back home. They're all building boards, they're working on equipment so that he can put on these performances. And look at this wave, driving through the pocket. It looks solid under his feet. jams back on the tail, redirects in the pocket, and setting up again. So, like, the judges like that, don't they, Sam? They like to see you putting it on rail, jamming it, driving off the bottom, and then straight into that walking.
Absolutely incredible. And of course, a big feature of Skin Dog's shaping in the last 10 years as well. He founded Skin Dog Surfboards in 2008. Has been the role of his son Lucas becoming an elite, potential WCT surfer, twice now a junior silver medalist, a Rip Curl Grom Search winner last year here at Bells Beach as well.
Do you think he's given Dad some tips on where to line up out here? For sure.
100%. Lucas is now competing at the European Junior Championships in Portugal. I think if any of that team are up this late listening, they're probably going to feel a little bit sleepy for the kickoff of competition tomorrow. So they'll be catching up on the replay, but they'll be pleased to see Skin Dog out there with a 7.33 and a 6.90. But Gavin, like you said, is the time to wash off those two lower scores. Can he get that combination of something in the 7s and high 6s to really challenge Skin Dog?
Yeah, we could see in that replay of Ben's wave, Gavin got himself on a really, really good wave, and he was nose riding deep and tight and high in the pocket. Unfortunately, just slipping off, but that was probably the wave. If he could finish that off and get all the way down into the bottom of Rincon, because it looked like it lined up great, that was the wave that was going to get him back in the heat, because he was set up really nice on the nose on that outside bit.
And like you say, Josh, it's recognizing that, yes, you need that near perfect score, but it's a combination of scores. And if you've got time to go for that high 6 and then that 7, or vice versa, that seems to open the door. And it's having the mental strength to appreciate that everything's attainable, even under pressure.
Totally. And these guys surf so good, so they got to stay calm. Gavin, he's on a big stage right now. He's a young guy, hasn't had many opportunities. Ben knows that, so Ben went hard. We haven't seen Ben have heats like that where he really pushes at the start of the heat. He'd had 4 waves before the heat had really got going, and built some really nice scores, put some pressure on, then got patient, waited for some bombs, and is really squeezing.
And one thing I've noticed with Ben's choice of using the Thunderbolt construction is the flex. The interesting thing about these EPS cores with the mix of carbon and fiberglass is they do have a particular torsional flex, and you could really see that coming into play on these rebounds, Josh.
Yeah, and the light snappiness, and it's sitting in the pocket. So that was the 6.9. That was a really nice wave. Got the 10s. He backed up after his 7.33, and then he's got this stranglehold on the heat right now.
Finished in 5th here at Bells last year. Lost out to Declan Whiten, who went on to get to the final. Declan lost to Kai Salas. Declan is going to be surfing in the the 3rd heat. Declan's up against Ben Considine. That's going to be an exciting one. But this is an opportunity for Gavin. Locked in a nice, stylish 5, tight with the feet there, ankles close together, walks back, grabs the rail, and then hits that float, rebounds, redirects, rides out of that. Just have to stall it a little bit because it's shallow in there, and we're getting to see more and more of the skill and the flavor of this young talent on the world stage. A bright future ahead, stylish, loose, and kept his nerve, kept his cool on that ride.
And the foot work here, we can see him on this nose ride where he's really getting those feet, and he's steering on the nose, he's light-footed. I really like the way this guy surfs, and hopefully we see him for many years to come. He gets amongst it, he goes back home. He's going to spend some time in Noosa, he goes back home and he works on it, but here it is there, just that little subtle changes, sliding the back foot forward, then sliding it back. Nice and quick. Unfortunately, just the wave not giving him the crazy opportunities that Ben's got.
Nice rebound at the end there, riding a polyurethane board there, fiberglass construction. Skin Dog on the Thunderbolt construction, of course, has that carbon and T-band stringer for torsional flex. This is his 9.4 double scoop model into a 5. Nose riding through that section, locked in that 5, goes into a critical lifting 10, one of the more dynamic 10s we've seen of the heat. Walks cleanly out of that 10 and climbs and then charges with control and style through that nose ride, and boom, bang, and he cracks that one with charisma. And what a brilliant bit of surfing as our Floridian comes back strong.
Yeah, that was a sensational wave, and here's this one of Gavin. This is pretty nice surfing too. This could be the wave that's slowly going to get him back in the heat, but I have a feeling Ben is going to improve on that 6.9 because that was a really dynamic wave. It was bigger, great nose rides, and then the body English and the jamming of that last turn. Ben was feeling it.
Yeah, I get the vibe of excellent range scores coming out of that because the fact that he's already dropped the 7.33 and the 6.9. I will tell you something though, Ben, he won't get in a paddle battle. You know, he doesn't waste energy on paddle battles. That's not his approach. But what about this on the replay?
Yeah,
Josh?
This is a great wave. Like driving through the pocket, can't see the board, still on the nose, hanging 5, getting over those little lumps in the wave, hops back, and this is the jam. Boom.
Wow.
And looking to the beach. Come on, give me a score.
Yeah, he was disappointed with yesterday. He wanted to get to that round 3, but here we see on the replay again. This is from the start of the wave, George.
Yep, long hang 5, setting it up. Nice little 10 here. You can hear everyone on the beach. The cheers are coming through. Again, driving off the bottom, finding that speed. On the nose, through the pocket, over the little bump, and then here, boom.
Nice. You talk about that adjective driving. Are we talking a Holden V8 here or something else?
Well, it's the double scoops. I think there's more in it than the V8. Something pretty awesome.
But what great surfing from Gavin. This is great seeing the tight angle on the footwork there. He gets that floater on the inside. 20 seconds remaining. We really can celebrate Gavin's success, winning the trials, beating Jack Roberts, Jack Tyro, Will Cousins. Jack Tyro won the trials last year. Ben Skinner, he has just really put on a great show there. It was a 6.73 for that last wave, so didn't go into his top 2. He's got a 6.9 and a 7.33, and he really set the field ablaze then, kicking off men's round 2 in style.
Yeah, great heat. Great surfing from Gavin. Super stoked to see him here. Hopefully we see him for a few more years and he comes back and he keeps fighting hard because he's a great little hope from the US and again, great surfing from Ben Skinner. It's what we kind of expect, don't we?
Yeah, but Gavin's going to be proud. He comes away with a 17th and Ben Skinner does get the score on that last one. So that excellent range surfing that we felt that we saw some judges going into the 9.5s, an 8.83. That's the highest score of the event so far.
Does Ben want to make he doesn't want to be in this round of 2. He was disappointed with his loss yesterday. Do you think he went out today, he wanted to put on huge performance, and what a way to put your competitor into combination at the end of a heat?
Absolutely. He wanted to put on a show. He questioned a few things yesterday, but he did analyze the heats and he recognized perhaps he made a few tactical errors, and he's just gone out and demonstrated why he's a world tour, world champion legend. Ben Skinner going for the world title this season in 2024. He takes the win with an 8.83 and a 7.33. Congratulations, Gavin Adone. But stay with us because Johnny the Ripper, John Michael Van Hoyenstein from Hawaii, will be surfing against the styler from Lisbon, Sao Pedro, Estoril. It's Antonio Dantas. They'll be out in the water right after the bonsai brew break. current world number 3 from last season, looking to get that numero uno position as world number 1. Ben Skindog Skinner, 12 times European longboard champion, just put the biggest score of the event on the board, going into the excellent range on his last wave. Fantastic performance from young Floridian, the trials winner at Torquay Point, Gavin Adone. Skinner books a spot in the round of 16 as we move on to men's heat number 2, our Hawaiian against our surfer from Portugal. It's John Michael van Hoyenstein, known as Johnny the Ripper, the regular footer, surfing against the goofy footer from Portugal, Antonio Dantas. You'll recognize that Dantas name because his brother Joao is a fantastic surfer as well. Both of them live in a heartland of longboard culture right there in the brilliant cultural capital of Lisbon, São Pedro, Estoril, a great right-hand point break. Antonio's brother Joao, a former European champion. Antonio, the European wild card. He's going to be putting on a good show here. He rides Luffy-built boards, Luis Bento. Big shout out to Luffy from Costa de Caprico, who'll be tuning in. You've got a lot of team riders here, and Antonio is up and riding. Gets that high line, stretch into a 5, locks into a 10, holds that 10 with lift, cleanly walks out of that opening nose ride, back up for another 5, into another 10, both arms up, and unable to cleanly come out of that second 10, which is a bit unfortunate because that was a pretty critical bit of nose riding, Josh.
Yeah, so disappointing that he didn't get that finish because that was looking like a really nice wave. Great 10. The second 10 was really nice and tight as well. And unfortunately, just getting a little wobble and becoming incomplete manoeuvres. So that's not going to be a great score. He's going to paddle hard and get back out there. But really excited to see Johnny the Ripper get into one of these bigger set waves and really put on a performance.
Here we go, live action. John van Hoyenstein up to the tip, touches that 5, opens out. There's that drop knee turn, just cracks it back quick and lively. High line, locks a 5, holds a 10, stays on that 10. Degree of difficulty very high, hanging 10 through that section. No hesitation out of the nose ride, back in for another nose ride, right behind the pocket as Antonio Dantas. On the 10, once again, backside, lifting 10. Great surfing, great exchanges from both surfers. Antonio falls on the inside. He's just going to keep that board upside down, make sure that fin doesn't hit the reef. But you can see that this is going to be neck and neck. Both surfers at the top of their game. Tide's dropping though. How will that affect the conditions, Josh?
Yeah, it's definitely getting a little speedier and a little faster. It's shallower over here on the Rincon section. Unfortunately, not a lot of swell today, so it's not going to break in the bowl. Maybe later right on the dead low, but the guys are still opting to surf Rincon. They're sitting a little wider, so they're trying to get on that deeper part of the channel. But great surfing there. Johnny's wave was really good. Quite exciting to watch these guys, both young guys, not a lot of experience on the main stage like this, so we might see a little nerves and a few falls. But then we're going to see some really, really hot electric surfing.
Absolutely. Antonio, already a 4 times junior national longboard champion in Portugal, studying tourism management. Johnny the Ripper got a 17th at Bells last year, losing to Kai Salas, but a 2nd in the World Longboard Tour in El Salvador, losing in the final to Connie Ella Stewart. And with that, somebody who's just put on an incredible display. The wax head is with 12 times European champion Ben Skinner.
Ben, highest heat total, highest single wave score of that event, the 8.83. How did it feel out there just to get the ball rolling?
Yeah, good. I mean, it's definitely tricky today. There's a little bit of devil wind came in just before the last sort of couple of heats of the women. There's still waves out there, but you've got to be really selective. And to be quite honest, it was about as much as most like home than I could have asked for, you know, not just temperature-wise, but the conditions at home haven't been good the last 2 months, and I think that's put me in naturally good stead for this, you know, so it's good.
And you're the first person who's come in and said they're hot and they're warm, talking about home as well. But you got a lot of waves in that heat. You really connected to your equipment, taking a lot of momentum. How's it feel to have 4-stop Longboard World Tour, and what momentum you're carrying from last year?
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, you know, there's just being part of this tour for seems like my whole life, since I was about 15, part of a family, they're all friends, and coming to each event is a great feeling. We're getting better and better waves thanks to WSL putting us in better locations and giving us a bit more of a platform for us to showcase our skills and the boards that we're making, and so it's an amazing journey.
Two more questions. You were over in El Salvador supporting your son at the ISA World Junior Titles. Finals for longboard are going to be there this year. And what sort of encouragement does that give you? Because you had a great result there this year.
Yeah, El Salvador is an incredible place for waves. The consistency is like unbelievable. I don't think I've ever been anywhere that's as consistent, but also I've never been anywhere so hot in my whole life. So if I'm getting hot out there, I'm going to get really hot in El Salvador. And it is kind of difficult competing out there a lot. So that format of the last 8 and potentially surfing 7 heats in that heat's going to be a challenge. But the wave's really fun, and let's try and get to the top and surf as little heats as possible.
And just lastly, let's just have a look at the double scoop on the tail of this board. So this is a self-shaped board. This is the Thunderbolt technology. Ben is one of the few people on the world tour who designs, shapes his own equipment, has his own factory Skin Dog surfboards. And this double scoop back there's some magic in it. And this Flying Diamonds fin is Ben's Skinner model as well, with a little bit of edge on the tail. I mean, longboarding is one of the few sports in the world where the athlete is designing their own equipment. And what does it mean for you to do well on your own design?
Yeah, I think there's no doubt that I feel really attached to my equipment because I've put so much thought into it and actually made it myself and made mistakes, made them better, made more mistakes, made them better again. And so it's just a nice feeling to be riding something that you've put so much love and attention into. So yeah, pretty stoked and proud that this board works so well. It's helping a lot of people around the world, so have a go.
All right, thanks, Ben. We look forward to seeing you coming up in round 3. Let's go back to this heat, live action with the boys.
Congratulations, Skin Dog. In fact, I did take a little crack of his fin at Lawn Point a few days ago. I loaned him my fin. I do use his model fin. It goes best with that 9.4 double scoop. So I feel like I contributed a little bit to that heat performance.
And it's funny, he talks about how special it is and how much blood, sweat and tears go into building these boards. But it was funny, yesterday he had the heat against Clinton Guest, Aussie surfer, riding the double scoop.
Yep, that was great.
And went down to him. So that's a bittersweet feeling. He makes these and produces these beautiful boards. Then his opposition jump on it and take him down. So pretty cool. That was pretty cool yesterday to see that.
And he talked about El Salvador, a place with great cultural heritage. And of course, this coastline, the Budge Boom cultural landscape just west of Melbourne, became the first site in Australia to be inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List purely for its Aboriginal cultural significance. So that Budge Boom cultural landscape that features the earliest living examples of aquaculture in the world, with a history of eel farming dating back over 6,000 years. It really is an incredible region here, and it's a joy to be here. And for a lot of the Europeans, they feel very at home because Ben Skin has grown up surfing in a similar water temperature. So he knows the subtleties, the difference between when you were in the 5.4 mil wetsuit, when you're in the 4.3. He's actually feeling he prefer even the 3.2 because he's very used to this water temperature, as will be Antonio Dantas from Portugal, who often surfs all season in a full wetsuit, but it's certainly not slowing down John Michael van Hoyenstein from Hawaii because he's kicked off with a 6.5. He's got a 2.5 to replace. Now the pressure's on Antonio, chasing a 5.84. Just under 20 minutes remaining, Josh. Situation, priority, who do you think's got the upper hand right now?
Yeah, well, Johnny might be sitting out there cold, but his surfing's not cold because he's on fire at the moment. That 6.5 was a sensational wave. Sitting out there, second priority, I feel like he'll want to try and slide one under the priority of Antonio right now and try and just build a little pressure. He's sitting on a 2.5. He'd love to maybe drop a 4 or a 4.5 and then really put a little squeeze on Antonio. So we'll see what happens here. It is really consistent, wave, 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 and then big lulls. And then we're coming in big groups. The sets there's quite consistency with that. As we can see, Antonio's sitting out there, he's cruising. It's fine, he's comfortable. And you can see Johnny the Ripper there, he's trying to keep those arms warm, he's trying to keep his hands. He needs to just get moving. Hopefully some waves come and he can get some action happening.
A lot of nations represented here. Johnny spent his youth in Thailand and the Philippines, so the Filipinos will be tuning in, cheering Johnny, as will fellow Thai surfers. But it's Queens Waikiki where he is now based. He moved to Hawaii age 6. He rides the Mark Little Moku boards, And as I said, he got that second in El Salvador, losing in that man-on-man final to the winner of that event, Hawaiian Connie Ellis-Stewart. That would have given him a lot of confidence. Antonio Dantas out back, as we see Johnny the Ripper, toes on the nose, gets a 10, lifts, locks, walks out of that 10, real shallow in there. He's looking to replace a 2.5. That 10 alone could get close to replacing that 2.5, Josh.
Yeah, it was nice. He needs a little bit more than that, but I like that. I like him getting busy and just trying to drop that 2.5 and get something. It'll probably come around that, just maybe under, because there wasn't much length of ride, but he's got to keep busy. And for him coming from Hawaii, the water's really cold for him. I'm coming down from Noosa. It's really cold for me. You can't sit there. You've got to keep moving. You got to just keep the legs moving, the arms rolling over. You got to stay loose. So he needs to just keep moving around. Something will stick for him and he'll get a really nice one.
Massive Aussie battle coming up next. Declan Whiten against Ben Considine. Of course, Ben rides the South Coast surfboards built by Ian Chisholm. He'll be on that new model that has been a collaboration, the Low Pro, between CJ Nelson and Chizo. And Ben Considine, of course, a Rip Curl rider. Of course, this is the heartland of Rip Curl. So he's going to be surfing against Manly lifeguard Declan Whiten, who rides the Steve O'Donnell Sod surfboards there. And Declan got into final last year, and he's got a lot of, you know, passion to go big this season. That's going to be a classic. You've got to keep your eyes tuned to that heat. I'm excited to watch that.
That's going to be a really good heat. And it's funny to hear names of Ben Skinner, Declan Whiten in round 2, because both of those guys last year putting on phenomenal performances. Declan, runner-up here at Bell's event last year. To see him in round 2 is a bit of a shock. Probably a shock for him too. He's not expecting to be here. But he's a champion. He'll go out there, he'll put on a performance. But look at this wave.
Up and riding, 4 steps to a 5. Holds on that 5, takes a high line, that wave not cooperating. So he'll lose his priority and he won't get a significant score. 15 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Antonio Dantas from Lisbon, Portugal, 4 times junior longboard champion out of Portugal. He needs a big score. And with that, let's get a conditions update from the Waxhead, Matt Chinoski.
Hey guys, so down here on the inside rocks of Bells Beach, as we look out to the competitors area there, this is true Rincon right now, mid-tide. We have 2:30, low tide coming up, and it doesn't look like the surfers will switch over to the bowl. That west-southwest swell's hanging in, a little bit of that west-northwest wind swell as well. The wind, it's a north-northwester. It's sort of a little bit of devil wind, but if anything, it's actually holding up some of those faces. So you can see that limestone reef spreading out. The bathymetry of this place is incredible, allowing it to literally break from 1 foot to 10 foot, which is the mark of most world-class waves. How amazing is it to have a longboard contest at the famous Bells Beach?
Great stuff, Matt. Fantastic, of course. Historic. You know, the 1962 Easter event, it became Australia's first significant pro event in 1973, and it remains the longest running event on the shortboard tour. Rip Curl Pro's been the only event to appear on every World Pro Tour season schedule since the circuit's 1976 founding. But this is the second edition of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, as Hawaiian Johnny the Ripper hangs 10 with charisma, cool panache all the way through that section, and then just ends right on the bricks there. Looking good, Josh.
That was a really good wave. He needed to do that. Unfortunately, Antonio, he used his priority on the wave before and made a mistake. Johnny the Ripper's going to make him pay. So that's competitive surfing. It's kind of why we're attracted to it. It's the game of chess. Make you move, make it stick. Unfortunately, it didn't, but this one is a really good one. Driving through the pocket on the nose, then goes to 10 right here. Really difficult to do, and then comes out of it. As you can see, like Matt was saying, that little bit of devil wind blowing up the face, kind of making it a little disjointed, but also holding the waves up. So really nice surfing here. This is what Johnny needed to do, and he's really going to put a squeeze on right now.
Well, we'll find out what the score is going to be real soon, because we're going to have a short break. Get your chance to put on the coffee, put on the tea, and have a bonsai brew break. Welcome back to this historic heartland, this spiritual home of competitive Australian surfing. Back in 1939, the Torquay Surf Life Saving Club members started travelling up here to ride the waves, and then in the late 40s, the likes of Vic Tantu, Peter Troy, Owen Yateman recognised the potential but struggled with access, and in 58, surfers persuaded the local landowner to provide access, and in 59, Olympic wrestler and Torquay surfer Joe Sweeney hired a bulldozer to clear a road along the Bells Cliff. And of course, we know all about the history of the iconic Easter contest that started in the 60s and then through the 70s and 80s, won by so many historic surfers. In 81, Simon Anderson unveiled the thruster here at Bells, and it's special now to have this second edition of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, with the Bells Bowl as the trophy, made from local iron bark, sourced here in Wadawurrung country. As we move down into the last 10 minutes with Johnny the Ripper, Johnny van Hoyenstein with a 4.33 and a 6.5, and from Portugal, Antonio Dantas with a 3.37 and a 3.17. Antonio in blue now needs a 7.46. Johnny in red is sitting on that 6.5 but will want to replace that 4.33.
He definitely will. Looks like he took a second wave there in the ad and just didn't improve on the score, just came in under that 4.33, but he's doing really well right now. He's controlling this heat. Antonio sitting in a good position though. He's got priority right now. There's our local lad, Benny Considine, getting ready. He's been putting in a lot of hours out here, Sam. This is his home break, but he's been putting in extra hours. He's ready. He's really looking forward to it. Coming up against our Aussie hope for the World Championships, Declan White, and so this is going to be a really, really good battle.
Massive one. Stay tuned for that. You've got just over 8 minutes until that one kicks off, but we've got to conclude this. So all you fans tuning in Portugal, you'll be hoping that Antonio gets an opportunity. The early in his 20s surfer has got a big career ahead of him, but it's Johnny the Ripper up on the nose. There's a 5, unable to keep moving, and probably won't replace that 4.33, leaving Antonio out back with priority. Antonio representing his nation earlier this season at the ISA World Longboard Championship in El Salvador. Travels a lot with his brother, has learned a lot from his brother Joao, but right now the pressure is on Antonio. He's got to keep his cool. Is it going to be about going for that high score of a near 8, or is it about trying to wash off both of those 3s and get something in the 6s and the 7s?
Yeah, I think 3 or 4 minutes ago it was about replacing 2. Now with 8 minutes to go, long lulls, Blue's got priority. He has to get the score on the next wave. He's going for the 7.46 because Johnny will then slide into priority, and he's a smart kid. He'll hold out and he'll close out the heat. So I think Antonio, he really needs to put on that performance. We saw it on his first wave. He got that beautiful hang 10, backpedaled straight back up to the nose, got another great 10, really lifted levitation in that nose. It was a great nose ride, but coming unstuck. So we know he can do the surfing. He just has to put it together. He's going to be patient. He's going to sit there. He's got 7 minutes. We will see another set come through. I don't think we'll see 2 sets come through, so he has to make the score happen on that next exchange.
Johnny the Ripper had an interference call in that opening round 1. He had a heat with Edouard Del Perro from France and Alexandre Escobar from Brazil. He got a non-priority interference, so that pushed him down into this knockout second round. As we can see some of the exciting heats coming up, we got Taka Nui, Nacho Pinatero from Uruguay, and then in that final heat we got the brother of Johnny. It's Michael van Hoyenstein. He's going to be surfing against Frenchman Martin Correa. We've got that big one. There's 2 Aussies coming up. We got Whiten against Considine. That's going to be heat number 3. Heat number 5 there, J.R. Esquivel from the Philippines, surfing against another talented Australian, Max Weston. But keep an eye also on heat 4, Kevin Scavana against the young Brazilian firecracker, Alexandre Escobar. That's going to be an exciting one. It's a really great end to the afternoon.
Yeah, there's some great heats. There's going to be some really good surfing, so stay tuned. We're closing this one out. 6 minutes to go. The boys are both being very patient out there. Here's a replay of Johnny's last wave. Nice 5. setting it up, but unfortunately just that wind. So the boys have to be careful. That wind is blowing up the face, also a little bit side on, so it's bumpy. You can see that the water trying to come over the nose of his board right there, but that was a really well done 5-10. So a really nice, well-surfed wave here. Unfortunately, you can see the size of it. It's not very tall. There are bigger waves out there, so that's why just the score was held back a little bit. But look how shallow that is. His fin hit the ground then. So here it is.
Live action onto the 5. Slips off the nose, drops a 3.37 for that last wave. Great surfing, but a small wave, so didn't have a massive amount of scoring potential, but the way that Antonio rode that last wave was pretty sensational. He'll be disappointed with that slip there, but he needs to trust that there's enough time. 5 minutes, there's enough time for a set. He's got to keep his spirits up, stay positive, and look at that on the horizon. It doesn't look like much, but it looks like something. So there could be a little bit of jockeying for position, Josh.
Yeah, so unfortunately he lost his priority. He took that wave and he didn't capitalise. We've seen that twice in this heat, so he'll be a little bit disappointed in that side of it. His surfing's great. He has to get himself on a wave. He needs to get out there. He needs to sell Johnny onto a wave. He needs to sit close and he needs to make Johnny start thinking, which wave am I going to go? He needs to change that priority situation. 4.5 minutes to go, and then he has to hope that a set comes through.
Yeah, because Johnny won't want to let him take something out of priority. You know, Johnny will want to hold him off. So if there is an opportunity, you know that there's going to be some jockeying for position. But right now, both looking pretty cool. Conversation in go. I'm impressed with the camaraderie, the team play that we're witnessing right there. Two cool longboarders playing the cool game.
Yes, definitely cool cats, that's for sure. Let's see what happens out here right now. It's a big opportunity for both of them. Johnny really needs to get through. We saw the result that he got in the last event last year. He's a contender. He's young, so he's got time, but he'll want to get out of this heat. He wants to start off this year with a bang.
Where was that set that I thought I saw? Just completely swallowed. So nothing coming through. 3 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. That tide still getting low, but small enough for everybody to stay at Rincon. Not enough swell size to move over to the bowl.
Yeah, as a competitor, they're probably happy that it's one location. Yep. It'd be really difficult if one person was sitting in the bowl and someone wanted to surf Rincon. So right now you can keep an eye on your opponent. You're both in the same location. You're both surfing the same waves and giving the judges the same look. When it gets difficult when someone's surfing the bowl and it looks different. The bowl normally a little higher wave, a little larger, so it looks more impressive, but Rincon runs, it gives you more opportunity. So the boys are both here. They can keep track of each other.
Yeah, I know exactly what they're talking about. They're talking about the range of drinks they can get from Bonsai, the sparkling coconut water, the kombucha, the hot instant miso soup. They're saying, do you prefer the lemon ginger or the blueberry strawberry? I prefer the apple cinnamon. I tried that earlier. It was delicious. If you're in the neighborhood, come on down. There's a lot of good things to do. You can hit up the Bioglan stand. You can get some great coffee, some great food, and some great bonsai.
I think they're talking about the miso soup. They've been out there for almost 30 minutes. The wind's cold, the water's fresh. They want something warm. They're going to come straight in here and straight to the bonsai tent.
2 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Not much coming through. So you start to get the feeling that there's going to be a lot of pressure on Dantash. One last ride, a high 7 he will need to move into round 3. The losers walk away with 800 points for the tour, a 17th place, $700 US prize money. The winners move into that round of 16 where they'll surf man on man against the winners from that round 1 yesterday. So the stakes get higher and higher, but it'll be bitter disappointment for Antonio if he does finish in 17th.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed, but he's put on a good performance. He surfed really well in the free surfs. I've seen him getting a lot of time out here, so he'll be more comfortable next year when he comes back. Part of it, the journey, it's his first year. You have to keep getting comfortable at locations, understanding lineups. So big decision here for Johnny the Ripper. He has priority. Is he going to? Antonio needs to sell him this wave. All right, so here we go.
Up and riding. Johnny the Ripper, 2 steps forward, walks back, floats, rides out of that turn. off the bottom of the wave. Things getting small and shallow. Is there an opportunity for Antonio? As you can see, Declan Whiten in red moving into position. He'll be surfing in that next heat against Ben Constantine, and it doesn't look like there's anything significant for our young surfer from Portugal.
No, but he did what he had to do. He got Johnny onto that wave. Johnny didn't improve on his scoreline. Here it is here, nice little replay. Up, a little bit deep behind it. Little foam climb, but nothing happening. So, best case scenario, Antonio is here with priorities. 30 seconds to go.
He's
This
moving.
is going to be his opportunity.
It's not much. Unrideable, 20 seconds remaining. Is he going to stay in priority? He is, because Johnny wasn't deemed to be out there in the lineup. Johnny's going to take this one through the inside as we move into the last 10 seconds. Great performance from Johnny, up to the nose, walks out of that nose ride. He'll enjoy watching his brother surfing later in Heat 8. But Antonio Dantas, big shout out to a fantastically talented goofy footer who's already been flying the flag on the world stage for the last 3 years. He's competed at the likes of the Mexi Log Fest as well. He's represented his country at the ISA World Longboard Championship, and he's on the world tour for the season, and he'll be back strong in the next event.
Yeah, and he hasn't disappointed. He put on great performances. His surfing is sensational. Get himself on some nice waves. Moving over there into Huntington Beach in the beach breaks, he'll be really good. And a big shout out to his brother Giao. Hope you're watching, mate.
Absolutely, congratulations. Johnny Van Hoyenstein takes the win with a 6.5 and a 4.33. Antonio eliminated, but great surfing, riding the Luffy built boards out of Portugal. We're gonna have a short break, and we got a beauty coming up. We got two Aussies trading licks blow for blow, Declan Whiten and Ben Considine, and we got two Aussies coming into the booth to call the action. It'll be Matt Janowski, the wax head, with GT Grant Thomas.
Welcome back, and the Great Ocean Road, home to some incredible waves, obviously scenic views as you make your way through all the different landscapes. And I'm Matt Janowski with Grant Thomas in the booth to call this absolute beauty, which is heat number 3, the elimination round, would you believe? We've got two Australian heroes out in the water right now. Tell us a little bit of background of what you know about these two surfers, Grant.
Look, I don't know a heap about Declan. I've watched him over the last year or so, and he's really come along. Firstly, I'm super excited. Nothing better than an Aussie battle when you're sitting here as an Australian. Ben Considine, though, I've actually had the privilege of coaching him as a real youngster at the High Performance Centre in Australia, and we used to do some elite junior longboard camps, and states would send the kids there from each state, and he's really progressed. He came there with a real sort of Joel Tudor-esque sort of approach, which was fantastic, and we couldn't knock the smoothness and the style. And he just, at that point in time, he just lacked, to me, not aggression as in jumping up and down, but that intent, you know. So watching him over the last couple of days, he's looked like he's really got that in his surfing. And as soon as I saw those two names slapped together on that board out the front, I was like, can't wait.
So here's Declan White on. This was his opening 6-point ride.
Yeah, what a great way to start as we watch it. At 6 is going to go a long way in these conditions as he whips that one back. And we can see he's really got that intent. He's focused forward, hanging that 5 over the top. And we saw him finish on the inside, and behind him, though, Ben Considine and a nice sized wave on the outside, a nice little 5 to 10. And he's going to get around that, is he, or he doesn't? So looking just off that, looks like a better exchange there as we see the scores come through. And Declan opening with that 6, like you said, Matt. Ben with a 3.17. The heat is on. And there's a few Victorians down here watching this one. And on Ben's, you know, obviously him being the Victorian, and Declan, I'm sure, from Sydney somewhere, is he? Yep. And it's the Aussie matchup, mate. Let's get into it.
Yeah, and the Shapers is a good one too. Both riding Australian-made surfboards. Ben on a locally shaped South Coast surfboards, the Slasher Low Pro Australian-style board. Slight involvement era type board, narrower nose, wider tail. Ian Chisholm on the beach watching this heat right now as Ben strokes into this, using his priority, the goofy footer. Smooth footwork here to get things started. That nose ride, just a directional nose ride to the beach, just to kick things off. And here, a little more critical there. He's staying very high, taking note of those waves in the previous heats, including Ben Skinner. Oh, and an uncharacteristic fall there for Considine. He goes down, but only needing a 2.84. That should be enough.
Yeah, I think that'll be enough, and it's quite interesting too. You know, that's that goofy footer, small wave, just that slight more difficulty with your back to it, not seeing those certain things as they come to you. As we have another quick look, I love the way he just got up and just effortlessly moved to the front of the surfboard for that first hang 5. A nice adjustment. And as we see, you can see them negotiating those bumps and just the front of his board catching, and that's enough to set him off balance there.
And there's Declan asking for a time update. The surfer from Manly, the lifeguard. These two have had many duels over the years in Australian titles, state titles, and also moving along the WSL era as well. These two haven't matched up, I don't think, at Bells yet, and a tricky heat. Declan, he had a fantastic result here last year, coming runner-up, but Ben Considine, the local boy, who's up until recently hasn't sort of shied away from Bells, but obviously since the event was advertised here, he's been putting in time over the last year, especially this year as well, knowing he was going to come back as an event wildcard. He won't be following the full tour this year unless he gets the other wildcard spots for the other events. But while we're waiting for those waves to come in, we'll go down to an interview with John Michael, who's on the glass right now.
All right, we've got Johnny the Ripper, John Van Michael Heinstein. Give us a little bit of breakdown. How did it feel out there? Really commanding lead, 6.5, as a really nice, high score. Tell us what it was like out there for you.
Yeah, I had a great time out there. Very tricky conditions, very small, and super windy and freezing. But I'm glad I caught some good waves, and the scores turned out good. And I'm super happy because I made a little mistake yesterday with I got a priority interference, and I did not see that coming. I was watching the other competitor, but it is what it is. You're gonna just go on with it and learn from it.
Yeah, a learning experience, exactly. So now you, out of this second round, you're moving up into the next round. How are you feeling in the water-wise? I can tell you it's really difficult for you to talk right now, so we'll keep this kind of quick. What are you thinking about for the next round with your equipment and so forth? I'm
just gonna try to keep moving in the water and stay warm. I used a 3-3 wetsuit. It's kind of tight, so I'm wearing a 3-2, but just gotta keep moving out there and you stay warm. And yeah, just want to say thank you to my sponsors, Ocean Culture and Moku Hawaii, and my board shaper Mark Liddell. And yeah, thank you to all my sponsors and everyone out in Hawaii and my girlfriend, and for all the love and support. Blessed. Yeah.
All right, well, best of luck in the next round, and I hope you represent Hawaii really well, and back to you boys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks to Johnny and Belen there, and Declan, we just saw get a fantastic wave to the inside section, and we just saw Ben in the inside just replicating what happened on 317, tipping his rail as well, and that O'Donnell shape from Brookvale at Rhino Laminating looking really good under the feet there of Declan. That board, Steve sent me some information. earlier, it's the bell pin. It's got slightly less double concave and softer rails than his high-performance board, and it's just more of a continuous curve and a bit of a displacement hull instead of a massive... I mean, you got to think these boards. It's Declan's. He's a progressive style surfer who's adapted to the traditional equipment. He can surf a door, and for him to go from, say, a thruster to a single fin, having a shaper who can custom make a surfboard to his desires. He knows you've got his power. He's got that big drop knee carve. He's got those tight nose rides, and someone like Steve has the ability to create something that can elevate but also drive through turns. And I think it's been a good relationship as Declan's risen through the ranks in the last few years.
Yeah, there's nothing more important. Like, you see a lot of surfers that might ride a board from a shaper overseas, and they're constricted to set models.
Yeah.
So when you've got that opportunity to work it with a shaper, even better if it's in your hometown.
Yeah.
And get that constant feedback and really work with them, send them some video, talk to... The feel is as important as the look sometimes. And sometimes surfers actually feel like the board's not amazing, and then they actually see some footage and they're like, whoa.
Well, in Declan's case, his shaper can watch him surf locally as well, which is super exciting, as with Chizza, with Ben Considine as well. So a really nice story of Australian longboarding heritage there, really, with both Chizza and O'Donnell being stalwarts in the industry, shaping for many decades. You rode South Coast for a short time as well, GT, and this is the replay of Declan.
Yeah, nice little start to that wave. You can see he's not itching, but you can see he wants to show us that drop knee and really have that opportunity as we see Ben taking up behind him on his backside once again. We've mentioned the little intricacies, and yeah, as you spoke about, back to their shapers. I've seen Chizzo around the contest side a little bit, as you would have.
Can't miss him.
Yeah, I'm just thinking they don't really compete in tracksuits, do they? Because if we had a shot of Chizzo down there, every day it's a new tracksuit, perfectly matched, looking like he's out of downtown,
yeah.
He's looking like he's part of Tupac's entourage.
He's like, yeah, he doesn't look out of place in New York.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I haven't been to New York, not for long. I've flown through there a few times, obviously, but yeah, I'm admiring the get-up, and I'm admiring the courage that goes to wear it.
Yeah, no, he's a confident shaper there, Ian. He's been doing for a long time single fin longboards and the high performance boards since the mid 1990s, actually. The South Coast label, you can check it out. Ben, 27 years of age, physiotherapist and a surf coach as well from Barwon Heads. Just about a 40-minute drive from here. No slouch on his backside, but it's very difficult right now because we've got that side chop, as I spoke about earlier, and that side piece, and got that beautiful limestone reef which irons out these big long ground swells, but there's not much you can really do about the wind swell. We've got that north wind. You can see the swell actually coming against them right now. Very tricky on your backside. The forehand surfers, they're kind of making light use of it.
Yeah, look, they're actually making it look okay. And when you're standing down there in person, especially, like, it always looks okay as we can see that camera angle panning with the wind. And then as soon as we pan and we come across the other way, you get here we go.
Yeah.
Great shot, boys. You get a really good indication. You can imagine surfing across these waves with little waves coming at you, so it's credit to these guys. I know if I was out there, I'd be doing my best, but you wouldn't be coming in saying it's easy.
Sure. John Mike on that last heat, Ben Skinner as well, actually utilising the chops that elevate higher on the nose. Really difficult. Look at that, just trying to find a line into the wave as well. Obviously, the bigger the wave gets, the more exacerbated and extreme it gets, but Ben here, knifing into this one. Quick paddle, just waiting for this section. He's going to get to the nose. It's an advantage that he's got. It's really good backside nose rider on his heel side there, holding the nose ride. That's a better hang 10, locked in. He'll feel, oh no! And he just gets all the hard work done, looking down the line and tipped off, and he knows that was a missed opportunity.
Yeah, I feel looking at that little transition he did with his feet to come back onto that rail to steer around the section, he could have been a little bit far forward on his board there, which brings all that rail at the front in, and especially the most important part, the nose. Like, it's okay to have a bit of rail in the water, no doubt, but it's just an inch or two either way, and that changes, dramatically.
Yeah, that's unfortunate there for Ben. He knows it, and he's just entries into the chop really well. And just talk us through what happened here, GT.
Yeah, we even saw as he jumped up, he hit a chop and made that look smooth. And you know, set that first little nose right up. Like you said, this one was money as he comes through that section.
He used the chop to his advantage.
And then
tipped off.
Once again, tipped over. So unfortunate for him. He's got a wave count up. There's 16 minutes to go, though, so plenty of time as we look at those scores. Declan's locked in the 6 and a 5-6. A pretty perfect start when it comes to surfing a heat in these conditions.
Well, that heat total today, that'll be one of the highest ones of the men's, apart from Ben Skinner right now, and in fact across the women's side of the draw as well. So a couple of mid-range scores, very healthy. He's working with Bell Warren, who's, of course, a name familiar. We talk about at the Bells Beach Easter Classic. He's a Bells local and spent a lot of time in the lineup here and helping a lot of the pros in the last decade as well. And he's working with Declan and Tully. But Ben Considine, he knows this spot so well as well. He's got Ian Chisholm in his corner, and he's been surfing a lot with CJ Nelson as well. So both these surfers got good backing behind them. His dad, Lee, down on the beach supporting him as well. Declan's parents made the trek up down from Sydney as well. They're here in support. Some of his North Stain crew, Archer and Mikey, are down there as well. So yeah, a lot of fans on the beach. That camaraderie, and why wouldn't you? World Tour stop at Bells Beach, one of the most iconic surf venues in the world. To have the first stop, the World Longboard Tour here, so exciting.
Yeah, it is exciting, and like I said earlier, 2 Aussies, and just briefly going back to Cale there and sort of having worked in and around sort of surfing with him, I'd be very surprised now to see Declan take anything other than a wave of substance.
Yeah.
Hopefully, and knowingly Cale would have spoken to him about the sets are coming in. He's pretty much got some scores on the board. He does have scores on the board, and now he's going to be really, as we see him let this one go, it's a surfable wave as we see Ben paddle into it. Let's see how he goes on this.
So yeah, this is the 5th wave for Ben so far. Smaller one, you can see it around knee high. He's looking to get some nose work done, just to chip away at that 817. And a wave of that size just has proven not to go excellent, and he knows it. He's kicking out of there. He's going to give himself another opportunity soon, but Declan holding or dropping the anchor out there. He's going to be waiting for the next best wave of substance, and encouragingly, he's only got a 5-6 to drop, so I mean, he's going to need something considerable to even think about paddling for a wave that is going to bear that. But while we're waiting for that, we'll wait for those scores to be locked in. Let's go to a Bonsoy brew break and come back shortly for the remainder of Heat 3 of the elimination round. There it is, the contest site, the Bells Beach Longboard Classic, presented by Bioglan. We're here at Jurak, the Indigenous name for this very special place, absolutely immersed in surf history and Indigenous history as well. And out in the water, 2 Aussies, Declan Wyden and Ben Considine, duel it out in the elimination round. And this was Declan in the break. Let's see what happened here, GT.
Yeah, quick little trip to the tip, as they say. Readjust that board. Some nice on-rail turns, though. Bigger adjustments. Nice little nose right there. It was dug into the wave a bit, but it's showing that it is critical and it's moving through a pretty nice part of it. as we see him put that board into trim, and then finishing off. So there we go. And as the scores have come in, the judges loved it.
6.5 locked in for Declan to go with a 6. A couple of critical nose rides there, utilising the full flow of that wave, stepping up and down the board. And as we go through the criteria for what we have today from our head judge, Tori Gilkison, she's got a very specific written criteria for the Rincon break and the Bells Bowl. They really need to utilise the whole board and the whole wave. They really want to see technical setups with the nose rides, clean footwork. But the key there is the steepest sections. They want to see the surfing back in the pocket. As we saw a lot of the time through the women's side of the draw, the surfers were looking for the nose ride, but the key to Rincon, as we've seen with Declan just then and Ben Skinner, is nose riding through the section. Doesn't even look like a nose ride. That's where they want to see you do it back in the white water.
Yeah, look, that showed on his nose ride earlier where it sort of pearled a bit, like that whole sort of nose dive, but he's in that section. You can't get any further back when that's happening, or you definitely can't pull it out of a section
locked
if it
in.
flattens out.
That's the term, locked in.
Yeah.
Right, with the whole board, the rail, the tail, the fin. As he's just checking his fin there, he's got the 10-inch Connect FCS fin. It's FCS 2, which slides in and out. You can adjust it back and forward in the surf. The little ball bearing that pops in and out, and can be used for great success as well for traveling surfers and in the heats as well. So you can actually move the fin mid-heat if required. Yeah,
I've used a couple of those in one of the longboards that Harley's given me recently. So it's been a real pleasure of mine, because I always liked changing fins, but there was always often you would do it from surf to surf and the conditions change.
Fully, and it's hard to have that prerequisite, right? And
yeah, to be able to actually change it and feel it on the same kind of wave was a phenomenal experience.
So just keeping the fins in check, and Benny on the other side. He's riding usually about 9.6 length longboards, and he's got a pretty big fin in his boards, usually around 10.5 to 11 inches as well. A little more rake and a little more base than what Declan's riding at the moment, and that creates a really stable nose rider. A little narrower tip will create a little more ease for turning. That's been the fin of choice. And we see our surfer Alexandra Escobar coming up. That beauty, that's a new advance up, shaped by Marcelo Carboni. We don't often see the concave of the board. That one's super pronounced, inspired by the likes of, say, Robert August back in the 60s. A big old spoon concave, and he'll be making his way back out. Unique, he's got his fin really far forward. You don't see that very often either.
Is that the same board he was riding yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. I thought it might have looked a little different, but yeah, the boys down there on the beach, it looks like Kevin, is it, with him? Yep, cool. So they're ready to go. They'll be eagerly watching this positioning out there. I think if there was one thing I'd be watching right now, like I know there's sets coming, where are these boys sitting? Because as that tide's dropping through the day, there may be some subtle little changes.
That's a great point. Where these surfers are sitting now, these guys have got great assistance behind them and knowledge of the Bells Beach lineup. So I would be replicating where they're sitting right now. Inside that blue buoy at the moment, as you can see, as we're approaching the low tide, a little less water on the reef. Thankfully though, GT, it's not a huge coefficient, so we're actually going to be seeing probably Rincon stay into play all day.
Yeah, cool. And I think that swell size is probably more inclined for that to happen as well. So looking at those scores, they were 6.5 for Declan, a 6.0, and Benny just a couple of 3s. So he's really going to want to start to get moving with just under. This is flying, mate. 7 minutes, 45 seconds remaining.
Well, it's flying for Ben, and it's not flying for Declan right now, because with priority, Benny's going to have a hard time getting that 9 right now in one wave, but he still has time to chip away at that right now. Yeah, a little giggle out there in the water and wondering what they're talking about, going through the chop.
Yeah, 100%. They're talking about the bumps, and you can see Declan even sort of, Ben actually just kind of showing that side tilt that's been causing him a little bit of trouble out there in those conditions. So, yeah, pretty interesting. Obviously good mates amongst all of it, and having surfed.
Well, Ben's saying how difficult it is, and Declan's sort of agreeing, going, yeah, it's really difficult, but there he is using it to his advantage.
Yeah.
Maybe a few mental games going on there too.
I'd say so, mate. It's all about that.
Who's the toughest competitor or the most staunch competitor you've come up against in terms of tactics?
I think in my era, probably I'd have to go without a doubt Bo.
Oh, right.
Bo Young.
No way.
Yeah. Yeah, Bo, not so much, it wasn't so much the tactics he employed, like he always had a really perfect heat plan.
Yeah.
But it was his, I guess you go back to Nat, known as the animal.
Yeah.
Like it was his aggression in the water and his stubbornness and his, like he would not hesitate. Like we'd stay together. And I guarantee you every time we surfed, there was this full-on paddle battle.
No way.
You know, like he was really adamant in what he wanted and he often got it. And it wasn't that I'd give anything away by any means, but to me, he just had that little aura about him, and obviously it comes down from the family and how lucky he was, but not taking anything away from Bo, and that was the last thing he wanted people to know him was that son. And obviously he loved his dad, right? But he wanted to pave his own path in longboarding, and he wanted to have his own style, and obviously he took on a bit of his dad's drop knee. As we see Ben now, he's trying to get back in this heat with 5 minutes, a bit over 5 to go.
Yeah, here he goes now. It's a small wave again, using his priority on this one. Nice 5 there. Gets a 10. Tricky wave on his heels. Stays in a parallel stance. And this one looks like he's going to go complete, but he doesn't. He tips the rail, so that's not going to be the score. And so does Declan behind him. Challenging side wind for these surfers. And they'll make their way back out. Declan will probably get the priority, making life a little bit trickier with time ticking down in the final 5 minutes.
Yeah, like I think Ben actually made a little adjustment. You'll see when he kind of first nearly catches the rail on this replay as it comes up in a moment. And he's actually on a lot of his body, especially the second part on the wave side of his stringer. Like it's actually quite evident that he's noticed that outside rail catching a little bit. So good on him for making that adjustment. And he pulled through that part, but unfortunately, as it came to that end and as he turned the board towards the beach to show completion of the wave, he didn't quite get it over the line.
Yeah, he can't buy a clean wave out there right now. Really tricky. Out there, Kevin Scavana paddling out for his heat. He's going to be watching intently. He'll be on his backside as well. Really tricky conditions. JR Esquivel after him as well. They'll be watching, seeing where Ben's going wrong. But here's the replay. Let's talk us through it, GT.
Yeah, I just really enjoy those 2 first steps of his as he takes off on the wave. That's that similar hang 10 that we saw of Declan's, and you can see here, have a look at his feet. They're both on the other side of that stringer, and unfortunately not enough rotation and didn't quite get the board round far enough to avoid the rail catching.
And resetting, Benny second in priority. He's got a lot of people tuning in, watching. His workmates, some of his students. He's got people on the beach just tuning in, watching, and just hoping, wishing he can get through this round. He got knocked out in this round last year in that first event of the World Longboard Tour, and he was unable to re-qualify, unfortunately. But getting the wildcard a spot for this event, his pet event, you'd have to say, and if the Longboard Tour does return back here, safe to say we'd probably see the local boy Benny representing. And replay, this is the drone shot.
Yeah, looking from above, and kind of gives it a nice little clean look too. I don't mind that angle, and you can see just as he comes around here, the board doesn't, that whole rail, it needs that to come right back towards that white water behind him to actually bring that around enough to have that clean finish. But you can see it's there. It's just obviously we only get 30 minutes to really put it all together in one moment, and unfortunately for Ben, it hasn't happened this heat.
Yeah, you just see a 12.5 heat total there for Declan up against the 6.6 for Benny. And you can see the fans looking on. That's Cabell Warren there in the white hat, and Tully White next to him. Declan's mum and dad keeping a lookout. Declan's girlfriend there as well. And they're pretty happy. They'd have to be feeling pretty stoked there in coach's corner right now.
Yeah, I'd be, as a coach right now, 2 minutes 45 to go, looking at these conditions. I don't think we've had a 9-all event, but let's see what happens here, as it must be priority with Declan. So that's another little advantage, another little momentum swing his way.
Yeah, Declan getting the booties out there today, and it is very cold, so don't blame him. Taps that one, using the chop to his advantage, loading up for that one. And a bit more explosive, and rides out of that, so that'll be a nice icing on the cake, if not a victory lap for Declan.
Well, yeah, that's the most progressive surfing I've seen in the event, so I'm really interested. I know it's not going to be crazy, and I know that's not the criteria, but it's something different on the day. So it might be a sign too if we see scores come through. If that gets anywhere near those 6s, I'm impressed a little bit. I'm thinking that as we watch the replay, he gets the nose right at the start. So in that flatter section though, you'll see there he gets that quick little 10.
Well, it was a necessary manoeuvre.
Yeah, it was, 100%. And that nice one to me, we see that roller coaster style floater on that last turn, whereas that one, you know, like, it's not easy to get that board, the nose of the board above the lip line and come down. So I'm definitely not erring on my progressive background there, but I think I'm just interested, I guess, is what I want to see. And that score's come in at a 5.57.
Yeah. So to be the flow element, if anything there, so he carries the momentum through here, gets hung up a tiny bit in the wind, but he lands it strong, and then here just loads up for that next one. But it was a tricky wave. Most people have been falling off. I mean, in that one wave that it's not going to score, some people's heat totals have actually been about that as well.
Yeah, I think that if there's a few surfers in the draw that would have seen that score now and gone, oh, you know, like it's not like there's no way judges want surfers jumping around anymore and flapping their arms.
Well, they've got a shortboard belt tour for that.
Yeah, 100%, you're right, yeah. But I just think there's moments within the longboarding where if it is a nice steep wave and they are committed to put these boards on rail, which isn't easy, that there's an opportunity there to still gain points. So I'm kind of liking it. Obviously I look at that and go, it could have actually been smoother.
Well, yeah, for sure. But I mean, it's a warm-up because Declan can surf that way with Eduardo Pero and Kai Salas last year on the way with Taylor Jensen as well to finals day. It's just surfing what's in front of you, and here's Benny right now surfing what's in front of him, and a smaller wave, just trying to build his heat total a little bit more respectful, and that one isn't going to do it with a pair of threes. He's going to feel pretty upset with that performance, a bit frustrated, falling on the heel side, and you can see that he's just sort of, yeah, he got surfed out pretty clearly there by Declan, but tricky conditions on his backside. We'll say goodbye to Benny, but Declan carrying his momentum from last year.
Yeah, great heat by him, positioning key on point, which we knew it's going to happen with his coach in his corner. I just feel for Benny there, you know, like make one or two of those first ones, and it's a totally different story.
And we'll have a similar setup in that next heat with Kevin Scavana coming up against a surfer Alexandra from Brazil, but it is the Manly boy Declan Wyden who takes the win from Ben Considine, the Surf Coast local. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a break and be back for Heat 4 shortly. Declan coming in behind Benny Considine. Those guys will embrace and sharing that camaraderie and sportsmanship which surfing so often portrays. We've both been in that stage, winning and losing GT. Matt Chinoski in the booth, joined by one of Australia's competitive stalwarts, Grant Thomas. It's how good to see the young blood out there.
Yeah, look, it's not often, I wouldn't know many surfers that finish your career having won more than they lost, you know, like if you actually talk about, you know, obviously you got Kelly and stuff, but still, like if you actually look at how many events you went in and how many you won. I think there's no one that's ever done it. So, you know, hats off to Benny there. Like a great effort in his hometown. Unfortunately, a few little sort of, not really, you know, slip-ups, I guess, just a few little mistakes and coming off his board have cost him.
And Kevin hasn't made that same mistake. A 4.17 on his opener from California. And this is Alexander Escobar with just the 2.17 GT.
Yeah, okay, nice little nose ride. Pretty critical section. You could see he wanted to get to that end part, but wasn't quite back early enough. And Kevin now trimming on a nice size wave for today out there, actually. Not quite getting to the tip like he would have liked, but a really strong cutback towards that whitewash and the sauce, as they like to call it sometimes. And nice little hang 5. Little switch stance, I didn't mind that. Something a little bit different as well, and coming through right to that inside. He'll try and get up there one more time, but not for him. So opening wave for him, a 4.17, early lead as Alexandre's 2.17.
And you know what? So good to see Kevin going leashless, looking free, a 4.17. Any type of speed advantage you can get out there, why not take it? And not letting that leash slow him down and being rewarded accordingly for his flow on that wave, those connections between the turn where we saw Benny stuck in the 3s, the goofy footer in the previous heat, tipping off on his turns. Kevin staying on the board, getting into that 4 mark.
Yeah, mate, look, a pretty good start. 4.17, nearly held on to in a few heats. Obviously, Declan in the heat prior, getting those 2 belters early. But we can see the surfer in blue now.
Oh, using priority,
he lost priority. He did, yeah. So priority back to Kevin, and not a bad move letting that one go.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see that low tide boil of the rock there at Rincon, that high point of the reef starting to make itself known. That'll almost come out of the water at some points, especially on bigger swell. The swell draws off. We'll see more of that throughout the week. I look forward to doing the comparison between Rincon and the Bells Bowl, which is on the left-hand side of the screen. So yeah, basically on the lower tide, that reef will spread all the way out. It's actually dry reef, and these surfers are almost at the edge of that reef, where it's just whitewater on a bigger day.
Yeah, and you walk up around the corner there, and you kind of walk to almost to where that whitewater, that first whitewater is pretty. It's not like it's dry with rock pools in it, I guess, right? So you kind of walk out to get that little paddle, so you get out behind the break, other than taking the super long paddle around the bowl.
Exactly, yeah.
But yeah, like hopefully, mate, hopefully we get to see waves where surfers are taking that option. That'd be great.
And one thing about Bells is the playing field. It seems so much bigger when there's more waves. It just everything seems larger. The swim in, if you lose your board, the current, everything just seems so much faster. And you see the same comparisons at places like Sunset Beach, Waimea Bay, even Noosa, for example. When the waves get bigger, all of a sudden everything just feels, your senses are around and more alert.
Yeah, you're questioning yourself a lot more, I guess. For these boys at this level, they've got their takeoff point, especially coming out after the heat they just saw. They're only, pardon me, they're only going to move 10, 20 metres away from that. You throw the swell into the picture.
It's 200 or 300 metres out and over, yeah.
Yeah, and that makes it really cool in that priority situation in close heats. Like, it's really kind of, do I let him go? Do I let him paddle over there? Do I let him paddle there? Where am I going? You know, so depending on scores they require and what you see is, I guess, obtainable in those certain parts of the sections along the wave. So,
and especially if there's a mixture of swells, it can be 8 feet, and you could have a little bit more west or south in it. You could have some breaking from centre side and into Rincon because it's segregated, and then some in the bowl as well. So phenomenal wave, and I think that's what really adds to a world-class wave that can break at this size as well. And unfortunately for Alexander, just going down on that one, perhaps a few nerves in this elimination round, getting tangled in his leash there. He had to pull that one over the head. So things really just not kicking into the gear in that first 7 minutes of this heat for him. And Kevin sitting stoic out the back, looking just to add to his total so far.
Yeah, I think too, like if I remember surfing to an event at Bells where it's like that 4 to 6 foot range and the bowl's pretty good, and you're sitting at the bowl and you're looking to south side and you're just seeing these, and you know how you look into a wave, and when you're looking into it, it doesn't look as fast. And you're kind of like thinking, I can make that, you know, like until you're right in front of it, or even looking the other way, you actually see the full speed. It's like when you go to an empty beach break and you, look at that right up the beach. Look at that left up the beach. Yeah.
You're right. And you take off and it's deceptive because it's an almond-shaped wave. Not often can you drive through the barrel here. It's like a momentary tube. It's not like a section. It's a section connector tube, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's an interesting spot. I look forward to seeing more. Here goes the Brazilian. 4 steps up, tight nose ride in the pocket there, getting tangled on that leash again. And that one, a very small one, way up the reef, so shallow right now. And maybe even touched it. Saw him look at his hand as well.
I just had a little giggle in my head, Matt. I'm not so much at the wave or at the surfer, but I could just imagine, you know, over the years, if I was sitting with Joel Tudor and the likes and watching them flick a leash off their ankle in waves like this, it'd just be it'd be an entertaining comment. But it's each to their own. You got the rocks there, and you want to look after your equipment, and I get it all. But yeah, I had a little giggle there. And I was
or
like,
just habit maybe for some of them as well. If they grow up with it in some regions in the world, I know in France, not so much Brazil, Japan. A lot of these places have legislation about wearing leg ropes full time, just because of the surf schools generally. No offense, I'm not pointing fingers at surf schools, mate. But it does seem to be where the surf schools are concentrated pretty heavily. They do have the leg rope rule, but yeah, the new gen, it's great that they're learning to surf with it. That's my advice to the longboarders coming up. Learn to surf with one, because it's legislated at some places, and in competition it certainly saves you from a swim.
Oh, it sure does. And look, and at sometimes in some conditions, you know, it does warrant it. But yeah, I guess when you're moving so much up and down a surfboard, it's it obviously, as we've seen, here we go.
Not to mention he's wearing booties too, our Brazilian competitor, which he's not probably used to. And Kevin on the outside, oh, he just gets the boil and he comes around it. And that one, he loses the momentum, so he'll kick out of that. And that Infinity surfboard, it's his trademark model. You can check out more. Go to Infinity Surfboards. He's got a collab with them. Very famous surfboard label. I think they're based in Laguna Beach. Well, it's in Southern California, and Kevin has been a fairly long-time team rider. He's dabbled in a few different shapes over the years, predominantly on nose rider style boards. He rode for CJ for a while, Michael Takayama, Donald Takayama as well. So a flurry of Southern Californian surfboard labels. Now they're in the spectrum. Escobar on one of the more respected surfboard labels in South America. It's the Carboni family, the son of Neko Carboni, who did a lot of time with Takayama throughout the eras as well, and took that skill over to Brazil. But here he is on this nose ride.
Yeah, you can see just that little wobble at the beginning really set him off, and he never quite recovered as he falls off. We watched Kevin behind him here. I noticed too that same little problem that Ben have a look where this board, it's that same rail in the same place that the goofy footers are having that little, you know, it's not easy, that's for sure, as he's up and riding now.
On the heel side there, technical nose ride, very, very tech. Hang 10 there from Scavana. He is squatting, trying to maintain momentum in the chops, gets the completion. That one's going to feel good.
Yeah, it's going to feel good. It's going to score good too. Like, imagine that, you know, like we often see that straight-legged hang 10, but to be crouched, for me, that feels harder.
It's actually harder for sure, but it's also maintaining his momentum forward, that forward momentum. The judges will probably look at it as a little bit of a safety element, but super tech as well.
And it's given him control. And now I look back at, he actually came out of that clean. You know, so with a bit of weight down on the board, pushing through the bumps, it's when those boys have been on their backside weightless moving back, that's when they've been catching a rail. So it might have been an adjustment he's made, or he's just felt comfortable doing it. Yeah, so I think that's a really good little wave for a backsider out there. Not super long. It didn't need to be because of how critical that nose ride was.
He comes from behind the section, through the section there. Obviously, he's not, he's elevated, but he doesn't have that upright style, which we're so used to seeing. But we'll see where that one goes with the judges, but do have some goofy footers in the panel who understand the complexities of forehand and backside nose riding. A 5-3-3 locks in. Kevin extends his lead, and someone who did a terrific job with the lead against Ben Considine was Declan Wyden, who's on the glass with Belen.
Yes, hello, I'm here with Declan Wyden. This is actually your first time you've ever been in a first time you've been in a reportage, what, 3 years?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's not something you want to do.
Not something you want to do heading into the first event. So how are you feeling now after that heat?
Massive relief. Yeah, I was so nervous, like especially against Benny. He's such an amazing surfer and local down here and a good mate. So you know what he can bring, and yeah, so I was very nervous going into that.
Especially after finishing second last year, you know, going into a rep recharge. Give us a little bit of insight as to kind of what you're thinking now. Get your game on. What are you thinking?
Yeah, kind of just, I mean, there's lots of talk around second last year, but just trying to put that away, and like it's a completely different thing. Particularly first event, you have so much time off coming back, and there's so many new people that are incredible on tour. So just trying to, I don't know, get used to what the waves are bringing on the day and go off that.
Awesome. That's a great insight to hear, because yeah, a lot of people do put that pressure on them, you know, how they finish an event. So it's great to hear you got that insight. You got some good boards underneath your feet. I hear you've been working with your shaper a lot.
Yeah, I've been working with Sod Heaves. He's incredible. We've been working together since I was like, I think it popped up on Facebook about 15 years, bit over now, like 13 I was, 12 maybe. But yeah, he's incredible, and down here with my family, and working with Cahill and Jared back home, and it's, yeah, just feeling prepared and ready for the year ahead and excited.
All right, well, best of luck representing Australia for the rest of the year, and send it back to you boys in the booth.
Thanks, Bioglan. Good insight there from Declan. And yeah, big shout out to Steve O'Donnell, the shaper there for Declan. Just as we talked about in the broadcast, yeah, a nice relationship there with his shaper, and that just goes a long way, as does Kevin have right now. And Skavana, mature looking Skavana with that beard growth. Switchfoot right now, setting this one up. Oh, and he gets the switch 5, and it doesn't eventuate too much, but pretty cool to see some fun.
Yeah, mate, really cool. You know, that on the clean face, that takes so much skill.
Absolutely.
That is not an easy thing to do. But going back to Declan there, he's going to have to be called Babyface or something. Like, he must be, what, 27, 28 years old? I had no idea. To me, he just seems so much younger.
Yeah, he's been around for a long time, and yeah, definitely does keep young. I'm sure he gets that ID in America and South America a lot. Oh, and Escobar using his priority on this. Swoops into this one. Looking for the nose ride section in the middle of the board there, maintaining his momentum. That wave is not going to provide some open face for him. So just scooping that board back. He'll get out and reset. Kevin, just a 1.1 on that last wave, but some interesting signs. And I tell you what, if he was to able to connect with a switch nose ride like that super functionally, it is a grey area with the judging. It's not like skating or snowboarding where switch is rewarded as a double or factored in necessarily. But if it does have the style, the flow, and the grace, and you connect it with the critical section, of course, it's going to have an element of reward.
Like, you see it done, but to me, like, he did that, like, he looked like a natural footer.
I was a full setup too.
Yeah, and just the positioning and the weight. Speaking about, like, the feel and stuff, I did notice the body language there of Alexander at the end of that wave. I saw a bit of a drop and a huff, and now he's taking a smaller inside one. I can't but help how that's going to fix body language unless he gets a really nice connection.
Needing a 7.33 on a smaller wave, maybe just trying to get rid of the pair of twos. And that one pretty much in line with the other ones, but he does go complete. Kevin in red behind him and rides out, having a great heat so far. He'll be feeling really confident with his wave choice, and especially on the backside, he's sort of changing the narrative. So up next, we have Max Weston and Rogelio Escobar on his backside, so we'll have another goofy regular battle.
Yeah, look, I think, yeah, his wave selection, obviously, on his first and third waves were pretty good. His previous one to that, you know, was smaller. He didn't have priority, though. And I think that, you know, that brought my little whole lot of the heat, that switch still, though. But obviously not scoring-wise, but just to see him do that, I'm pretty stoked in that. But that following wave then, pretty good wave selection. Whether it goes up into that 417 range, I'd have to see the outside, because he took off behind Alexandre in that one.
Yeah, that's right. And Kevin, he's going to try and get priority, but he's got Escobar paddling up his outside. He's got to be careful right there. Doesn't want to flirt with it too much. And there he's got it awarded there, the P next to Kevin's name. So he will have the opportunity to get the next wave of choice. Escobar will have to play second fiddle there, waiting for scores to be locked in for Skavana. His mum, his dad, and his family will be watching back home. Same with all of the Sano crew, Sano Nofe crew. Big shout out to them right now. It'll be heading into the evening time right now. People will be having their dinner, desserts, beers, and just tuning in there, boy. And so they should, because he's flying the American flag proud, representing America at ISA level, and of course WSL for nearly a decade now. And he's been a real constant figure, getting the season wild card this year.
Yeah, well deserved by the sounds of that. So he's putting the reps in. Surfing's great, you know, and yeah, with 12 minutes to go, he's in a pretty good position right now. I think Alexandre's got to pretty much start his heat from now. Like he's chasing a combination of scores, I'm guessing. Oh, no.
It's only a 6-7-7.
It's only a 6-7-7.
But we haven't had that last one locked in for Kev.
Okay.
But a 2-7-3 for Alexander in his last one. So reduced the requirement from the 7s into the 6-7-7. But, I mean, considering Kevin's still got a 5-3-3 as the best wave of this heat, it's going to have to be something really special. And he's going to have priority to take that wave off Kevin, because at the moment he's had really good wave selection, Scavana.
Yeah, sorry, I was a bit out on that one, but I'm looking at that too. Like, out of all of Alexandro's waves, he's got to choose something different.
It feels like he's comboed.
Yeah, it does, and to be honest, like no wave he's chosen so far has a 6.77 in it. So
not many waves today have.
Yeah, true.
In general, so this is that replay of that Kevin's wave and Escobar on the inside.
Yeah, so just that quick 5. He rode this one far better. It was his most stable ride by a long way. He gets to the finish, gets it done, and this is just that back half of Kevin's again. Nice little hang 5. He's actually, there's parts of that nose riding that I see that do have a little bit of Darren Lettingham.
Mate, you know, it is. He is the modern day Darren Lettingham, 100%.
Yeah,
like,
right.
He looks physically, but surfs like him too. Like Darren is, and we'll get back to that. Nice nose ride in the pocket there for Escobar. And came way through the regional qualifying series, earned his way onto the tour. 4 nose rides there, and finishing that one. That'll feel good as time ticks through. You see the body language increase now. A bit of a pep in his step, a little bit more confident, and a faster paddle.
Yeah, so I'll eat my words, because that little one that he took, I said I don't know how that's going to help, but he finished it cleanly as I look back, and then all of a sudden, slightly bigger wave there. That's going to be his best by far. Couple scores coming in for Kevin now. Does improve his leader, 4.87, Matt.
Yeah, so that's making this requirement a 7.47 for Escobar, and in the scale of the heat, can't see it going that far, but we'll wait to see what the judges thought of those nose rides. 3-4 nose rides, not one of, interestingly enough, substance. Nothing to go that excellent range, I feel, but the judges will take the time, go through the replays. Tricky conditions, these surfers doing incredibly well, and Bells Beach hanging in there. The wind crossed offshore. It is cold out there, but of course when we get the southerly winds, it's actually colder.
Yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it? It's just well, not bizarre. South, obviously, colder.
Yeah,
further from the equator.
This is like a more north-based wind, but
it's got teeth.
It does, and when the south comes, it's you feel like, well, people got heat packs, they're wearing multiple coats out there, but Kevin, he's stoked. He's a strong fella. He's travelled the world as well, and he's opted for the no booties right now. 9 minutes remaining, 4.87 on his last wave, and the Melbourne flight cam showcasing the beautiful lineup here at Bells Beach, also known as Jurak, the indigenous name. We look out to south side there, having a look at the other spots up and down the coast. So much more than just surfing here too, Grant. Just an incredible array of activities. Melbourne, known for its phenomenal events, its hospitality, its laneways. What's one of your favourite parts of Victoria?
Oh, you know, like I can't say, I don't mind the other side of the coast with the beach breaks, and obviously Phillip Island's a pretty lovely place with a couple of nice waves as well. And but if I pull myself away from the beach, in which is all I've pretty much been to in most parts of the world, like a day or so in the city, I don't mind. And a night, let's face it. But I did a cool trip in the wave pool, and we went to the casino, we went to the races in Melbourne, to Flemington, you know, and I think it's got something for everyone. I think Melbourne, whereas some cities it's purely based around a sport or it's based around a culture, whereas Melbourne's kind of got it all.
And as we see the swell really diminished throughout the day, and we've got the offshore wind. We've got Bioglan, who's down there with Will Hayden-Smith, the Longboard Tour Director.
All right, yeah, so we've got an update here on the conditions and what we're doing with the festival with Will Hayden-Smith.
Hey, yeah, so we've seen a couple really slow heats in a row, so we've kind of made the decision to call it off for the day. 12 heats is somewhat more than we expected when we saw it this morning. It was pretty small, but we had a few pulses and some really good performances, so we're really happy with the day. And we're going to come back and do it all again tomorrow for a 7:45 call for an 8:05 start.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Will, looking after the athletes and making sure we get the best conditions. So thanks, Will, and back to you boys in the booth.
Thanks, Bella, and thanks, Will. Good interest there. You see that side chop coming across the lineup there. Wind still crossed offshore, but yeah, just a lackluster amount of waves.
Yeah, mate, not a bad call. I was looking with the amount of heats, the days we've got, you know, providing, as we will go and hold for that, don't worry about it, I think. Surfer in red, Kevin up and riding on a bigger wave.
Yeah, so carrying a lot of momentum, speed, crouching through that nose ride. See 1 foot. Oh, he goes to full switch there. I was about to comment on the different foot positioning, and that's a functional Hawaiian Island style pull out where they just go through the doggy door.
Yeah, look, it's funny they call it off and you get the biggest set that you've had in half an hour.
It happens regularly.
And there's nothing worse than being those surfers, especially the losing one in this scenario, and you come in and it's called off. So 6 minutes 20 to go. I'm not saying anyone's losing yet, but as we look out in the water, the surfer in blue now, Alexandre up and riding on his biggest wave.
Yeah, now getting a 707. That one's a technical nose ride. Coming right through to the inside reef shore break, and he kicks out of that one. See what he got done on the outside section, and a 313 on his wave before last to go with a 273. Kevin still with another wave to drop, and this heat really coming down to the pointy end, but Escobar, experienced competitor, he has dabbled on the World Tour in the past, and this is his first full year as a we could say a rookie on the new and revitalized longboard stop, the multi-tour longboard stop.
Yeah, obviously coming from where's he from?
Brazil.
He's from Brazil, yeah. I was going to say that. I didn't want to get it wrong, but we had a lot of time. The Brazilians were, when we surfed, they probably not ignited as two different types of the sport, but they were the Brazilian Storm before the Brazilian Storm on the CT, and that got called. Like but obviously coming from where they came from, we weren't rich by any means, but they all stayed in the same little house together. They all squeezed into cars. They were so tight and patriotic. And as Australians, it annoyed us because we're known as the patriotic country, you know, Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. And we're like, hey, that's our cue, you know. And these guys were like pretty much showing us up. And I think we've seen something similar, and we're seeing the shortboard generation as well come back through the Challenger Series. Like, you're really starting to see that flow through.
The Californians even taking flight too.
Yeah, 100%.
Uniting forces as well. We've seen that in the longboard as well. The Californians and the Americans, Chase Leader down there supporting Kevin Scavana. You see the Hawaiians, they're down there watching everyone's heat. So it's really nice to have that camaraderie. And the Brazilians, we've had some amazing surfers on tour in the last decade. Of course, the women's side of the draw, Chloe Calmon, absolute standout, taking a rest this year. A campaigner for over a decade on the World Tour. And as we see, the Chase Leader actually going out for a free surf. We'll go to a break with 4 minutes remaining, but come back for the remainder of Kevin versus Alexandra Escobar. welcome back. We are into the final heat of the day. We're going to call it short. Elimination round, heat 4, with just a couple minutes left. Kevin Skavana, Alexander Escobar dueling it out, but it's Kevin, the Californian, out in the lead. Escobar, the Brazilian, needing a 7.07 to move into an advancing position. So this is the elimination round, and the winner will go on to tomorrow, round 3. Some valuable points for the World Longboard Tour. For the rookie there, he's waiting for his turn and the answer back. Who's got the priority? Kevin just had a wave in the break. We'll catch up with the replay of that. But some exciting times there for the rookie, but unable to really capitalise on any set waves.
Yeah, look, he was the biggest wave he caught, even has had whitewash on it, you know, from the wave before it that I think even Kevin was on, perhaps. But yeah, his wave selections definitely probably let him down, and then just a couple of early mishaps and not really giving himself the opportunity to move himself, even as we see him paddle for that wave now, you know.
Yep. The
opportunity to move up into that good sort of fair to good range, you know, like a lot of those are sitting in that sort of 2 to 4 point range.
And yeah, you just wonder perhaps he hasn't seen a lot of Bells Beach or done too many reps out here in the past, but it's cold, it's another country, it's gloomy, it's middle of winter. It's pretty intimidating to come up against someone like Kevin Skavana as well. So a lot going through the mind there of the rookie, but it is still possible. We've seen excellent range scores and waves up in the 6s and 7s. He's just going to need the special wave at this point in time.
And he's got the priority, right? So if he can choose, as we see Kevin on the drone there, taking off on this little one.
Yeah, switchfoot for Kevin. Incredible work there, driving through and falling on that one, but maybe in a mini victory lap there with 30 seconds remaining. He is pretty much just giving up on any chance that Escobar may get that score. He's feeling really confident with his heat at the moment, making the most and icing the majority of his opportunities. He'll take a lot of confidence as he moves into tomorrow, but we still have 15 seconds to change the narrative.
Yeah, the body language isn't looking great as he's looking out there, seeing what's coming. So unfortunately for him, as we look at the countdown of that heat with only a couple of seconds left, it's going to be Kevin Skavana moving through to that next round.
Yeah, there he is, and just as the hooter goes, there was a little wave out there on that draining tide, and this will just be a cruisy wave in, just to get his last wave at Bells Beach perhaps, but he might hang around for a few more days and support his fellow South Americans, and that'll be the end of it for Alexander Escobar. But some really nice moments in this heat. That board looking great in the pocket on the smaller waves, and there he is just working that one through the inside. So respectable heat total there for Kevin Skavana, 10.2 versus 5.86. We'll see Kevin moving in round 3. We'll go to a break, but don't go anywhere. We've got the post show coming up next. Beautiful Great Ocean Road and Victoria playing host to the first event on the 4-stop World Longboard Tour, the Great Ocean Road. Gorgeous scenery, amazing hospitality, and of course some of those incredible waves in the world. Matt Chinosky with Grant Thomas. We're going to talk you through the post-show of today. A terrific day of competition, some phenomenal longboard waves to kick things off. What was your highlight?
Oh, look, for me, the highlight was the All-Aussie heat. It didn't pan out like the heat of the day or whatever, but just the feel around the place, people turning up to watch it. Obviously, Declan having a good win. Ben, by far, not his best surfing, but it's just that being the Aussie, you know. Like, for me, it's just watching Australian longboarding on the world stage, for me, was fantastic.
And a lot of rookies and some upsets there today with the goofy footer, Natalie Wonderlost taking out Maria Fernanda-Reyes. That was the biggest upset of the day. We're going to go into the Bioglan top 5 and talk you through some of the best moments of the day. I've got a couple in mind. I can't wait to see what they've queued up for us based on the heat scores. The daily dose. Let's have a look and dive straight into it. That's Kevin Scavana, number 5, coming in today, the goofy footer with some switch foot antics, critical footwork and nose riding like that. The last heat of the day, conditions got called off straight after this heat, but Kevin, he put an absolute clinic.
Yeah, look, my highlight of that wave then of Kevin was just that compression through the hang 10, avoiding catching the board as we move to number 4.
And Natalie Wonderlust there, goofy foot rookie, straight out of Hawaii. She'd never surfed Rincon properly before, and she put on a terrific display of legit nose riding. And this is what traditional longboarding is all about: style, flow, and grace. That heavily glassed longboard looking phenomenal under the feet of Natalie. She's going to be one to watch. Perhaps maybe one of the biggest upsets of the event so far, taking out Maria Fernanda-Reyes.
Yeah, lovely conditions too.
Yeah, that was one of the better heats for waves throughout the day. And Declan Wyden coming in 3rd.
Yeah, I wasn't too far off the pace, mate. It was my number 1, but great performance by Declan in really tricky conditions, starting to showcase. Look at that rail turn there. I loved that. And I also loved how we saw something a little bit different that we haven't seen a lot of. So congratulations to Declan, number 3 of the day, as he milks this one all the way through. And another wave here, Matt.
Yeah, so just a full package there, showing some power, rail, and connecting it all on the nose as well. So feeling connected. Great wave selection as well. We can take a lot of confidence out that moving into round 3 and coming 2nd last year, washing off any nerves, just feeling the flow. And that was a very deserved highlight of the day. You can see that little baby face smile as you alluded to before.
There he is, Bubsy.
And moving into our number 2 highlight, it was Rachel Tilley up against B. Conroy, the rookie. And beautiful footwork there. Just working through the tail and the nose, but just looking really connected as well. Really light-footed, soul arching her way through that one. The 2015 World Champ, showing why she's one to watch.
Yeah, the great little friendship there too at the end. I did that interview, so that was great to hear her talk about her opponent the way she did.
And Ben Skinner, the highlight, number 1 of the day, the Skinner Supreme on a self-shaped longboard, an 883 to go with a high 7 as well. And it's absolutely no wonder why this guy has just been an absolute tour stalwart with his son blitzing the shortboard junior circuit and dad leading the way from the nose of Skin Dog Surfboards.
Yeah, mate. Great competitor of mine I used to surf against. It's fantastic to still see him at the elite level. I also noticed he put his board through a bit of that bit of rail surfing as well, and I missed that earlier. So sorry, Benny, but well done. You got the number 1 moment.
Yeah, phenomenal surfing there from Ben Skinner. Terrific day of surfing here. Stop 1 of a 4-stop World Longboard Tour. I'm Matt Chinosky. This is Grant Thomas. Been a pleasure taking you through the day with Sam, Josh and Bellin as well. And we look forward to coming back tomorrow with more action. Tell you what, that swell's going to hang in too. That wind should be offshore. May get a little bit of cross-shore wind, but it's exciting for the next few days.
Yeah, mate, I'm excited. If we can get that morning conditions again, make the most of it. Jump on nice and early. I'm sure a lot more action. Only 4 heats of this round to go, and then we're getting into the guts of it.
Yeah, 7:45 call for tomorrow. We'll be kicking off most likely with the elimination round. Heat number 5 will be Rogelio Esquivel against Max Weston, the Australian. So tune in tomorrow morning for more action and another. I mean, let's just recap what a great day of surfing was. The waves, some of the quality of surfing, and just seeing that criteria in place.
Yeah, throw that in with an iconic location, mate. Look forward to tomorrow.
All right. Have a good evening. Have a good morning. Wherever you are in the world, we'll be back tomorrow with the rest of heat number 2, round number 2.
copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.